Futures back in negative territory once again this morning, coming off a bit of a choppy start to the week on Monday. Choppy start to the overall month of August on Monday as well. Rising geopolitical concerns as well coming out of China and the U.S. this morning, with Nancy Pelosi's plane apparently on its way to Taiwan as we speak. We'll keep an eye on how things develop here this morning, but decent couple of earnings reports to talk about this morning. One from Uber, who reported cash flow positive. It's cash flow positive in a quarter for the first time ever. So Uber shares up nicely. That also has Lyft rallying this morning, about 5% for Lyft. Pinterest higher. Big loss for Pinterest, but Elliott Management, as we suspected, is in fact now the largest shareholder of Pinterest, so we'll have a look at that. Obviously, AMTD, the big one, HKD, $900 this morning. Unbelievable move over the past few trading sessions for HKD. AMTD obviously owning about 99% of HKD. There's Revlon as well moving around. So much to discuss. Let's jump right into things. It's Tuesday, August 2nd, 2022. TraderTV.live starts now. Yeah, negative numbers right across the board pretty much now. Even crude oil back to the downside here ever so slightly. It was up modestly to kick things off, but 0.8 there for the NASDAQ leading the way as far as equities are concerned. Bitcoin, Ethereum both down to kick things off. Crude oil, as I mentioned, positive on the morning. Hey, Sean's back after an extra long weekend. Great to have Sean back in the building once again. You missed a few squeeze trades on Monday. Revlon came back to life. We have Avis as well reported this morning, one that's jumped up before, and this AMTD already a monster so far, guys.
Well, yeah, it's great. It's great to be back. Great to be back. And yeah, a little bit. I mean, I'm already in this AMTD. I was lots of new traders on the floor. It should be great. A great experience here starting today. Okay, great. So it should be a little noisy in here. But yeah, no, look, I'm already in the money $1 right now on this AMTD. It's great to be back. We made history with the High Park girls team. We were the first ever girls team to win a division, and it was amazing in the tournament. So we hosted up 2 trophies there. Here's a picture of this yesterday, and of course here's our bracket that we took down, and here's all the girls, and it was such an amazing experience with everybody yesterday. Yeah, we got the 2 trophies there, Neil, both of them.
Is that mine?
No, my brother's. This guy, what, this one?
Dude,
kind of looks like him, though.
It looks
no,
like
I'm going to give you, yeah, that kind of looks like my brother, but this is me. And then, yeah, we just had a great tournament, and it was, yeah, it does look like my brother, actually. Good call on that one. But what a fantastic time and a fantastic run, and I can't wait, hopefully, for your daughter to do something similar, because it was such a great experience. And
she's not into soccer.
Soccer, this is baseball.
I know, but if she's not that into soccer.
Oh, she's not that into soccer.
I'm thinking
you know
next
what?
year.
No, the thing about soccer is, soccer's a funny one because the kids are running around and it's a little bit of like chaos. Like all my kids were in soccer. But wow, what is going on here? Spin it already.
So fundamentally speaking, and by the way,
back, baby.
Fundamentals don't matter with this thing. However, they own a 99% stake in a stock that went from $10 to $850. So in theory, there's no possible route that I can see these guys realizing. AMTD actually realizing the value of HKD stock price, but the ride is fun and people are caught short or caught without the ability to cover in HKD allegedly. And what happened between yesterday and today is, for the last couple of days, AMTD wouldn't move and it was like free money shorting it because it couldn't break a high. And then I guess the message boards and Reddit and everybody got wind of what was going on with HKD, and it's like, okay, well, this was $1. When everything unwinds, it's going back to $1, and you could buy it for $2 yesterday. So risk to reward, hey, maybe it moonshots. But if HKD opens up and does like a really, really big tank, just remember, AMTD could fall too, or will fall too in that situation.
Ooh.
Let's do this. I'm
14?
Yeah, 14 is insane.
What? I mean, I just sat down here and I was like, you know what? I am just going long on this name. I didn't even care about the price. It actually broke 11 and I had the wrong key set up because it didn't. I have a key set up that didn't trigger in the pre-market. So I was like, whatever, man. And I had to pay up and I paid $11.28 for it. And it was a little scary because it dipped down to 11 again. But then I took something out at $11.90 and now it's at 14. My offer's at $14.85 and I just threw that out kind of as a joke. Like I was just like, you know what? If I'm going to go long 11 and I'm going to get 15 in 10 minutes, then I'll take it. So let's wait to see what happens. We're already at one-time daily goal here today, so it's a floss-off kind of day, and honestly, my voice is already finished. So there was no more, like you think there was a lot of bangs and everything on the show. Like yesterday was absolutely insane at the ballpark, and so was the day before. So I've been going. I need my friend Rob Spracklin here. He's always dropping those hauls around everywhere. I can go find.
No, there's hauls somewhere.
There has it.
Oh no, we finished.
Last time.
No.
You crushed them. I think.
I finished them. That's what.
I'll go find some, but it doesn't matter. I thought it would be a little better than this, but then as soon as I started talking, well, first of all, what are we doing with this?
Drink some tea.
That is what I'm going to do. I'm going to actually go get a tea in a minute, but maybe when Arun comes on. How was Arun, by the way?
We had a good time. It was a good show. The trades were obviously fantastic yesterday.
And I heard we dropped a little bit of a secret in the after show.
What secret?
In the afternoon show.
Nothing happened.
Did someone see something, or was someone on the show, or what?
No, apparently nothing happened.
Apparently nothing happened. Okay, Brendan. Maybe Brendan can confirm or deny that.
I have no idea what you're talking about. And we'll continue to have no idea what you're talking about. Let's get into it because we have a lot to discuss so far this morning. Let's jump right into this because, wow, we were sitting here, I guess it was Thursday maybe last week, kind of scratching our heads as to why this, once we understood the story a little bit, AMTD Idea International, which then spun off AMTD Digital, which is HKD. I mean, it's up way more than this. This is going back to the end of last week. But why was AMTD Idea not following, at least somewhat, this move in HKD? And it seems like now, guys, we're playing a little bit of catch-up, to say the least.
Yeah, I mean, like I just trailed out. This is like, it's insane because it started at $7 today, by the way, at 7 a.m. when retail came. Actually, maybe earlier. Yeah, well, 7 a.m. when retail came in. There was an 8 break. I missed 10 break getting a coffee. 11, 12, the 13 break. It just feels too close to 15 at this point. But the story is, the first day that this happened on HKD, AMTD did go. That's what's so weird about it. Like, it did make a move from $1 to $3. And then after that, nobody was buying it anymore, and it just kind of started to slide down. So there was an understanding of the relationship right away, I think it seems, with the market. And at some point, look, I can think of no way, and maybe I'm 100% wrong about this, I can think of no way under which right now AMTD is really capitalizing from the price of HKD rising on that stake. Are they selling their stake? Like, what's going on? It's just a squeeze happening. That unwinds. AMTD comes down. However, at some point, like we said, retail realized, or the traders realized that the risk to reward, this was $1 to $1.30 before all of this happened. It was breaking out at 2 or maybe 2x at that point. In yesterday's market, even if you're buying the 3 break, the risk to reward of that even kind of catching up here. Like, you've got to remember, like, why this is all happening. HKD, from the same point, went from $18 to now $810. Like, an equivalent move in AMTD right now, and the stock would be trading at 80. So, I mean, like, it's a weird thing to say, but if you're really discounting, if you're really looking at it from some kind of like an arb perspective, it technically should be a heck of a lot higher if HKD was actually valued this much. But I mean, HKD is not really worth this much. It's just a squeeze going on right now. And so as long as the squeeze is on, you're going to get wildfire in AMTD. Just make sure you take profit and understand that, because at the open yesterday, I got to show a 3 to show you what happened at the open on HKD yesterday. It was pretty wild. I know my chart doesn't want to show you the pre-market, but it actually touched all the way down below 300 on a halt down, only to recover back up to that 480, 500 where it eventually broke out from. So, you know, I could see something similar to that happening again, where there's no bids at the open, it catches something and then makes a run. You're going to have to watch both of these, unfortunately. It's one of those, one of those things where you got to have 2 level 2s, 2 charts up, just to make sure you see what's going on in HKD if you're going to trade this AMTD.
Okay, so yeah, I'm just going to take the same side as trying to take some profits. I mean, I'm already out 20%, but I'm going to let the rest of the 80% absolutely ride. Like, I'm not going to take anything else out. My next out's going to be $20. And I don't, if this thing wants to rip up, like Neil said, it's not about the valuation of any of these companies. It's just about how crazy these markets can get. And, it's just for fun right now. I mean, it's not, I'm sitting in enough shares that I can make a lot of money if this thing rips up. But at the same time, I'm going to just see what happens. I mean, we saw HKD start to go nuts. And we could just talk about stock valuations. I don't think this is like an AMC, a GME type of situation here. I mean, these are just stocks that are way undercapitalized as far as the float is concerned. And it's just being fun for the ride. I mean, if you do have thousands of shares, which I do not, anything even close to that, even hundreds of shares, then I would think that it'd be silly not to take some profits, because the market is just one of those things, like Neil said, you're going to halt to the downside. And this thing, I don't know where it could stop. I don't know when the buyers are going to come into this. So I think you just continue to play momentum. I mean, there's been dip buy opportunities where it's come back up. We can see here that we are struggling at that $14 mark. So there is something there. And, that's probably a reasonable out, probably, yeah. I mean, but, who knows if that's going to be the end of the day or just the start. So I feel like we just need this market to open, man. Like, I want to get this. I just don't want to be stopped out. I mean, if this breaks back down below 10, I think that's reasonable to get it out, and then we will take the hit, and then we can always get back in. I think that's the advantage that we do have here. But for me, I think it's worth the ride to the upside here, and let's just see where we go. I mean, it's going to be AMTD day, and it's funny because tonight, Brendan, after hours, is AMD. Take away the T. And add the D? No, that's fine. Just take away the T, and we have, and then add the NQ, right? Because we have the NASDAQ.
Oh, yeah.
We have the NASDAQ there, and then we'll see some real stocks moving around. But for now, we'll be a little bit obsessed with some of these names and look to see some more. But I have Amazon as a number. It's not going to be on any of our sticky notes or any of our watch lists, but it's on the sticky notes. So go over to @TraderTV, Sean, and see what we're thinking about Amazon.
Yeah, more earnings to come tonight, definitely with AMD. Here's the other big mover from yesterday. Yeah, Revlon came back to life in a big way on this note late in the day. $1.4 billion loan secured to take care of this whole minor bankruptcy issue for Revlon. So 4.8% or 4.7% after, huge move. This thing went $4.50 to $10 after lunch yesterday.
Well, I almost forgot about Revlon. Like, it's weird. Like, you're like, yeah, you missed a couple of squeezes. I'm like, what other squeeze are you talking? Oh yeah, Revlon, the other thing that we were trading in the afternoon show yesterday. And this was a case of sometimes these things have to slow down, bounce. We talked about this in the afternoon. Like, they have to pull back, make a higher low, calm things down, and then get a secondary push. That's what Revlon's done the last couple of sessions. You're going to see up here, yesterday and on the daily previously, this $9.90, $10 level. So I don't have to tell you 10's going to be a big one for Revlon with its gigantic short interest, possibly a chance to break through. It's doing everything you want to see. It put in support at that 750. We thought it'd be 750 or 650 coming into the morning. It ended up breaking out off of the 750 area, and now you're putting in a nice little higher low. $10 break, Revlon, sure. I mean, it's a double top here from yesterday. It's a triple top when you consider it on the daily as well. And then we're holding above 850. I still like 750 much better, but this is about the momentum play for Revlon. As Brendan said, the story getting approved for the bankruptcy loan just caused it to start squeezing once again. When the buyers come into it, you get all the things you're looking for a typical squeeze. The velocity's there, to be sure. Now the 10 break, I'll have it, get locked and loaded for it. Right now it doesn't feel like it's coming anytime soon, but like we've seen what can happen with these when they get going. It doesn't take very long once you get a little bit of buying in something like a Revlon. If it gets through 10, you'll count me on the long side of it in terms of where it could go from there. Your guess is as good as mine. I'll definitely have some out in front of 11. Scalp that first dollar as always, and then just try to hold on to a piece to see how far the momentum can take you. So Rev's got to be in play for us here today. And it's like there's even a few other small caps I was watching, but this AMTD are going to be the focus, and of course you got to watch HKD. I don't think any of us are going to be trading that HKD because AMTD is going to give you much better opportunities. Well, at least for us, anyways.
Yeah, well, it's funny. AMTD is now below $11. So yeah, this one is really starting to bounce off here. Again, back down to $11 right now on AMTD. So yeah, this is going to be one to watch. I have the same thing about Revlon there. I mean, I'm just watching this right now that we're down here. I'm going to take some more shares here because whatever, it's down here. So let's try. Okay, so we'll try. There we go. We got more. Okay, there we go. Just rebought some AMTDs. I mean, we have our stop. I mean, if it breaks, it breaks. I mean, I'm completely cool with that. Shout out to Hyde Park right now, emailing me wanting pictures of all this. So I don't know. This is starting to get a little out of hand, so that was really great to see that. Okay, so there it is. So we did the reload. I'm the same way. Whoops, REV. I'm the same way as Neil there. I put it on the sticky note here. If we could break this $10 mark, I mean, I think it's a no-brainer. You just go long, and then and then I just said hold it for $1 against you. I mean, you know, we've been down this road before on Revlon, right? We've seen this move happen before. It's pretty obvious to where this is going here. Could easily fall back into this $5.50 or $6, but if you stay above 10, you know, then you can see one of those moonshots again, possibly to $12 and $13. And I mean, it's not going to be an HKD or AMTD. I feel like I've never even heard of these stocks, and I've said them each like 50 times today. But there's a good reload right there on AMTD. So we take that long down there at 11. Okay, we're reloaded. I mean, let's just keep it going, man. Your boy is back, and we're here to make some money. So there it is. There's a nice little reload spot right there for this name. Why not just take it out in the 90s if we're able to? So we'll sit there in the 90s randomly, see if we can get another piece out on that. But for Revlon, the story just remains the same, man. I just think like, oops, REV. I don't know what's going on here. There it is. RETV. No, you break 10, you go higher, you stay above it. So let's just see if that can happen. There we go. Another out there on AMTD. So it's just one of these things that's already happening. Let's see if we can get the apes going to the moon here on this one, Brendo. I mean, this is why I say come in every single day, and I said this last week. You know, on my drive in today, it's like, yeah, okay, you know, there's going to be Uber. Who cares about that? Blah, blah, blah. We're going on about Pinterest. Nah, I probably won't trade that. I'm like, what am I going to trade today? It wasn't really sure. And then I come in, and there's a company that I've never even heard of before going absolutely nuts. And we already make our day right here at 8:45 on this name. And we'll just continue to see. There it goes through $12. I mean, we reloaded that, and there it is right there. So, you know, in and out twice there on AMTD, and let's just see what happens as we continue to hold the 80%. I don't know if you reloaded there, but
I was looking 10s.
Yeah, so the funny thing is, I do have a lower bid down there to get more shares.
I had 1038 and 1021. I
think it's 21. Good to be conservative on this.
I really like 21. That's a good price.
21.
No,
yeah.
it's when you buy in front of an even. I like 21 as a random price to bid. I don't know.
Oh, don't give away all our secrets on the.
The 38 is totally random. I said yesterday I like 31 and when I'm buying in front of the quarters, and then 21. I don't know. It's just one of those things. I like the number 21. Maybe it's a blackjack thing. I have no clue.
Maybe. Always bet on black.
Well, that's true.
Sorry if I was interrupting.
That's roulette, though.
What a difference a year makes. If you remember this time last year, small caps completely non-existent and very, very boring. But back to life in a big way this summer, guys. Pinterest, on the other hand, saw a few people asking about this morning. Yeah, I mean, better part of 20% here for Pinterest, back to 24, 25, 24 and a half anyways right now. I mean, the quarter was terrible, but the bigger story, as we were talking about last week, guys, there was rumors floating around about Elliott Management, and they confirm in the report Elliott is now, in fact, the largest shareholder of Pinterest. So it would appear this entire move is based off of that news.
Yeah, look, man, they missed everything. It's like their wild thing. It's like when Bob Eaker's just a little left, just a little right. Okay, miss on revenue, miss on earnings. Companies still under some trouble. But the truth is, we talked about this in the afternoon show, it still needs to just break out of this consolidation here. 16 to 24, and it's 24.40 if you want to actually get technical about it on the top end there with pins. I get it, there are some positives, right? Like, it's gone down so far. They are poised to try to make a bit of a rebound, which does give you some upside. And then you throw on top of that if the market sort of stays bearish, there's always the chance that it's sold off so much that it has a better chance at making a bottom. All that is certainly possible, but until it breaks this channel, it doesn't get very interesting. So if it got to the top and didn't break out, then it's a fade until it gets through that 24 and a half. Had this been bad and the Elliott thing didn't matter, I would have said the same thing if we were off those lows. I probably would have tried going long off 16, but it looks like you got that 24.40. I'll fade it. I'll have a stop through the 50s there, and then that'll be pretty much it for me on pins. Too far, too fast. The Elliott management stake's the only reason why it's up here. Maybe it wants to break out, but if it's going to do so, what looks like, I mean, the market is down as well. That's the other side of this coin. Like, that's why I think you can have a bit of a breakdown here in Pinterest. So I'll be shorting it unless it gets over that 24.5.
So I wanted to just talk. So first of all, obviously great, Pinterest Elliott management is a great one, but I also wanted to bring everyone's attention to another name that Elliott stepped into recently, obviously is going to be PayPal. So this is something that, if they're trying to go out there and find some value, it's just funny because remember PayPal, see, I bet you Elliott or somebody started that rumor that PayPal was going to buy Pinterest to begin with, because that seems to be pretty funny that that's happening.
And those
now.
are two things
Those are the two things now that they're stepping into. This is why I'm here. It's not just for the good looks or anything. But, this $90 to the upside breaks on PayPal. I mean, we still got a little ways to go for that, but I really like this 90 break on PayPal, and I just feel like, who knows? They're reporting this week, right? Yeah, so PayPal reports this week. So is it tonight? Yeah, so, what if Elliott comes out and says that, hey, yeah, there is more here for us on PayPal, and maybe they do put out a surprise number, something, I mean, not similar to Pinterest, but maybe they do put out a number here today, PayPal. So this is really the name that I'm going to be watching at that $90 level. We still have work to do to get there, like I said, but yesterday's high of $89, I mean, that could be a breaking spot too, especially if this market gets going. So for me, I will have PayPal on my mind right now. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to go get it. Well, we have a Arun coming up soon. I'm going to get a tea when he comes through. But, it's upgrades and downgrades now. I'm going to be looking at PayPal and also some of these names there, Brendo.
Yeah, a few interesting ones on the board so far this morning. Pinterest top of the list here, Citigroup. It's worth noting again with earnings, there's a ton, both directions for Pinterest today. Zoom Info, this ON Semiconductor we were talking about a little bit yesterday after a decent report going back to last week. TDOC, I noticed down this morning. It's actually more than that, 3.5% on the board there. And P&G, guys, to name a few on the downside.
Yeah, look, so, I mean, if you look at Procter there to the downside, I think when all those tech names and some of the beat-up names started going up, Procter, it wasn't really that bad of a quarter, but one of the more defensive names catches a little bit of a sell. I think that makes a little bit of sense. You might see some rotation in that regard. That's why you could see some weakness in something like a Caterpillar along those lines. But TDOC, I think, is the more interesting one for everyone out here in terms of the trade. Still on the New York, last I checked. And that's me typing it incorrectly and then reminding myself that it is on the New York. But it's right back and forth off the 50-period moving average. It even has what'll show up as a wick top for yesterday's trade, because it tried to, last week's trade, it tried to break out. Yesterday, it tried to break out at 37 and failed that. So I'm just looking at 37 on Teledoc. Did I not get 1038s? Anyways. I'm just looking at that 37 on Teledoc as possible resistance. It was resistance since that we had the huge gap down. It had the breakout and then fail. So I think it can come right back in and be a short off that 37 level. But looks right, goes over to AMTD, which is what just happened, and was like, where did that just go to?
I think it was 1050, wasn't it?
1058.
I was watching
1058.
Yeah, 1058. Yeah, my bid's at the quarters. I know you were saying that yours is a little bit higher than that. I'm
moving it now.
Yeah, we just missed that. That's too bad. I was hoping that it was going to come down. I'm not going to move it, man. I mean, it's just a liquidity thing. Like, we could get low 10s on this.
Yeah, it might.
I don't know if it's going to go. But we did see a super chat there about Ford, and what a great runner Ford's been, man. We'll go bang on that one. So has Tesla. I mean, there's been some big moves here in the automotive space the last little while. Obviously, look at this Ford move, man. We talked about buying more of this at $12.50, which we did once it broke here. It's up to $15, but this is not something that I'm planning on selling. So Ford with a great move up to 16, and I know we got a super chat at that 16, and I'm glad that we did, because you're right. I forget who it was, but you're right, because this $16 mark could be the next stop here. I feel like the market has gone too far too fast on nothing. I mean, a lot of people interpreted the Fed last week as being dovish. I'm not so sure that that's the case. So for me, I mean, it's the case because the market interpreted it to the upside, but I feel like there's some more downside risk here in the market, and the fun is not to the upside right now. I believe it's to the downside. So if you're going to look at Ford, this is not. I would not be buying any stocks right now. I'm not putting new money to work anywhere. Like if you want to buy something, maybe buy the TLT, buy duration, something like that. I don't think it's wise right here to step in and say, you know what, I like Ford right here. I mean, this has been from 13. It was 12.50 4 days ago, right? And now you're going to open up at 15.20. It's a great move, but Ford doesn't move like this, and neither does a lot of stocks in the market. So, you know, the NASDAQ's really off to new levels. We've seen the QQQs go back to May levels, I guess. And the thing is like, what did like May, June, July not happen? I mean, it's just one of those things where we've just completely come back here. I mean, not all the way. I mean, but there's May right here. That's May 4th. I mean, if you come back to where we were here, May 6th, 317 off these 270 bottoms. I feel like earnings kind of saved us a little bit this round, and I'm sure that's great, and that is what's helping the market. But I mean, the macro, we're going to get a jobs report on Friday. I don't think things are getting too much better here. So for me, I'm going to continue to look at some shorts in these names. That's why we have Amazon as a short today. But hey, if this market can hold up, then there is going to be more rally time. I just think it's been such a great run. I might even start to sell some Apple, and I've never ever said that. Well, I have said that once, and I did do it once. And I did sell some Tesla, which seems to be wrong. As that went to what, 920 or something yesterday or 2 days ago?
936 yesterday.
Wow. And what are we doing today on Tesla?
I think we're back below the 9.
Okay, 870. I mean, I sold it at 828 or whatever that was.
Looked like a top yesterday. We have another super chat here from Aldous Huxley, which by the way, that's a fantastic name. We were all forced to read a certain book. Well, at least I was in grade 9. I don't know if you had to read that one too. But you guys can figure out
Cole's Notes.
What book that is. Cole's Notes were fantastic. Hold Tide, YOLO. So the Tide spinoff, yeah, I get it. It made a bit of a move last week. It was last week off of the $1 breakout. But here's what I will say. I'm not going to sit here trying to pump any stocks to you. But when you make a break at $1 and then you make a double top like Revlon goes to sleep a little bit and then bounced off $1, we saw this with Mullen when it had a move or a second move or like an 8th move or whatever you want to call it. Tide, yeah, it could be set up for one of those. I just think as far as the trade goes, when I'm looking at something like this, I then want to be playing off the dollar support. You know, like a 97, 98 stop. We're talking like good risk to reward in the 1s, 2s, 3s. We did it with Mullen and it was pretty good for a few days or maybe even a week. It was pretty solid there. I know Trader Pratt had it for a little bit as well. So I like that for Tide, but you know, I'm not sitting there trying to hold it through if it breaks like 98 or 95 in a worst case scenario. And then you're just trying to get out, like anything from the 15 to 25 range, hold a piece in case it does moon. That's my day trading perspective on Tide. I'd never get too greedy with something like this or try to get away from the risk to reward. But at $1, it definitely gives you that.
All right, let's go to Boeing here quickly before we bring in Arun for a look at the market. Boeing down this morning. Remember, this thing was a monster yesterday. It got up, I think it was 6 or 7% at the highs. We are lower, though, as the FAA kind of reiterated its new directive for not only the 787 Dreamliner, but the 777 airplanes from Boeing now as well. So there was a spike to the downside there on a decent volume break anyways through 165. 1% today downside, guys, after a big day yesterday for Boeing.
Yeah, Boeing was good for us yesterday to the long side. You know, and obviously
I saw it was trade of the day, was it?
Yeah, we went with Boeing. My trades aren't showing up.
Your trades
anymore.
aren't showing up. Good.
So we went with Boeing. I actually think like Rudy and I both had Nvidia, and in some ways, I thought like that was probably a cleaner long. It was set up better on the daily chart, but Boeing gave multiple entry points. It was 64, 66, and then 68 longs, both breakout prices. That was weird. Like now they show up. Like I guess it takes a while to load.
Yeah, I told the program to put them on there.
Yeah, isn't that magic? This purple isn't. I got trailed out in this purple. Well, I had an offer out and then I got out, so it just shows like I went short. You know, I can't say that was a good turn. I was just getting the long multiple times, and then we got away from it in the afternoon. Quite frankly, because it wasn't doing anything, and below that 168 where the pre-market break happens, I'd be waiting back to see if it retests that 64 level for support. It's going back to square one. it's still the same thing on the daily, which is continuing a huge breakout. It's now up 50% when you're above that 165, and that daily break was 164. So you hold above 164. We like that. Maybe you can sustain to the 200 period moving average. The issue becomes if the market does a pullback day, what can we really do with Boeing? Like it's not likely to withstand a couple of days in a row if the market were to actually make some fresh lows, hold below 1%, things of that nature, which are certainly possible after the way that we close. But I still like 164. Can't say as much as yesterday where it had a far better catalyst. Not touching the 66s, 168. It's got to break and hold above like it did yesterday. It was a break, then it held above. I'd take the 68 only in that regard, not as a breakout, but if it consolidates above that price.
Oh man, thanks to Maggie. She just got me some lemon tea, so thank you for that one. Okay, so I just wanted to quickly talk a little bit about Boeing here because, obviously that's what we're talking about, so we can do that. We used to have a plane animation here. I don't know, where did that go? Anyways, it was one of us flying in here on a plane. If I can find it, if I could this is one here coming flying in, okay, but this one crashes, so it's not this one. Okay, but anyways, I just feel, like I said, I'm a little bearish. We've turned the bull around here. It's a little bearish. So I just feel like, you got to watch out for some of these lower levels on Boeing. I just think a lot of these names have just, they've come up and they've had some great runs. So, here's Boeing all the way up to 170 now. So that was a great move to the upside. And now I think you can trade back into this 155, 160 area. So that's kind of what I'm looking at here for Boeing, regardless of whatever the news is. Obviously, if it keeps coming out super positive and you can get some nice bumps like this $10 move yesterday, then that's absolutely fantastic. But I do think that it fades back down in a little bit here. Like I said, you were just at 136 2 weeks ago. Now you're at 170. That's a huge move for Boeing. So I like that. I like the play. I'm invested in this a little bit lower than where we are now. But again, haven't taken any profit. I feel like this is a long-term position. So for me, Boeing, for today as a day trade, I like to see it back into 160. I don't think we get there, but to me, that's where I start to buy it. 160 to 162 area here today. Let's see if this thing drops in. We're down 1% on the NASDAQ. We're down 0.62% on the ES, and Boeing is a lot lower than that, right? So Boeing's almost double right now, the S&P to the downside. We like trading relative weakness versus strength. So I'm going to watch out to see if this thing does fall. Maybe you can get yesterday's bottom of 165 and then test it. I just think you do get it. So if that comes through, then I am trying to look for a little lower levels. So I think it's kind of wise to sit around this 162. I might start buying around 163. The thing is, I have shorts in my mind, so I don't want to be like, I don't want to be too much influenced off the open. Let's just see where these stocks go. And if they do happen, wow, there's AMTD. You never see these names on the sticky note, on the imbalance locator, but it is leading the way. A random name here, AMTD, as we've talked about. Baba on there, Sizu. Is this another one of these? 77. So whenever we see these random names, look at this shot right here. What up, Sizu? How are you doing? All the way up to 77 cents here. As if I have any idea what this is, Brendan. Maybe I know we have lots to go over, but CZOO here with a rip yesterday. Was it yesterday? Did it happen yesterday? No, it's this morning, Brendan. So CZU right now taking off to the upside up to 86 cents right now. So I don't know. Maybe there's something about this one.
That's an earnings play, guys. So they reported pre-market. It's a little online car retailer. Used car retailer. Just on AMTD, before we get to Arun here, they were just talking about it on CNBC. So just be careful if you're still watching that AMTD. Yeah, even CNBC is talking about it. Let's bring in Arun, as mentioned, and get a check of the overall market here, Arun. Obviously some, bigger headline risk today with this Nancy Pelosi story kind of lingering in the background. But overall, how do we approach this?
And with caution is all I can say, right? It's absolutely you have to keep an eye on the headline risk, the geopolitical headline risk at this point. So we're still going to try to work with the levels as best we can, but at the back of our heads, back of our minds, we got to keep an eye that, hey, things start to get really hot real quick. It means there's something coming out. At that point, bail if you can at that point. So right now, 40.90 is what we had in terms of support. We've kind of cracked that, bounced around. I'm going to remove that level. It's not going to be in play. We've been using 40.90 for the last couple of days. Not there anymore. So we're back to using 41.50 on the top end. So anything north of 25, 41.25 going up to 41.50, potential shorts if you can get the setup. that top is there. We clearly established yesterday that there's going to be a lot of action in the 30s going into 50. So that's going to be a solid level to work with on the short side. Now, flip side, below 40.90, we had 40.65. Since 40.90 is gone, that 85, 80-ish going on down to 65 is going to be there as a potential buy zone. Given how we've come down, we're going to respect the strength of the sell move for now. Market's down, 0.88 on the NASDAQ. We're going to respect the strength of the down move, but at the same time, if it goes into that 80 and starts to stabilize and catch a bid, or even at least solidifies and gives you a reason for a long, then you go for a long with the 40.65 stop. You're going to have to essentially range trade this until this actually gets a breakout in one way or the other. But that was kind of given when we came through 4,000 into 4,100. North of 4,100 going into 4,200 is going to be a massive daily / weekly level that's going to be a problem. Once you clear 4,200, trade gets easy again. But we need to get through this area, the next 100 points to the upside before things get easy again. Until that happens, this is the type of trade we're dealing with, so trade accordingly. And we also have headline risk, so keep that in mind. And it's probably the right area for this kind of action too, right? You get headline risk in an area where there's going to be resistance and high volume action from the past. So it makes sense that everything seems to be lining up in this 100-point range. And same thing with NASDAQ around that 13K mark. So here we are, kind of just waiting for some action, waiting for some solid direction. And I'm sure we'll get something after we get through this and then also the jobs report on Friday.
Great stuff. Thanks, Arun. We'll check back in again tomorrow morning. Let's get into everything else you need to know. 25 minutes to go here before we get the market open for a Tuesday, day number 2 of August. Here's Uber up 12.8%, just hanging out around 28 right now. Yeah, decent report. I mean, all you need to know is they were cash flow positive for the first time ever for Uber. Is that worth 13% here?
No. But Neil, welcome.
Goddamn right. Oh, sorry.
Welcome back to AMTD. I mean, you got a nice little fill there. I got some 60s as well.
I moved it from.
Yep, I know. That's what I was going to say. Like, that was
yeah.
a good move there. I sat there as well. I got some 58s there as an averaged in price, but there it goes right back up.
I should say one thing before we go to Uber, because we'll get to it. No,
yeah,
it's
I
not
just
worth,
squashed Uber right there real quick.
It's not worth that much. There is a thought here. Like, there's obviously people that are caught in HKD naked short, right?
So you're thinking they're going to buy it?
But what is the only play that you could make right now would be to hedge long up your wall.
But you could double lose on that play.
No, you absolutely could double lose on it. But I don't wonder if that's how this whole thing started on the secondary push, why it wasn't falling.
Well, here we go back.
Because I think there's lots of liquidity. Like, there's more liquidity in AMTD right now, and just tons of shares available, and it's reasonable to short. So this one, I don't know how long-lived it's going to be. But Uber, I think there's no way. First of all, okay, I'm surprised. I didn't think it would be that great of a quarter for them. For them, it's actually a pretty good one, but 13%, it's not as highly short as I would have anticipated. I can't ignore the fact that it's breaking out from 27, but I just look back at this lower high, and I wrote down 29. I don't know why I wrote 29. This lower high is more like 28.5 to 29. I guess it's the 29 area. At this, up here, the only thing I can think to do is be shorting at that 29, the previous high. I just can't really think about longing it at these prices. And it's not the same thing as Pinterest, but it's not entirely dissimilar to what I would think about the Pinterest quarter. Cash flow positive is great, but this is a business that has always had gigantic sales and never really turned it into profitability. And I don't know many people that think that they will until you get automated driving, and then that's going to be a game changer for them. And even then, there's like a lot of competition in that regard, and people that are making some inroads that aren't Uber. So it's a tricky one. It just feels like it had come too far. If you want to tell me they had the same quarter and they were trading like 25.80, I'd be looking at a 26 break probably. Like, I think I could have gotten my head around that, to be sure. But you know, I can't go long up here. I don't think the short interest is all that big on Uber. It's probably like 3 or 4%. So I don't think it even gets that kind of a bump. 29 to be a fade for me.
Yeah, I just look at it, you know, I mean, the good thing about Uber is that it's the all-time high there for employment for Uber drivers. I mean, they're up to 5 million now, which is absolutely fantastic. I mean, you want to talk about like sort of building an army. I mean, I think Uber is definitely doing that. Oops, I'm still on AMTD. I still can't stop watching this name. But Yeah, maybe. I mean, maybe when I just said no, it was just kind of a joke. I mean, I don't really know where Uber is going to go. I'm not super excited about it, but it has the volume. It's up to 7 million shares. It's holding the highs. So I mean, to sit here and say that it's going to fall, I mean, I don't really know what that would be based on. It's a nice move back up to the upside. We're taking out a lot of levels. Like I said, I mean, I already did the NASDAQ look back at where we were on the NASDAQ, and we're back to the early May highs again, coming back in. But the early May highs before we dumped back off here. So Uber's right at the same spot. I mean, this is how key is this level right here, 29 bucks. I mean, just like Neil mentioned, I mean, we could come up here and break that. And if we do, it wouldn't surprise me. I mean, there's a lot of traders that like this name. Free cash flow is great, but I mean, you still got to make money, and they're not doing that. Their EPS, they actually, I mean, is it not true that their earnings per share was minus $1.33 versus minus 27 cents?
Yeah,
so they were
a ton of revenue.
That's what I'm saying. They had sales of $8 billion. This market, honestly, they had sales of $8 billion and they lost money. It's just okay. I mean, I get it, and I get this is how it works, but it just doesn't it kind of suck that the shareholders are the ones propping this up, and I mean the management is just going to do stuff like this. But I mean, whatever. The market's going upside. They reward growth companies. This looks like one. I just said how they've got these 5 million drivers. If they can ever figure out how to turn a profit, this company is absolutely going to rocket ship to the north side. So I mean, that's why people buy it, right? We don't buy stock because of current performance. We buy it because of what we feel like the future valuation is of the company. So obviously that's what's happening with Uber today. Did something just happen in the NASDAQ? Did Miss Pelosi land or something? I mean, this is going up to the upside right now, like nuts here on the NASDAQ. So it's a nice move. And of course, I'm just long AMTD, which doesn't give a crap about the market, but it's a beautiful move back up to the upside here. So yeah, maybe there is going to be something here on Uber. And I don't own any shares, and maybe I should. I mean, it's not really here as a big buy. It's only 69,000 shares on the buy side, but the market's rallying here. And I can't think that going long or short at 29 is a bad play. So, that's something to look at. If you're going to go short 29, your stop's going to have to be at 30, and then we'll go from there. So right now we watch Uber shares, but honestly, I have more on my mind. Right now, AMTD's coming back in. It doesn't look like we'll be able to Rari this one up as it's coming back down in right now. And we take one more fill at 50. We do have another one down here in the low 20s, and then we'll get something out if it breaks back down too much below $9. So yeah, here comes AMTD right back in. So yeah, no risk, no Rari, but AMTD right now is not helping me even put gas in my car at this point. So let's see if it can go back to the upside. Have some faith. I want this name to just open. I just want this market. Let's get that fast forward thing going on here where we can get to 9:30 and we can see what happens to this name, because it's not going to halt here in the pre-market or anything like that. I don't think, anyways, unless something magical happens. It's not going to halt due to the back and forth movements unless there's some kind of a company halt here, which I don't think is going to happen. So we just need this market to open up and then see if we can make a little bit of cash on what is a movement here to the downside at AMTD. I just loaded up again at 1025.
Just a note on Uber, guys. Looks like the CEO coming up on CNBC as well. So not on yet, but will be apparently. Here's a note on Pinterest. We touched on the Elliott side of things earlier. Here's the actual numbers for you. They were decent. Yeah, revenue up 9% year over year, 666 million. Still large, to say the least, loss for Pinterest.
Look, and this is the reason why that I think it's a bit of a fade. They did mess most of the way in terms of expectations, and they don't make money just yet. That being said, it's up 20%. The Elliott stake, fair enough. They're exactly the kind of business that's going to push. Elliott's going to push for them to either continue or see through the changes that they need to make with the brand at least, or maybe even find some kind of an acquirer that can accomplish that goal. So I get that, but until we break out on the daily, we said this in the afternoon show, until we break out at 24.5, I think it's faded until it gets to that point, which sets you up with a risk to reward short off that 24.5 right now. If you take out this floor 23.5 and we get a down day, which maybe is a little bit less likely with that random bounce we just saw in the future, who knows? there's so much of a gap to be filled here. So I can see some profit takers on this move as long as we cut through that 23.5. But my stop is pretty clear. Just to show you guys again on the daily, it's been sitting here since April with this, basically the same bottom and the same top now for all of spring and for most of spring, and then now most of the summer as well. At some point, it's going to have to get out of this range, but until it does, I'm just playing inside it.
Okay, so because Amazon's not on the board and it's the #1 stock here for me today, hopefully let's go over it a little bit before we miss it, right? So here it is on the sticky note, it's Amazon. I just feel like we went too far here on this name. So we should continue to pull back on market weakness, right? Looking at the 29th bottom break of 132.50. We also have HKD on here, AMTD, Apple, and Revlon. I like all of those names. Obviously, we've talked a little bit about those here today. So on Amazon, like I see Wall Street on the chat as well here, likes Amazon today. Let's just have these stupid damn wicks. This is 133.50 yesterday's open. It looks like we're holding that right now. I can't even use these charts to be honest with you, so I'm just going to pull down an e-signal chart right now. All right, so there it is right now. So we're going to look at this. There's the 133.50. If you really think that that's going to break, then I mean, I'd rather play the short with the market. So you're at 134.50 right now. This could easily, look at this drop off yesterday. 135 opens 135.25, comes all the way down here $2 in an absolute straight line before bouncing up that's $5, right? So down 2, up 5, right? So that's not a recipe that I want to be a part of yet here today. I want it to be down 2, then down 3. So my whole thing is looking at this level right there where we sort of started getting, excited about Amazon. I mean, Amazon had a great quarter. There's absolutely no doubt about that. I wasn't here to trade it the day that it did this. So it went all the way down here to 121. We've been trading Amazon like crazy. They come out and beat. I wasn't here on Monday or Friday or Monday. So that 132 bottom, I mean, I don't know how hard that was to catch, probably was. There's really no reason to go long there. But, you come into that spot yesterday again, that was a monster long. I would have most likely had this against that area, but now I'm almost looking at the other way around. We're up to 133, 134.50. If the market comes in, I mean, we can't predict it. The market's going back up to the upside. So maybe this 132.50 and 133.50 are great spots to start to build your long. And then if you're wrong, then you get out if it breaks 132.50. But for me, I'm going to try to hold tight here and just believe that Amazon on the daily chart is just way, way up there. And I just don't think that it's going to hold these levels. I look at all the tech names that have reported, and there's nothing that looks like this in the big cap names anyways. Microsoft's been super strong. We've known about that story. Apple helped prop up the market a little bit, but look at Amazon. Amazon took a run right back up to these levels. So it's just there's so much built up here around that 140 mark. And it's at 135 now. So if your account can hold like $5, I don't think this is going to break 140. But, we've been wrong before. So let's just wait on Amazon here. But this, to me, is one of the more interesting charts that we're going to look at. You're up near the high here of 138, 139. So if you can get up anywhere near this spot, I believe it's going to be a fade. So I'm going to find some spots to short because it doesn't look like 132.50 is going to come into play right away. But if and when it does, I do want to be short that 132.50 area.
Just saw an interesting note on Tesla, guys. Apparently, they're building their own recruitment software as they push to cut outside providers, is what the story says. But Tesla can do it all. AMD, on the other hand, set to report tonight after market. Earnings to come from this one tonight. There was a minor story as well with this W3B Cloud company that they have a, $10 million investment in. Is going public via SPAC. I mean, it doesn't really matter. Take all of the geopolitical headline risk aside here. They got the bill done last week. These were very strong yesterday. What do we do with them today?
So I liked actually NVIDIA a little more than I liked AMD because AMD had already broken out at 92, whereas NVIDIA had not. AMD is reporting, of course, today, so you had maybe a little bit of slowness because of that as well. And yesterday it wasn't as clean of a trade to the upside. I just see it's below this 97. It's not really a head and shoulders, but the afternoon top sort of failed at 97. We closed just below that. Ultimately, you did get to 98.5 up there. So I think that's a fadeable level if you were able to see like that 97 to 98. That's a range that I think you're looking to maybe short in front of. I just prefer NVIDIA and what it did. everything about NVIDIA is a little bit more clean. Like NVIDIA had not taken out this 182, 183 area. That was the very clean break on the daily chart. It just went straight into 188. Now you're just right back below the same price. I mean, 182.5 to 183 is just going to stand out like a sore thumb. It was support in the afternoon. It's the previous high. It was a great breakout. And now you're just sitting there with overhead resistance on NVIDIA at exactly the same price area. So for me, that gets relatively simple. It gets above 183. I think you're looking for it to hold and give you some longs above. Breakout was good yesterday. It needs to consolidate above that price for me to like the long above it. I'm not taking the same break 2 days in a row. Not one it looks like it wants to reject it. But a fail or a fade off of this level does make all the sense in the world as well. The funny thing about Amazon is you weren't here on Monday.
Yeah.
Both Monday and yesterday, I was sitting in the short looking for the rollover in Amazon.
Yeah.
And on Monday, I got the reverse because it just went up, right? So I got the reverse to save it back. Yesterday, I didn't reverse and only lost short Amazon, and then it went up. But I definitely like that 139 up there if it can get there. And I think the pop and fade is in play. But the chips, it's hard not to want to play risk off today after what looks like a failed break yesterday. Like it broke and was good, but on the higher time frame, NVIDIA looks like a fail break.
Yeah, I was looking at Intel and was actually expecting them to be a little bit higher than Intel well below the 50 period here. The 50 period is at 39. And then I just go like this. I mean, I've been telling you guys about AMD versus these other names for quite a while. I mean, this is well above the 50 period. So, you know, if there's going to be any names that are going to be, and I'm going to assume NVIDIA is as well above the 50 period, but probably not as much as AMD. We can have a quick look at this one. It's probably about the same percentage. A little bit less on this one. But, you know, I feel like these are going to be the names that are exposed now for shorts. It's just, we've touched 100 again here on AMD just a couple days ago. So, I mean, that would have been a fantastic short again, and now back into 96. So, you know, all hands, I would sit on my hands here on AMD. I mean, we'll watch the market. I'll be trading everything, but we'll watch the market and see where it goes. So I would just wait on all of these names. I mean, you don't need to get in there and trade it. I mean, we've already talked about a few better ones and ideas here today, but that 95.60, again, if the market fails today, which it looks like it's trying to do here, and just it tried to go back up, which is fine. I mean, we're still well above that 12,000, right? We're actually at 13,000, 12,900 we just stopped at. But AMD should be able to go today. It's just why put on a big position if the traders are going to be waiting until the close, right? And so that's what I'm going to be doing, is waiting for that. So I don't really have too much of a play here on AMD. You can look at the 20-minute chart just to see if there's something here. But again, it's just, what a great move. And it's hard for me to look at these names and try to be positive on the long side of things when I just don't really see anything economically right now that should make that kind of sense. I think it's just been such a move back up to the upside. There's a lot of traders calling 4,200 on the ES as the high. It's literally at 4,101 right now. So how much more upside is there? There might be a little bit. So I don't want to get caught offside, but I just feel like it's been such a great move. Let's just see if the earnings can come through. We said we know the price, we know the macro, so we just need to see the earnings. And they've been pretty good. So the market is going back up to the upside. But remember, it's still summertime. We're halfway through that. The month of August, generally pretty slow. And then you start to ramp up as you get into back to school, into September. And then we'll have some more run-ups. But I mean, a lot of this movement is because a lot of traders feel that the Fed is simply possibly done. I mean, or at least going to the 50 points instead of sticking with the 75. I'm not convinced of that. So until we see some sort of a movement from the Fed, or more speak from Powell, then I'm going to continue to sort of toe the line right now. And I don't think it's a great time to put new money to work. And like I was saying, it might be time to start to trim some of the positions that have ran a lot over the last month and a half. So let's just continue to watch some of these names. I'm not really too excited about too much today, other than that Amazon. I like, the one name, Brendan, since we're talking about NASDAQ names, Apple, like this came in a lot right now. Like I was actually thinking that we may be able to hold the 160 level. And again, these charts are a little bit not great, but it was at 160.50. We'll see. I mean, this is going to be a key level. It's going to break 160 anyways, but on the 20-minute, I mean, there it is right here. We've gapped up a little bit, ran into 163, 164. So if you talk about wanting to get, let's go AMTD, you can do it. We have our biggest position by far on AMTD right now. So we'll see if it comes through 163.50. That seems like a good short. I think we want to get short in here on Apple. So I'm going to put an offer around 163. If we get a pop, I mean, again, they just feel so far away. I don't feel like today's going to be one of those wild rides on the NASDAQ. So let's just wait to see what trades out, and we might be light in the first couple minutes here.
All right, great to have everyone with us. If you're just joining, welcome. Not sure where you were for the past hour, but come at 8:30, guys. We talked about Revlon. Smash a like if you are just joining us as well. Revlon out yesterday with this note: $1.4 billion loan gets done. Remember, there was a whole bunch of possible M&A rumors flying around and takeover possibilities for Revlon, but they get the loan done. This happens then in the afternoon, 4.5 up to 10. We're in this range from right at the end of the day yesterday, guys. Looking pretty strong again for Rev.
Yeah, like I can't, like after the talk and the trading in yesterday's trade, where we only had the 9 break after it broke out, so late to the move, and then it stalled out at 10, where I probably should have had that short. Let's be realistic about that. As we talked about it getting to 10, it went to 990. But 750 obviously is going to be support because I'm not getting that clearly. Here, it's just that the $10 break looks like it's going to be the next thing. I guess you can go either direction from 9. If it dips down, looking for support at 750, looking for a break up there at $10. Just want to quickly go over to Alibaba because I did get into position in Baba. You guys can. I think we can all understand that there are some tensions at least, and at 10.20, we'll see how things go. If Pelosi lands, then maybe there is a bit of a catalyst. You want to look for any headlines or any escalation with regards to either
Explain
China
to me what's happening
or
with
the
that
US.
Pelosi thing, because I'm a little bit.
So essentially, no high-ranking U.S. official has visited Taiwan since I think Newt Gingrich 25 years ago. And so Pelosi has this scheduled trip. The White House is basically like playing it down, like we don't know. It's a different form of government, but clearly the Chinese are going to read it as a high-ranking Democratic official is going to Taiwan, which that's essentially disrespecting our stance. And I'm trying not to be political about it, but understand that if they were to, let's say China just flies fighters or something into that airspace, they're going to put them into a bit of a tough spot if they decide to escalate. And the last time this happens, the Clinton administration basically threw like half the fleet near the border and as an escalation, and the Chinese backed down. But this is not 25 years ago. Like
and the Clintons are no longer.
I don't think they like. If there's an escalation, I'm not sure there's going to be any backing down. That's the geopolitical risk that we're sitting in. I kind of feel that puts pressure on some of the U.S.-listed Chinese names, and I've been shorting BOVESPA anyways, every chance we get. In the afternoon, we were playing off of 889. I thought I was shorting. Well, I was short all day on Alibaba, and then trying to short off of the 89 top or give it a trail to the 89 quarters. Now I'm just shorting in front of that same 89 and a quarter. So I did get a pop as the market came in here, but there's lots of headline risk with every chip name, with every Chinese listed, U.S.-listed Chinese company as well. So it's going to be. It should be wild at 10:20. I'm assuming we're going to get a headline that she's actually landed, and then things could get interesting.
I just assumed she was going to Taiwan Semiconductors and trying to tell them to put out some fake news so that the options can go wild. Yo,
That's
Tony,
right.
What's up, Tony, my man?
What's up, brother?
He's in the building right now. Oh, Revlon. Yeah, what's up, Revlon? Thanks for all the makeup that you've given us over the years. We will wait to see here if you break that 10 level. I mean, I have it. It's on the sticky note as a $10 break. Shout out to Playmaker and some of you other guys here that I'm pretty sure are still in this name. And if not, maybe it's time to get back in. I wouldn't touch this thing until it does break through $10. And even if it does break through 10, I don't know. I mean, it's tried it a couple times. I thought I had the stop order out, which apparently it's not out, but I can have lots of time to put it back out. I am going to take that break. So when Revlon does break through 10, I haven't paid for shorts. I don't want to go short any of these names. I'm not going short on AMTD. I'm not going short on HKD. I'm not going short on any of these names. I want to go long. And so I'm going to go long on Revlon, and we're just going to wait to see what it does. I'm always giving roughly $1 worth of stops. So, I mean, whether or not I'm going to get stop hunting punted now or whatever. I mean, come at me if you want to do that. But I feel like all of us are at $9 because the reason why I say that is because my stop is already set. Like if it breaks 9, it breaks 9. That's fine. So we'll go long at 10 and then we'll assess our stop once we get that, because until it's hard for me to say one thing, if, ands, and buts, because we got to wait to see where it goes. We got to wait for the momentum. If anything, it looks like 8 wants to hold right now on the daily chart. So that could be something to look out here for Revlon. I mean, on the 20-minute, you're all the way up here, and there's your $8 wicks multiple times. So, you know, that could be the level that you want to hold out for. So take as many shares. This is what I always say. Like, take as many shares so that you can withhold a move down. If you want to take 1,000 shares on this name and your out's going to be $8, just realize you're risking $2,000. I mean, that's like, it's really that simple, right? And so if you don't want to take shares that you're risking more downside than you believe there's upside. And I know that doesn't sound like rocket science, but honestly, a lot of traders miss that point. It's very easy to lose, Neil. I mean, especially on names.
Market loves making you lose.
That's the thing, and especially on names where we have like rose-colored glasses, like AMTD, where we're just stuck long. I mean, everyone's going to be long. I see you're taking profits, and I think there's nothing wrong with doing that. And I think you got to trade your own book, right? Understand the risk and reward that you're willing to put into individual names.
All right. Hi. Let's talk monkeypox stocks. These were back in action yesterday, if you remember. Big gap up for GOVX. We're back below, however, this $4 level that ended up being a bit of a wall late in the day yesterday was tested 4, 5, 6, 7 times and failed. So we gapped above that. We come back immediately below that. So it gives you a very easy level to work off of here. This is 350. Below that, that was 350. Below that, there's this huge gap down to about 280. So a little bit weak today for some of these monkeypox stocks, guys.
Yeah, so like Sean said, I have been paying myself on the last dip buys in front of 1050, and then the one that I actually got at the 10 quarter there. Remember I said 1031? I like buying 31s in front of quarters. Yeah, I got 1031 in front of 10 even. And just, again, paying myself in front of 11 because it failed at 1150 last time. If it breaks 10, I just remember what HKD did at the open yesterday, which was halt to the downside. So we have to watch this. If this stock does what it did in the open yesterday and were to make some kind of a $20 push to the downside, I want to stop out and then look for longs off of a halt bottom in either one of these two. And they are candidates to halt. We got Tony on the bell.
It's always a good day.
Is it Turnaround Tuesday? I don't know if you can even call it that one, but it's a good Tuesday. We got Tony on the bell. We got lots moving here.
I'm going to say if it's Tony Tuesday. Maybe we can have Tony back on. I'm going to talk to this kid.
All right, Tony, and one.
Let's go. All right, thank you, Mr. Tony. Tony the Tiger's in the building. Okay, just quickly here as we watch Apple. Apple just takes down that 160, just a little level that I was looking at. So again, not trying to make any big moves right now, just watching out for Apple coming on here. Let's watch out for Amazon as well. Amazon takes a move to the high side again. Wow, up to 136. That could possibly be a short. Look at the NASDAQ cracking higher right now. Up, taking out day's high again here. Pre-market high, looking to take out this 12,880. It looks like it wants to do that. And uh-oh, it's AMTD time. Let's see if we can halt. Let's go to the upside, baby. Take these levels out and halt. That's all that I want. I want this name to halt to the upside. I don't know if it's going to. There it is. Comes right back in. So this is the risk associated at all times with AMTD. We do not know where this name's going to go. HKD, Neil, have you been looking at that one? Go ahead.
HKD got to
950 right now.
980. I saw 980 top. So it almost got to 1,000. Watch out for that. I did get the Nvidia short off that 183, 182 and a half. Well, 182.35 in front of 182 and a half. Already able to scalp some out and pay ourselves out a little bit here. But look, obviously, if I get into a couple of these rollover shorts, like I just reloaded into Alibaba, we do have to withstand a market which is trying to go higher. So we'll got to reload in BABA after also taking some shares. Sorry, there we go. Just got to reload in BABA after already taking some shares out at 88.2. And this is threatening to try to make a breakout at that 89.5. So BABA catching a bit of a bid. But that HKD, you've got to watch what's going on here. If it gets to $1,000, I don't see any way AMTD wouldn't halt. Like 1,000 would be insane. So watch out for HKD here. It's already up at 950 and holding bid. Sorry, the spread's not $100. Yes, it is.
Yes, it is. Probably
yes,
it is.
It is $100. That's insane.
Bang! Right here as we go, guys. The money coming through right now. This is what we're talking about. This is why we're here. The casino is open and ban me from it. Right here, we're going up to 1250 to the upside. There goes AMTD. Oops, Brittany, we did it again, just like the High Park girls team did it. We got disrespected, and we came out with the chip. We came out, we won it, and we're doing it again here on AMTD, up to the upside, and there we go, man. A nice little move back there. We just took 13s on that name, so let's go on that to the upside. We could say, man, this thing still could lose on that. 28.60 right there is the high for Uber. Uber did fall back in. We're just trying to find some names that are moving around a little bit for you right now. The market's just back and forth, so I'm
Baba just broke out.
Which did, sorry?
Baba just broke out, so it's gonzo through 90. I got to find something that's even going to work to the long side. After NVIDIA just took out that top, got a bit of a wick high, so at this point, I just want to calm down with it. We're able to get some out at 181. We then got back in front of 83. Now you're holding above that 83 price. It gets pretty bullish above 83s on NVIDIA, so it's got to be consolidation above. Yesterday, I just clean reversed into this long and then just held it, but after the bit of a fail that it put on, I want to make sure it's actually holding above that price. AMD might be something very similar. Brendo?
A little one moving here, guys. KRKR was up on earnings in the pre-market. This is another very low float stock, guys, so just be careful. 80% right now, about 20 million on the float. Just took out pre-market highs there.
Why did Brendan not come with GovX news right there? It is halted right now.
Just
so
a normal
did it just halt off? I guess it just halted off open, or this must be news pending. I wasn't watching this. All of a sudden, I just noticed that it was halted.
There's the flush.
There it is. So there you go. Bye-bye. The casino is now open, and I'm banned the other way now. As this goes back down to the downside right here.
This could be a big opportunity here. You're going halt down on HKD and AMTD simultaneously. We're looking at halts to the downside.
Yeah.
I mean, I heard some groans, and come on. I paid for shorts on AMTD there because it was going to be simultaneous. Halt down 811.78 on HKD, 945 here on HKD and AMTD 945 with a bit of a halt down. So looks like both of these starting to come back in. If we do the same thing as yesterday, remember HKD halted down, I think maybe twice, at least once, got to 260 and then doubled up by the afternoon. If the same thing were to happen, I'm going to favor trading in AMTD, as you guys can already see here. We might have a chance. If this reopens and holds like $8, HKD catches a bid, that's what I would be looking for.
Maybe, we didn't get. We got some out at 13 there, made a little bit of money, but still holding on to 60% of the position. So that one could be a little nasty. And that's what we talked about, right? It's like, where is it going to go from here? What's it going to happen? My hold price didn't even hit yet. My stop price is going to be through 9. So that probably will happen now when it opens back up, and we'll have that for you there on that one. Some people talking about AMC as well here to that upside right now. Yeah, a little bit. 1580. Watch out for 16 there coming on AMC. But the market's starting to go a little bit back up to the upside again. I don't have any positions, only AMTD. That bounce for Apple maybe at 160 could have been something. There's 159.90 coming into play there for that name. So that
Roku broke out.
You know, Roku's breaking to the upside, or like what is
Roku? So Roku had that 73 top. You're now breaking out on Roku. This is going to be this looks like a good one. The gap fills like $10 from here on Roku. So I don't know. I look at this and I ignored it all of yesterday. We traded it on. Was it on Friday? I think we were trading Roku, and we tried catching some longs off the bottom that were good on reversal. I'll play $10 higher. Why not? If we were long 62, what's worse than being long 70 in front of 73? Looks like a pretty clean break. I want some exposure to something that can go to the upside because I am still thinking overall we just wick high there on NVIDIA. So it went through. I took the wick out top, and now we're looking to hold below that 183. I'm going to try and get involved in NVIDIA to the south side again. I did get stopped out there on my reload. I like the chance to maybe catch something in front of that 183. To me, it's just a short till it's not. And shout out to everybody on Roku. That was a fantastic look there. I totally forgot about that after yesterday's trade. That's the kind of thing, like when you put in that big of a gap, and I'm talking about like anything that gaps down that far, whether it continues or stalls, it almost doesn't matter. For the next week or so, it should just be in play every single day. Right? Like either it's going to continue breaking out, try to fill in this gap, or we can still retrace down $1, whichever one you like. Like how quick and how easy was that? It's like, oh, look at that. 73 breakout. If it comes back in and gives you the dip, you just want to be long in front of the breakout price. Already $1 in the money. I think playing to 75 makes sense. If it gets anywhere near 80, that's a short, but it's nowhere near 80. So, Brendo?
No headlines yet, guys, but this one just popped up. Taiwan Semiconductor on a big volume spike back to Pre-market highs, $85 the high there.
All right. I mean, I dropped that name. I said, like, what is she going to Taiwan semi, like, specifically there? So we'll see what that does. But we're going to short Amazon here as it just rips back up right to its high again. So we'll put on a trade here for Amazon. We talked about where we think it's going to go, and I think it's just going to go down. Could be completely off on that one. New position alert right now as well as the roller coaster ride continues for Palantir. So a nice move upside yesterday on Palantir. Of course, I wasn't here, so I didn't see the action. But look at that move yesterday where we stopped right there at about 11 o'clock. We stopped here at 1070. So we'll take the long on a 1070 break, and we'll just see where it goes. So here's Palantir on the 20-minute chart. We've been up here before. When I hear names like Roku starting to go, I just think about growth stocks. So that I go over to Palantir, which I know is off nicely from 9, so up to 1070. We're going to hold on to some Palantir for the ride, see where it goes right now. Stop spot for us on, I mean, I don't even know where my minute chart has gone. There it is right there. Stop for me on Palantir. I mean, we can use 50. I mean, probably 50 is where we should go on this one. So if this comes back down to 1050, I got Amazon short, yeah. Did I? Yeah, I did. So Amazon short is now big time in the money, so we'll go like that again. Oh yeah, I'm not supposed to use the Valeria things anymore. Right down to the downside, 134. Here we go. So nice little 50, 60-cent winner right now for Amazon as it's coming back in. So this one could be a good trade here for AMZ. And let's just take a piece out as we come back in. But so far, right there, a little backflip action happening on Amazon. What's up, Brendo?
There's a newsletter, I guess it is, or a news website in China called Money China. They are reporting, guys, that Pelosi actually landed in Taiwan earlier and came on another plane. So looks like that was the move down in the market there.
So she's okay. So she's already there. Okay. Well,
why is this like affecting the market like that, like so much? Like, I mean, I get that she's there, and I get that it's a nice. Go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I had a trader where we were talking about HKD, MTD when I was on the train, going back and forth, not texting, but on Hangouts. By the way, they both opened to the downside, and he was like 97% chance this is nothing, 2.9% chance that it's something bad, and then 0.1% chance that it is World War III. That was what he said. I'm like, I don't know if that.
Yeah, but that guy makes no sense. I mean,
realistically,
he's made some bad
that's
calls.
the fear. It's that you get an escalation and you have like Cold War action, but halting down at HKD, it now looks like it's trying to halt down again at 720. So AMTD is now making another bottom. So I think like the trading opportunity, if we halt to the downside on HKD a couple of times, it can hold like 600. Remember, I like that $8 area. Well, we did halt on HKD. AMTD has not halted downside just yet.
Why hasn't it? Like, I just took some out. Like, I'm light now.
It was like 960 to 8. I guess it's pretty close to a halt. It resisted the halt band, it looks like. That's what I kind of see happening here. By the way, Roku just took out 75. So instead of staring at that, I should get out at 70. Some of my shares at 75. Got stopped out in NVIDIA, as you can see. So I'm only holding the Roku long at this point. Is now NVIDIA jamming to the upside. I don't have the long off 183 like yesterday, but no halt on AMTD. That's a little bit shocking to me, bouncing off that $8 level. I only wanted this, I didn't want this long with HKD halted down. If HKD was making a bottom and not halted, I'd probably be long at $8, but not into a down halt on HKD. That doesn't make any sense to me. I'll wait for HKD to open up to look for an opportunity to get back into this. But I was paying myself along the way. I did stop out the last of my 1060s when it broke $10, but always going to have a bit of a stop out on this. We'll get the open to you when it does happen. But I got to go back over and show you guys what's going on in NVIDIA, because I look over at the NASDAQ. It's still wick top on, it's wick top on the ES, but the NASDAQ just took out its high and is continuing. And NVIDIA, I'll show you the 3. Sorry, guys. NVIDIA, I reload, able to get some out there, 182.5, and then we're stopped out. Suddenly, it looks like it's back to the long above 183 on NVIDIA, and I'm nowhere to be found. AMD, maybe a chance for a little bit of a lag like it did yesterday. It's still giving you a consolidation and a potential $97 break here on AMD. So not as much strength in AMD as you're seeing in NVIDIA. I guess that makes some sense.
I don't know what makes sense anymore, but right now we are watching out for AMTD, of course, going back up to the upside here. So, we got out at 9, like we said, but we did reload down there low 8s. I mean, this is just one of those plays where you kind of just hope and wish that it can go to the upside. I mean, it's going to follow that HKD. Stop outs could be pretty simple. I mean, it held that 8. If you're nervous about it, you could play that most recent bottom, but remember, like in names that are going to halt like this, that's really where the problem becomes even bigger, because you can't get out. Like when it halts, if you're not watching the stock and it's in a halt state, then you're just basically when it opens back up, you're stuck, right? This one actually opened back up higher. It ripped up to 10.25 there after halting at 9.50. So it's not necessarily that a halt is a bad news situation for these guys. But again, if you're going to watch this, you got to watch HKD, like Neil's just been talking about. And that's halted again, obviously, at 7.20. So we'll wait to see where that opens. That's probably going to really tell the story here for AMTD. So let's just wait to see what that does, and then we'll go from there. So that's what that's doing right now. All right, so we did not, I mean, Palantir is an absolute rocket ship right now to the upside. So this is going to be a monster Gronk spike kind of a trade for me. We have shares on this name. We're really happy with that break. We talked about the levels there that we liked and that we saw. So for me, Palantir upside, let's go. The next offer for me is at 85. How far did we get? We got 82 there, so not close enough, but that was almost a play there for me on Palantir. AMTD, we talked about, and then Amazon, we didn't get anything out when it went down there to VWAP, so that was a mistake. Obviously, we tried. We weren't aggressive enough. We were looking at AMTD, but that's fine. I mean, that's why it's a starter spot for us here on Amazon. I like it short again into 136, 137, ultimately 139. So as it comes back in, let's watch it. But as Amazon goes up, I mean, as Amazon goes up, as is Palantir. So that's starting to work out a little bit for us as well. So long Palantir, short Amazon. Let's see if we can't put the two together and have a happy marriage somehow here and try to win on both of these names today. So darn it. Talking about that 136 and it fades out again. So here comes Amazon screaming back down to the downside, and we didn't short the tops. Let's try that at 136 again. Brendan?
Another decent mover, guys. Zoom Info trying to get back to the upside here after a decent report from them. Up huge in the aftermarket yesterday. There's a number of upgrades on this stock this morning as well. So wasn't doing anything pre-market here, just chilling at around 43. But coming in through the downside for ZI.
Zoom Info, zooming to the upside is Revlon a little bit here. Never got to 750, so the longs off that or anywhere close to it, not going to come into play for me, unfortunately. But that's just, you can't will prices that you want. I just got a dip by NVIDIA, so I am now looking to see if it can hold above 182.5 and flip to the long. The short gave you a couple of scalp wins, but ultimately ended up losing. I just remember $10 break on Revlon. Higher low would be in this range here, like 880s to 920s. I think that's where I'd be attempting to do any kind of a dip buy. I didn't get anything in Uber, and I'll get to GovX in a second, but Uber didn't quite get to 29, got to 28.5, and is starting to reverse on a lower high here. I think it's too far. I think it went too far. That's just sort of my opinion on it. I like the short in front of 29 even. We might have to start it a little bit earlier. And Pins was the other one that we wanted. I'm sort of fading. It just decided to break down. So Pinterest off that high 24.40. Still valid if it gets there, but I might have to start thinking about that 23.5 if it does indeed try to pop back into the upside. I'm not trading Tesla here. But I can tell you it did make a charge up to 895 and tried to get through 900 just briefly before fading in. And HKD did open back up. If I had just gone for it at $8, obviously that would have worked out. But HKD opened up, bounces off 660, now catching a little bit of a bid here. So I think that like wipeout bottom buy, you had to be willing to do it when HKD was halted down. Definitely rewarding you because it got back to $10 here. But for me, I just didn't want to do it when HKD was halted down.
Yeah, we went a little long there on a 10 break again, but our average price now is $9.80 on this name with some shares, needless to say. So there we go, nice little move back up to the upside. So yeah, we will go diamond it. Whoops. Whatever this guy's, oh good, he sprayed me out of the way there. Okay, so yeah. So there it goes back up to the upside, so we do take that one. And hello, nice little move back up for Palantir as well, man. I mean, this is how we trade. Like, we wait for stocks to happen. I'm a new man, as you guys know. And oh yeah, by the way, here we go. Here's the update from the official World T-Ball Championship right here. For the first time in tournament history, we swept everything. And then there it is right here. A girls team won a divisional championship match. So shout out to everybody there who has little girls. Everybody on keep playing sports with them.
They're both
there goes
again.
AMTD. AMTD is going to halt down to the downside right now. Yeah, AMTD is going to halt to the downside. What's up, Rendo?
As to put on the monkeypox list, APDN, monkeypox test kit on the way out to everyone. So 153% about to take out day highs.
So I'll tell you this right now.
Sean should have halted.
Sean just said something. It was 100%. I'm staring at the level 2. It looked for all the world like it was like there was jammed offers that were sitting there in the halt band, and somebody took it all. right? So basically when we talked about like it should have halted on the level 2, like you cannot, if it goes to like 780, let's call 780 the halt price, it loads up 780, 779 cannot be hit by anybody because if it trades lower or goes that low for 15 seconds and goes into a halt, it can only go up. So you get stacked offers, people trying to sell below that price, and they got lit up. Somebody bought all of it. So the only thing I can think about here is like we were talking before, somebody might just be saying, my hedge is I'm short stuck HKD. I'm just going to buy chunks of AMTD as a bit of a hedge. That's the only logic that makes any sense to me. But someone loaded up big time at 780 there on AMTD. I'm kind of staying away from it at this point. I don't like being in one when the others halted. And HKD, once again, halted to the downside at 662. Let's see if it can hold 500. If that happens, I think there will be a long again in AMTD. It's just about the structure of it. Like on Monday with Amazon, sometimes you've got to be able to accept that, okay, I like the short through that 183 resistance, but at some point it just turns into a long like it was yesterday through 183 on NVIDIA. So it ends up finally holding a bid above that price. I get out of the short. This is it holding that bid. This is it now consolidating with a wick bottom. So now long off that 183, taking some out at 184. And then I think we're looking back to 185 and 187, just like we did in yesterday's trade for NVIDIA. Just not nearly as aggressive. I wasn't short first on NVIDIA yesterday, but this time we did go short off those levels first. Roku's still heading to the upside. I don't want to ignore these. It's just, look, I get HKD's moving, man. We got to talk about that one. And we got to talk about HKD and AMTD when they're moving. Roku, that break at 73, I didn't catch the break, but that breakout on the higher time frame gave you 73 for a dip buy. I've already covered a bunch at 75. That's a logical level. If it consolidates and breaks higher, 77.5, 80, those would be two reasonable targets. I'll be looking for a place to possibly put a trail at some point. The market is trying to go. The ES is not going with it. Uber, of all things, trying to make another push up to 29 even. Well, you know what I feel about 29 even. That's a wick top through the high. I will start my march going against the grain on Uber, which is up 15%. Congratulations to Uber and all of its shareholders today. I didn't think it was that great a quarter, but hey, cash flow positive. So good for you, Uber. You're still losing a ton of money. If it gets above 29, I'm willing to accept that this is just wrong. But for now, I'm going short Uber.
Yeah, I don't think that's wrong either. So, okay, so Snapchat up 5% today. Apple moving as well. Meta to 159. I'm just looking Microsoft. So Microsoft is the one that's a little weak. Okay, so we've just averaged in, obviously, probably too many shares, but we'll see. Average into Amazon up here, so we'll see if that can go. Okay, Palantir, I see you. It's trying to go 81s, 82s. Come on, baby. We'll take out some more 81s if we can get it. Outside at 81 there, and then we'll see. There it goes as it takes down the whole level. And then we'll see about 85s and higher. So this is really going to be an account saver right now because, whatever, AMTD, we'll be negative. Our outs aren't above, so far, that out hurt, but we got back in. So again, if this doesn't go AMTD, then we're not, this is not going to be a positive day on this name for sure. So we'll stay off of it and we'll wait. It's got to stay above 10, obviously, for us to do any damage on this name. But what I just talked about there was softy, and we can't think the market's going to be negative and not look at something that is relatively weak. So there's Microsoft today. Snapchat is still above that 10. That's a name that I was thinking about looking at too. But here's Microsoft taking down some of those charts, taking down those pre-market lows there of 275 and then just kept on going there. So a nice move down. The pre-market was really 275.50. Then the open day was 275. So we just took that out. And then looking at a 20-minute here, 274, what is that level? 273.70. So yeah, we're below. Let's look at Microsoft to see if we can short it anywhere. The problem is I'm already short Amazon, and I like that name a little bit better to the short side, so that's something. Donkey Kong is up to 15 again. I was saying that could be one of the better buys that you've ever seen if they can get things sorted out here, because again, as they build their customer base, you're going to get some nice bottoms there at 11. I think it was $11 is what we talked about when we were talking about it that one day. Yeah, down here at 11 looked like a great little dip buy there for that. NVIDIA is still weak. Is that the one you're short, or what were you talking about? NVIDIA
was a reverse at 183. Right. Okay. It's only Uber that I'm short, which, by the way, that's only going to the upside. I don't know where I'm trailing Roku just yet, but Uber is going to be the one that could be trouble if it gets through that 29.
You know what I feel like has happened?
But AMC, by the way, I have to talk AMC.
Yeah, go for it.
We absolutely forgot to mention AMC. Well, in the chat I mentioned it to some people that I like 1480 to 15, but it was also a pretty solid break if you look at it at this 16 level, right? Like that's pretty significant. I think the same way that we just played Roku, where it was like, if you don't get the break, just look for the dip in front of that previous resistance level that you're breaking out from. That would be here at 16. So I'll probably pop on the bid and just see if I can get something, if it even wants to come back in for us here. But a bit of a miss on AMC, I should say, but hey, when you're watching HKD and trying to make plays in AMTD and you got a couple other positions on, it's hard to look for something new in that situation because I'm glued to both these two. I'm dedicating level 2s to them, Brendo.
A little EV name moving, guys. Faraday was up big time in the pre-market on this note. One of their largest investors re-upping for another $600 million into this one. FFIE, just taking out day highs there.
Yeah, I saw that FFIE on my scanner, and I was like wondering what that was. So yeah, we talked about that a couple of weeks. I think it was last week again. But yeah, okay, so. Yeah, FFIE. No, what I was going, I can't remember what I was going to say, but it wasn't anything crazy. I think it was just Microsoft against this 275 area that I was looking at here. I wanted to go short. We do have a short coming through. I mean, you know, again, as the market fails there, I do not have the short on right now for Microsoft, but I did put an offer at 274.30 when we broke that level, missed the trade, and there it comes back down in. So yeah, I missed the trade on that one. That's definitely my bad. I tried to grab that breakdown. I meant to talk about it. I put it out, and then I put it just broke faster. The spread on this, like when this moves, I mean, it's like 5 cents right now. Like when Microsoft has really opened up a little bit here. And that was the other name actually, Neil. Yeah,
Revlon 10.
Yeah, so that was what I was talking about as well. I saw that approaching 10, so that was another name, so good shout out on that. I am going to go long here, although the breakouts haven't been great today because AMTD has just got everyone's attention. So let's see if everyone can turn over now. Frustrated maybe with AMTD, now maybe they turn over to Revlon. So that would be sort of a theory that could happen right there. And as I said, we would look to see if it breaks 10 where we'd want to get out. What about 9 now? I mean, now the levels are sort of developed there. So we have between 9 and 930 here on Revlon as a possible area to get out if that does break. So yeah, man, good morning so far. And someone said in the chat, like, not a great morning for trading. I hope you don't mean like our trading. I mean, we're doing fine over here with positive days.
As long as you pay yourself, man, there's been great opportunities.
Yeah, no, I think they were just, and that's what I was trying to get to there. I think they're just referring to the fact that like it's been kind of back and forth, right? I mean, Apple hasn't really done too much. Some of these markets really haven't done too much there. You just saw my Revlon there for 100 shares. I don't think it's going to break. I was going to put 100 shares right here, right now in the middle to see what happens, so that if it does break back above 10, then we could have a better average price. But I mean, it wouldn't really make that much of a difference if we're only going to use those many shares. But okay, Uber, you were looking at Uber.
Right now, I want to go back to a weak name from yesterday, relatively weak at points. Microsoft in the afternoon was the only stock I could find, big tech, that was breaking the lows on the pullback. Everything was kind of putting in higher lows. Softy through that and through key support at 275. If this market, which it looks like it's putting in a bit of a reversal, I don't want to reload NVIDIA off 83s until we stabilize a little bit here. But yeah, I kind of like this below 275 on Microsoft. It was weak yesterday. We talked about that. It's rolled over from there. Any kind of bounce, I think we got to have this. You have wick off tops there in the overall market, and I just want to find something short that isn't Uber. You know, so
I
Microsoft
found one already. Yeah, you just said the main name right there. I feel
Softy.
like Softy. I feel like Softy's the short.
Well, Pins was the other one, but Pins might be too low right now.
Yeah, Pins. I mean, anything when you're talking about earnings and stuff like that. I mean, that's going to be a place where, you know, you don't really want to look at as far as right away. I mean, I think that Pinterest is settling down. I mean, that's why I went over to Uber here again. Like, I think this is setting up for a short. Again, look at the market fall back in here. I mean, if you wake up or at any point in the day, you're looking at your account and you're like, wow, I'm up 15% on Uber, and the NASDAQ is starting to go to the downside. I just wonder is this a spot right now where traders begin to think about possibly selling things that are winning? So, and that would be Uber, and maybe buying up some Microsoft if that gets down low enough to like the 270 area. But Uber, yeah, Uber has some pretty interesting highs right here, about into 29, 28, 28.50. You could hold the short against these levels, but honestly, man, it's just not moving. When Uber moves, trust me, man, it moves. So definitely something to watch out for there on Uber. But I'm just waiting for those A+ setups. The only problem is I got to find one of them. What's up, Brendan?
We saw this kazoo in the pre-market on the imbalance locator. Was up big time after earnings, more than double in its current quarter. So it just halted there at 110, reopened and flushed flushed back down. But that Sisu on the run as well.
Yeah, and with that market starting to come back in, got to think about like how strong is AMC right now. I'm sitting looking for 16s on a pullback, and it's not even attempting to pull back. Still holding right at the high of the day there, 16.25, and going back and forth in the 10-cent range. So even with that level, the weakness that you're seeing in the market, AMC is holding up, and some of these small caps and squeeze plays are going to be a bit different. GovX, after the halt to the downside, made a fresh low, now double bottom at $3. I'm gonna say I got to pay for locates, or at least maybe get one of the guys to get it for me if I get a quick second. But GovX, if it can't reclaim this previous double top at 340, you can see some real pain for this stock. That's the actual high since the halt, was that level on the higher time frame. So I think that's your put point or your sell point for GovX. If it can't hold that 340 to the upside, GovX has got to be short. But I haven't paid for locates on this one, which is a bit of a shame. Of course, the market is trying to bounce here as I'm in the Uber short, but that's going to give us an opportunity maybe to get into some Microsoft on any kind of a pop. I am looking for something closer to that 275, where I believe the key price break was there on Softy. And of course, Pinterest I'd like to get. That may be too far gone. Here comes 29s on Uber. So even with the weakness in the market, they really like those Uber earnings. I don't love them that much, but if the market likes it, through 29, I'm definitely wrong there.
Yeah, one thing I wanted to say about that also was the fact that it's like, it seems like when the earnings come out, man, I mean, they dance around and they eventually just go in the way of the report. Like whatever it was kind of doing in the pre-market seems to be the way it wants to go. I mean, the name that I was just looking at here was Amazon. Amazon went right back into the money for us after holding it all day and averaging in and waiting. I mean, I'm trying to be more patient up here. Like I'm waiting to strike, right? I mean, like it's one trade that can make your whole day, obviously there, right? And so we're gonna have to wait to see what just happened there. I guess I just got the Microsoft short that just came in there. So maybe this name for some reason.
HKD halted up.
Oh, HKD
Watch
halted.
10 break on AMTD here.
Yeah, we already took that 10 break, so we're gonna wait to see if it goes again. Obviously, we're already in this name and we like it, so we'll wait to that. We're at 970 now on AMTD, so HKD with that halt upside could make this dance a little bit more. Microsoft, we did take that short, so let's see if it can fill out now on that play up to 274.30 like we just got it. So that's going to be a good one. Let's see if we can halt out, not halt, too many halts. Let's see if Microsoft can fade back in there on a nice little NASDAQ bump up. Yeah,
so I actually took it. Looks like it was hitting that 10. I'm like, do I want to have a stop long? And I just decided to try to take some of the offer there. I got a few shares at the 80 range, so I'm in the long. We're halted at 95 on HKD. I will caution, it is tapping, so theoretical auction price of 780. It is indicating it wants to try to open to the downside. But whoever was buying this at $8, the question becomes, is this halted to the upside HKD? Are they going to find buyers at 9? If they can't, then I'm going to give some back on AMTD here. But I've been looking for a chance to go long, and then a halt to the upside on HKD is going to hopefully give me that opportunity. I'll be glued to that reopen whenever it does come. In 5 minutes is when it's going to come. Uber's starting to work to the downside, but now we're concerned because AMTD is showing signs of weakness, and I got the long again. Brendo, time for happening now.
Hey guys, 10 o'clock. Let's have a look at how things are shaping up. Still a red board, but we are heading in the right direction for the most part. 0.9 now for the Dow, 0.5% for the S&P there. So it is the Dow that's leading to the downside, only 0.3. If you remember, it was the NASDAQ initially in the pre-market that was in control. Here in Toronto, 0.8. Once again, for the TSX, back to the downside. Yeah, a couple of things to note here. We were talking about this Avis budget in the pre-market as well. Remember that way back when was a squeeze stock as well. Got to go back further on the daily chart, but that thing went to $400 as well. Popped up aftermarket yesterday after a decent report for them, but no love whatsoever. Flushed right back through to day lows right now. For car, MU as well. We were talking chips, just breaking downside, a little bit of relative weakness here from Micron so far, guys. Back over to you.
Oh, Miss Nancy.
Relative weakness for Micron. At least NVIDIA's holding that 183 pretty well. I decided not to reload it, but we're able to at least finally get something for a win on Uber as it started to roll over. So it rejects that 29. I just took some out at 28 there at VWAP. I'll cancel that 2780. I want to be 27 like 60s or so, somewhere in that range in front of 2750 as Uber starts to roll over.
Yo.
Obviously HKD is in.
Yes, sir.
It's in a 5-minute halt, which will be open in about 2 minutes or so watch out for that. It is now indicating it will open to the upside at $800. If it breaks to 800, Like if it breaks to 800 and makes another run at 1,000, I don't see any reason why AMTD isn't going back to 12. That being said, it doesn't have to be logical. It only has to trade based on momentum. I want to check back in on Roku just for you guys. It's still pulling back in, but I like it to try to support that 73 breakout price. Like I still like it to there if the market is going to try to hold up and not take out any fresh lows. So still some relative strength over there in Roku, and I still have that NVIDIA off 183. Didn't reload there, but I'm willing to hold on to it as long as it's trying to hold up. Yeah, the AMTD does not want to hold until the reopen. I'm telling you, it's now testing $9. Trying to hold this one until we get the reopen in about a minute or so on HKD. If it opens upside, AMTD should be a good long. But 10 has a ton of sellers at this point.
Yeah, I just got more AMTD there. So I'm hoping the same way as you here that we can open up a little bit higher on HKD. Pardon my voice again, is thanks to Randy. He dropped off some hauls over here. Okay. So there we go, man. Let's go. This is a big one for me. Again, we talked about looking at some shorts, and there it is right there. We sit around here, wait for this to happen, and then we strike when it does, and there it is right now. Microsoft now $1 in the money to the downside on what's going to be hopefully a great day here for us. As long as Amazon can fall back in, then we are laughing right now. Come on, Amazon. I'm down here in the low 60s. This is where it's bounced last time. I'm bidding right here just to take out something to relieve a little bit of pressure in case this is not right. But, I mean, I'm here for Amazon. Let's see if it can make its move back in. Like, why can't we go back to the lows right here? I don't like the name. Oh, man, Uber's breaking as well. So, yeah, I don't mind that to the short side if we can take out 28s right now on Uber. So let's just have a quick look at that. It's more like a little bit lower than 28. Yeah, there it is right there. That's what I thought. Okay. 27.80, so good memory on that one. If we take that down, then I think it's probably worth a try there, 27.80. But if I wouldn't blame anybody to wait a little bit longer to see if we do test some of those bottoms. I mean, the big trade for me, though, is going to be Microsoft right now. That's $1 in the money, so hopefully that can hold.
Reopen.
Oh,
HKD opened back up at 850 or 860 or so and was holding above that $8 range. So opening to the upside, I was just adding to AMTD there. I still think you still have that seller at $10 to be able to get through. But if this is going to try and hold to the upside on HKD above that 800, I just feel like there should be some kind of a relief rally in AMTD. The relationship has not been perfectly clean. Just keep that one in mind, guys. So we'll see what happens. I just reloaded. If it gets below 8, then you know all hell is broken loose, and this stock doesn't make any sense. And you just got to think about shorting at any price you can get. But for now, this is trying to hold above about $800. And this AMTD, the other thing about it, there's a lot of like quote levitation that's going on with this stock. And what I mean by that is it'll look like it's about to bounce, gets up to like $9, and then it just gaps back in to like 880. Like you'll just see so much selling on this stock down here, despite the fact that you're catching a bit on HKD. So it just feels like you really only have people that might be hedging, picking this to the long side, and some of the momentum might have been sapped out of this name here. I do want to make sure we're covering some other names for you guys, and thank you for the super chat there, Trader. Do you primarily scale into short trades? No, you don't have to, but it's just when you're playing off of a level, sometimes you get some in on the way up, and then you want to see it reject that level, and then add after it's shown you that your resistance has been rejected. So I do favor a lot of times scaling in that regard. But I wanted to show you Tesla. This 890 has given you, like, look at all these bounces off of 890 exactly. This gets below that price, and you could have some run into the downside. Not that I love shorting Tesla. It's been one of the stronger names in the market, but it could be a sign that we're starting to give it things up. And 182.50, that's where my stop is for this long on NVIDIA. That could get hit pretty quick.
Yeah, so we just took out it again. We'll go diamond hands because we're just holding this Amazon trade. I mean, I don't know what else to call it right now. As the High Park girls team, we're called the Diamonds. So maybe I need to do that a little bit more now and try to hold on for a little bit more. Microsoft, yes, sir. That's going to be a backflip, and the money's coming in on this one. This is $1 in the money on the short side. I like short Sean here. Normally we do go long, but today we're seeing some patterns, man. I turned that bull around real early into a bear. So we'll see if it can hold out hope. I mean, Amazon just touched 135.40, which gave us that 40 cents, but we're looking for a little bit more on this name. So maybe we could put another bid down here at 135.40 to take that 30 cents, on that name. But I don't know. I still think there's more downside here. What you got, Brendan?
A little one that got the squeeze treatment yesterday as well. Big move for, now my voice, Sean. Excuse me. QRTB just halted upside, guys. Remember, this thing went from 5 to 20 yesterday.
It was like QR. We called that one Qbert, and then there was another one like LRT. There was just about like 5 letters and it began with L. But yeah, there's a couple of those ones we'll have to watch too. But if you're trading like in 5 or 6 names, you don't want to extend too far, especially into an extra small cap. I did finally get Pinterest there. We can forget about 24s. It just gave you a consolidation at 23. So I'm working into the short on pins. Another one that we liked and wanted the south side of. Uber's trying to bounce off 28 here. So off of VWAP, so if it does make that play, I'll still short off of 29. Just keep in mind, it's holding VWAP at this point. So still some signs of strength there in Uber. And if you're coming over to some of the EV names, I haven't mentioned NIO once today. Again, NIO with a big attempt to break out at the open and then sort of reject that breakout, a couple of lower highs here. NIO showing some signs of strength. There's some added risk with any of the Chinese EV names or any of the Chinese listed names at all. But NIO in the red territory after Tesla just broke down. Another failed breakout through the top on NIO.
All right. I'm just going to go back to Palantir here. I mean, the same kind of positions that we've had on for a bit as this name wants to continue its downside move. I don't know. I mean, we did get some out at 1070 when it came back to flat there, but it's up 3%, which is great. I mean, the market's down right now. So I'm going to play this to the strong side now. All right, here comes AMTD. So we got to look at this because you're about to break the lows, right? So if you break the low, then I'm out. So that's 775 there. We won't get out of them all, but we'll probably get out of half of, maybe a little bit less than half of what we have because this name's not working. There it is. There's the low break, so we'll take it out. Good stop. We'll take that. It's going to be a negative name today, AMTD. I mean, how long do you want to hold this name is going to be the question. I mean, that's $7. Maybe is going to be a stopping spot. We talked about it. I didn't push long at 10 the second time. I pushed it the first time, but you know, both times obviously not working out. So there it is right now.
I just took it out. You can't trade this thing.
No. Well, you could trade it, but I don't think you can hold it for very long.
You have to scalp it.
That's exactly it, right?
So there's a mistake that I made. I went from like scalping, which made everything on the stock, was taking profits on AMTD and not trying to hero home run the trade by thinking, okay, well, HKD is going up. You got to hold on to it. Really, the profit was made by long, take your money, long, take your money, 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 and then try to work it into a long, hold for the high kind of play. Right? So instead of trying to do that, should have just gone back to the well because it would have given you the same thing. Like long off consolidations at 8, that was paying you to 9, that was paying you to 10, but you get off schedule, and that's what it turns into. Always have a risk reward. I did believe if we halted the upside on HKD that would be your shot at the long. I did want to dip down into 8. I just didn't take that. I decided to take it as it was breaking back up. Brendan?
For what it's worth, I mean, the market not really doing anything on this anyways, but for what it's worth, the Taiwan Air Force now saying that they are escorting a plane carrying Mrs. Pelosi, and it's scheduled to land in 30 minutes, guys. So there was a couple of reports out of China initially suggesting she was already there, but now the Taiwan Air Force saying that is not true.
So PINS is now only up 14% and still kind of trending to the downside. I just feel if we do get a red day, what has the largest gap and is trying to break the lows? I mean, Uber, it's now back below 28, so finally it looks like it's going to start working, but it hasn't broken its low today. Pinterest is the one that is sliding downside after the gap up on those earnings. I want to be trying to get any reload I can off of this 23 area and then continuously pay myself out by covering some in front of the low of the day there on pins, but just a tremendous amount of a gap to be able to be filled. Roku is the only thing holding to the upside above its breakout price. But even then, it's right back into this 23. This is where if it could consolidate, I would jump back into some longs. But this market is really starting to sell off. And yes, I see you, Scotty H. I can call you Scotty. You've been around for a while. Thank you for pointing out APDN. Thrice, that's 3 times, it is now halted to the upside. So this is going in a pretty big way here. Watch out when it gets to, if it gets to 3 to 350, the big levels on APDN. Do remember the last time it got here, harsh rejection, then trend to the downside. So APDN on a bit of a power move, I will pay for locates because that 350 area definitely juicy. I think there's be some bag holders looking to grab profits there. And one more for you. Forgot to mention this, but if you were watching yesterday's show, you probably remember the ranges on Intel. It tried to break 37, got 37.5. It was a short off 37 in the afternoon show, but it supported 36. So here's your support at 36. This is me long in front of 36. If it wants to hold this price, great, but the market is coming down pretty hard. So 36 is a stop for me on Intel pretty clean.
This is freaking embarrassing. Like, I forgot to put the trade on Revlon, like the 10 long that's all over the sticky note that I've only been talking about like all day on Revlon. So I didn't even have the order out. So there it is. So that would have been a 50-cent winner. But if you have it, I'd take some profit now as it's come back in there. So I didn't even, well, makes me feel better that at least you didn't get the fill. But at the same time, like, I forgot to stop order, so I'm, you know, I mean, I wish you had got the fill.
I had to fill. I had to stop all morning. I just, whatever. I guess it wasn't.
I canceled. Remember I looked down and I was like, oh, I don't have the stop for Revlon. I got to put it on, and I didn't put it on, so I don't have the long. It wasn't. We were saying stop, but they are stop buy orders. So we're like, as soon as they trigger, we want to get in. And obviously, there goes Revlon. Thanks for you guys in the chat. I mean, look, man, it's all over here. If you're joining me for the first time, what's up? And thank you for doing that at TraderTV.live. But here's the sticky note I'm talking about. Revlon 10, why not? Worth a try. Yeah, why not, Sean? Well, you got to have the order out if you're going to take it. So right there's Revlon. But that's okay because you know what else we're doing, man? We're flying in on some cash right now, baby. Microsoft's $1.30 in the money as that continues to make a downside move, which is really paying off right now for Microsoft. And then we've got Amazonia here with is now 80 cents in the money. And this is a name that, again, we talked about that early. It's the #1 name on the sticky note. It's going to be my #1 stock today as Amazon continues to make a move down. We loaded it up. Like I said, I'm doing that now. Like, I'm not here to play around. Like, if you're gonna have a trade that you like, you got to stick with it and you got to take it. So for me, Amazon was that trade today. We talked about why. Uber there as well. I liked what Neil was talking about on that breakdown. I've been waiting for this 27.70 level. It bounced off that. Went to 27.80. So I am a shorter of Uber breaking through 27.70. Just some of these pre-market. I mean, I know there's lower. It's just, I want to see it break through 28 and actually hold a little bit lower for this name. So we'll see about an Uber break to there. But, oh, Revlon, so frustrating. I'm bidding now 10.15 on that name. Hopefully it can come back, and then we'll take a 10. Like, I don't even know if I want the long if it comes back down. But, no, I mean, me too. I mean, I'm sitting there. So let's see if we can get that. But right now, Amazon and Revlon. Missed Revlon, should have had Amazon. And this AMTD is really just a headache, to be honest.
I'll even go long on an 11 break just because, like, once you're above 10, like, it's a squeeze play, right? So it's pure momentum, and I think we were playing that with what was that, Vrox?
How do we
whatever the heck Vrox was yesterday. I think we were playing that as well. But the 10 break, it's too obvious. Forget about looking at that. It's just that there's air up here. You start getting to like 11.50 on the daily, and then 13. So there's still room to rally on this, and that's why I'll take an 11 break. I'll still want to be involved in any kind of a dip buy. It's just a pure squeeze type play there. Like we said, we rang the register on Uber a little bit to the short side. I got bids in front of 27.5 to try and get some more shares out. If we pop back up, I would reload this. I haven't been able to get any more of Pinterest here. That continues to slide down. There hasn't been too much of a bounce since that wicks. Ignore that. It did not print to 23.50. Dark pool wick. It's still sliding down, trying to recapture a little bit of this gap. And Intel, which I just got at the 11s, 36.11 that is, in front of that 36. It's starting to slow down and consolidate off of that. It was just support in yesterday's trades. That's why I favor the buy off that level. Here comes Revlon. Maybe a chance to get that reload. And I don't want to completely ignore that GovX. So GovX, that 340 level we're talking about, here's a couple of times off of 340 that it keeps on testing it and then rejecting. We have a wick top to about 353, so I mean just above that is probably where you'd put that stop, but a good price it looks like for resistance on GovX. It plays both ways. It breaks through, obviously it has a chance at a long, but you have to go to the higher time frame to spot that 340 level.
Okay, so marijuana stocks maybe coming into play a bit here, Brendo, with Tilray to the upside, Canopy to the upside as well, and they're all starting to go, man. T-God, a lot of these names starting to go. Trulieve back up to the upside, so watch out for Tilray, up that 10% right now. I'm taking it on a 975 break and giving it to 366 there, so going to give this about 10 cents. I think it's well worth the risk. Look at NASDAQ, or come on, Tilray. The reason why, look at this. We're already above. So the 28th, 29th, and the 1st. I mean, it's only going back a couple of days. It's not like we're having, you know, this is a huge, huge level. This is not like one of those trades that I mean, I don't believe cannabis stocks are really good investments at any level here because you're just, there we go. So now we're long at 76 off that. So there's the break spot for it. So we'll see if it can continue to go up. But we did take some shares there. And what I was talking about was just this level right there. That's 365. So we're above it. We'll go long. We'll take it out if it breaks back back below. But hey, if we're going to take 10-cent winner, we got to be ready for a 10-cent loser as well. So we'll see if that can come through now for Tilray. So upside, we're going to try to get out right kind of where it was dancing before, and I think that gives us around that 10 cents, 85 into 90 right here. That would be a top. So if it ever gets near $4 and our net really starts to run to the upside, we should be aware that, hey, this name could fall back in a little bit. So we're going to watch out for that. I mean, I still think there's a good possibility here that we get going back up to the upside, but it's a new position for me, and it's going to be Tilray, and that's the daily chart. That's not working, but there we go right now to the upside. So we'll see if it can go now up 10%. Like I said, first target has to be near that 10 cents. So probably 7 or 8 cent worth of profit. So if we can get like to 82, 83, then we'll probably take some out, and then we'll really look to those levels that we talked about in the mid 80s. So I like this name, Tilray here. I think it's one of the names that social media gets behind. They're sort of encompassed with a lot of different aspects of cannabis. So hey, maybe if that bill ever gets tabled, then this could be a name you want to look at. So right now we're going to be all over Tilray.
And by the way, I like Sundial, but since the halt, the short level was about $2.80. So I think if this breaks 250 where it is, another 10% up. And since not since the halt, since the split,
yes,
I should say. I said halt.
Yes.
Why did I think halt in my mind? I think
well,
because AMTD I think might have halted.
Sundial's probably halted once or twice before.
But Sundial 280, that's where we're shorting it after the halt. That AMTD, if you're checking back in on it, I keep typing NASDAQ because I want it to be a NASDAQ stock. It's still holding that $8 range. Like the initial breakout was at 8 even. And it's still holding that range. But you've got to see what's going on in HKD if you're still following this. Like HKD put in a wick top right to 1,000, like double top 1,000, including yesterday when it got there post-market. So you got a double top at 1,000 and it's starting to fall back in there. AMTD was a $1 stock before all of this. If you really think about retracing and this will all unwinding, whenever it does happen, you got to understand that AMT fundamentally, or at least based on where it came from, is likely headed to that 1 to 2 range again, and that's the risk of all of those longs, especially with HK doing what it is now doing, which is showing a lot of signs of weakness. I just got some out of. I just got some out of pins and still can't get back into it. We're about flat on that Intel, but I just want. Now halted to the downside.
What was?
On HKD. So HKD just halted itself down at 729. And by the way, halting to the downside is Revlon.
That's what I got long.
Resisting a halt to the downside, I should say.
Oh,
I got that long off 10. It went right to the halt band at 935. I was like fingers on the trigger, ready to punch out of this silly thing. And then it resisted the halt band at 935. So the buyers came in pretty much exactly when it looked like it was going to go SSR. Go into that halt to the downside on Revlon. So that $10 break comes back in. I got 10, 21, because I like 21s. We had that discussion. And then it resisted that halt band on Revlon and is now trying to get back into the upside. If it can now support that 935, it looked like, where the halt was, I think you can be headed back. I think it just flushed out some people that had the late long, that had the sort of what you can call it paper hands, whatever you want. But had it gone into the halt state, I would have tried to cover on that offer for sure.
All right, so we'll hit the siren alert there because we did take that long down there on Revlon at 9:30. We just got it out at 10. So so far so good there. But again, we did we talked about buying that ahead at 10, right? So we got long at 10:15. Then when you said, oh my God, halted, I went out and took out a little piece of AMTD because I thought it was HKD. But Revlon there all the way back down to the downside.
HKD did halt though.
Oh, it did. Okay. So
did.
that's fine. I didn't even look at it. I was just like, oh my God, Revlon. And then when you mentioned that, so there it is right there, a nice little take on Revlon down there. Fahad, if you show these guys, there it is, so 940. It just came right back. I mean, this was not a level that I was sitting on. This is a level that I waited for with this spot. So we'll wait on Revlon. Like I just went over to it, saw that these were some bottoms and bought it up. So we'll see if it can take down 10. Kind of silly not to get something out at 1060 again, 1070 if it does come out here. But again, break through this $9, and then we'll see Revlon probably down here to 8,850, and that's maybe where we can reload that one more time. So yeah, man, I mean, Tilray slowly trying to climb. We got to 80 before. Let's see if we can get there again. That could be nice. Maybe we take some out, maybe we don't. Palantir, only 2 outs down here near the bottoms, but the rest are up here. So again, as the market goes, we've been watching our Amazon, taking profit on that, and then still holding the long on Palantir. The only long that we have of any significance is going to be Palantir. Obviously, we have sort of the breakout names like a Revlon, a Tilray, and an AMTD. But for the real stocks, I'm short both RIM. That's my Hello. My wife
taking it back.
my wife saw a tweet that I put out or something. It was like literally, I think it was like 11 years ago, and I said something like, "Oh, these rim puts are working out really well," and I said, "Yeah, I just wish I got like longer duration because now they'd be worth whatever." Forever. Shout out to Outcast there. All right. Brendan, I think, is pacing back over there at the screen. Looks like he's got a couple fills over there on GovX. I'm going to go re-up my tea and be right back. Wait a second, Brendan, before we go to Brendan. It's cannabis time, babe. Wait a second. It's not cannabis time, baby. It is try to trade the cannabis stocks, as there it is, Tilray first area out at 382. So we did it again right there. A nice little trade on Tilray. Let's go over and see what Brendan's all about at the big screen.
Hey guys, yeah, only 10:20, only 10:20. A few to talk about this morning in the small cap world. GOVX, really like this one in the pre-market I mentioned because it was showing weakness already. So it gapped above some of these key levels from yesterday around 410 and immediately fell back below 410. So gave you a very, very clear level to work with there as far as resistance in $4 even. Fell off the table as soon as the market opened, right down to 3. Got most of it out at 3 there, so still holding a piece, but volume dying off, so great trade for GOVX. INVZ, they got a deal with Volkswagen. This is a little tiny LiDAR company. So that was announced pre-market, so a big gap up to 5, and then 525 above that. It rejected 5 again. We're about to make a day low here, once again for INVZ, but volume dying off already, still holding a piece of this one. And then this KRKR I was involved with as well. 235 was the top. Got stopped out initially, put that right back on because it failed, but it's holding this support level around 190 so far for KRKR. Kind of boring. Guys, back over to you.
We're able to ring registers a little bit here. Hitting a couple shots on the long side. Intel just bounced off that 36. We're able to get some 36.20s there. I'll get more out in front of VWAP because ultimately you're down 10%. Just want to be able to play inside this range if we can that the market is trying to put in. To the other side, by the way, Revlon took out that 935 hull price. Well, it wasn't a hull price. It resisted the hull band at 935. So I exited the long when that happened. I'm going to try to learn the lesson from AMTD, not try to just hold on to it forever, because that's exactly where I was able to get into some trouble there with AMTD after what was a great pre-market and profitable morning. There's no reloads in sight on Pinterest here, unfortunately. Still up 11%, by the way, but now testing down to 22. I don't think Pinterest is filling in the entire gap. Let's get that one out of the way. So it was a $20 breakout. If you look at the initial move, it was about to 21.80 or so, and then kind of consolidated in the aftermarket and then made some fresh highs. So that's the range I'm going to look for the target on Pinterest. That means 22 is going to be it. Let's keep in mind, like the reaction to earnings on Pinterest was positive, despite anything that you might say about the quarter or the fact that it might have been driven by Elliott's stake in them and attempting that turnaround. It still was a positive reaction. It just rolled over and the market didn't seem like it want to hold those highs there, unfortunately. With a little bit of a bounce in the market, just there was a pop in Softy, and it got up to 74s. I've been waiting for 74.5 in front of 75, but it did pop to 74s. That's obviously the key level here. So I'll move from trying to get things in front of 75 to going over to in front of 74. When it broke that 75 to the downside, after yesterday's weakness that we're outlining, this was the one that I kind of went over, said I like to short here, but I'm not wrong till 75. I'm no longer going for that. Now I'm going to go for 74s here, VWAP. And even those quarters can give you a little bit of extra room. Softy just relatively weak for the last couple of days here. Uber, which is the other short that I'm in as the market tries to come to the downside, right back to holding VWAP. It's no longer retesting the top, but it is now holding VWAP. So it has yet to really truly break down and still up 14% on that earnings play as well. If you're checking in on AMD, just to recap all of these, AMD still green on the session, holding VWAP, and now a double top in there at 97.5. So at least one chip name is showing some signs of strength. I know Brendan was talking about Micron showing some relative weakness there. And if you're still curious, HKD still holding out at $750 with a $70 spread. So like we said, dangerous to be trading that one or even at AMTD, but right now it is holding up right in the middle of its range. So it's mid-bound. It does have a 1,000 top. I'm not sure it gets back there again, but I didn't believe that yesterday after the morning flush, and it did eventually go.
Yeah, I missed, that was, Oh, you didn't. Oh, you just mentioned that. Yeah, it was a good call on Microsoft.
I moved my offer down.
Yeah, no.
It's just I'm not getting 74 halves. I'm trying to get 73, 70 now, or 80s.
Yeah, when you called that up, I looked it up and I was like, yeah, that's right there for Microsoft, man. It's right at that 50 period. It came right back in. So that, for me, that would have been a short, but I do understand the 50 area. Oh, nice move. Back down there on Softy. Now, I mean, Softy, let's just go, man. I mean, let's just go WTF. I mean, this is a good trade for me right here. 174.50 to the downside. Now $1.35 in the money now to the downside, but... all right. Wow. Okay, what a wild day this has been. Amazon back down a little bit. We should have got that short again. Wasn't sitting here, but that would have been a good one. Palantir, good outs again in the 80s. We're pretty light now on Palantir. We only have 20% left, as you guys can imagine. Look at all these outs up here. Shout out to Henry Z. It is a contractual agreement that I have with my own contract, is that I have to do this. So there it is right there. We'll spin it a little bit for that, because Palantir's been just a great trade by scalping. And I understand a lot of you traders probably can't do that. But, you know, I like it here at this 1070, and it's only gone as high as 1080. I do want to hold this for more upside. So that's going to be a name that we're looking for upside. You mentioned Revlon coming back in, and yeah, it did. It almost broke 9 again and stopped. So for Revlon, there's some nice upside moves. What else are we doing now? Caterpillar. Yeah, what's up, dude? Someone just said, dude, Cat, what's up to Beatrice? What's up, Beatrice? I love that name, actually. Okay, Caterpillar. Caterpillar had, I thought, was a decent quarter. They were down, what, 5% at one point? Today? Yeah. So it has rallied back. So there's Caterpillar back up to the upside. I didn't read exactly all about the quarter because I more trade the tech names. But again, if you want to get into something that has historically been pretty good, you know, during rougher times as far as growth stocks are concerned, you know, you get into a name like Caterpillar and you won't be disappointed. But it's been pretty disappointing since June, of a high of 230 down to 170. So this kind of looks like one of those tech stocks here. I'm going to stay away from Caterpillar with it being a 20-cent spread. But again, you know, some nice moves up to 200. I mean, I don't think I want to buy this until it's above 200. I've never owned Caterpillar, but I do like the name. And you know, back in here to 180, something like that. If you're going to look at a 20-minute chart, which might be a little more reasonable for a Caterpillar. I just got filled on something. What was that? Oh, Amazon. So Amazon taking off to the upside. We averaged it again on Amazon, but which is fine, man. I mean, us taking more short on Amazon is like for the course. I like this trade, but just because you liked it early doesn't mean you'll like it late. Like 10:30 is kind of late. The sticky note and some of the ideas are exhausted at certain points, right? No. So watch out now. Let's go to Brendan first, and we'll find out what Neil's saying no about.
Coming up, guys, in about 15 minutes, we're happy to have EV Technology Group back on the show. I think it's the third time now we've had them come through to tell us about their brand new and first ever brick and mortar store for Moke International. So happy to have co-founder and CEO Wouter Witbot back on in about 15 minutes, guys, for EV Tech.
And a good segue from that to talk about an EV name. Look, maybe you've heard of them. It's possible they've slipped under the radar for most of you guys. But here, Tesla just broke 905, and the only reason I was frustrated because I actually had the last time I took a break yesterday at 25s, and the play was just like a clean buck. So I was like, oh, if I take the 05 here today and it does the same thing, I want to have a really, really tight entry point. I then missed it on the way up, and then decided to pull my bid on the way back down. It would have quickly filled me, given you 06 to 06 and a half, and then right back in. So that little quick decision when I didn't get the fill to then pull it, I did miss out on that long. But guess what? Just like in yesterday's trade at 925, it is whipping back to the downside. So if it wants to sustain the move, I think playing back off a dip to 900 is going to be the preferred way to play. The only longs I have are like Intel, which, you know, that's like it played every 10 cents and try to make a little bit of coinage, which realistically, if it doesn't get closer to 36, then that support level, I'm not going to get enough of it anyways. And then Roku, I'm still in. When the market was looking weak, Roku wick bottomed to 73, which is why I wanted the reentry, and then just slammed right back up to 74. So I never really got back into Roku. I didn't get the consolidation I wanted at 73. It ended up just running off of that level. Like it was a wick bottom through 73 and a half, and then too quickly to that top. If the market reclaims highs, I still like 77 and a half up to 80 for Roku eventual top. If that happens, maybe some of these shorts might have to come out, though. Can't have it both ways a lot of times. But you can have Brendan for my favorite segment, Social Sentiment.
Hey, guys, yeah, and guess what everyone's talking about today? The biggest square on the board there, AMTD, right above that, HKD, both very positive. Yeah, Revlon's here, AMC here as well, all very positive to the upside. But the most mentions by far today is going to be AMTD. It's the first time since we actually started doing this that the SPY has not been #1 on the board over here. So the frequency in which AMTD is popping up on social media far higher than anything else at this point. Pretty mixed board overall, though, with a few to the downside here. That GOVX, remember, was pretty positive on here yesterday. VRAX, on the other hand, still is pretty positive. The SPY to the downside, as I mentioned. Qs here as well to the downside as well. SIGA also green, whereas GOVX downside after that flush right out of the gate. But very mixed board so far today. There's that Faraday future, that little EV play. Pins on here as well being mentioned quite frequently as well. But AMTD, all the discussion so far, guys. Back to you.
So
shocking.
Civil defense warning sirens turned on in China. China sends S-35 fighters on the way to Taiwan. Taiwanese fighter planes placed on standby. Nancy Pelosi chilling in the jets. So, okay, we'll wait to see what happens. So on that note, I'm going to hold the shorts, and we will see what's popping off right now with that one. What isn't popping off is Revlon. Small hit. I mean, honestly, it's a good thing that we took that price out there because that's flat. So long at 10, out at 10, lose 20 cents, in again at 9.49, and then out at 9. So it's about a 50 to 60 cent hit or so on Revlon. Not good, not great. Don't like that one. But Brendan will keep us obviously abreast on some of those headlines coming from China, as well as I just read what I saw. So don't shoot the messenger here. Okay. And again, I went short on that news there. This was the real short, and I just added to the position. I do want to add more shares up here. Amazon could be completely wrong. It didn't even test the pre-market area. It didn't even test any of the areas. I mean, we did go down. I don't even know if that's real. I actually wasn't watching it when this exactly happened, but maybe it was down to 134.60. But either way, Amazon is up on the day into a down market. So when we talk about relative strength versus weakness, of course, this name's going to get me a little bit nervous because it's not acting the way that I thought it would act today. So for me, for right now, maybe it is a little bit of a temporary hold here on Amazon. But I still have my bids down here in the low teens or high teens, down to 135 and change. So that's what I'm looking for. Apparently, Bitcoin going upside as well as Ether just took down 1,600 downside.
I just got trapped into Tesla there a little bit. I think I was looking for that 900 level, and then you see it we took the high again on Tesla, came back in. I'm like, okay, well, it's trying to reclaim this 905. Let's go for what I didn't do the first time, which is go long off the 905. However, I just put the stop in at the previous high. It isn't 900 like I wanted. As you said, Sean, with those headlines, it's hard not to favor the shorts. It is difficult not to favor them at this point. Even I'm sitting in this Roku and wondering, do I even want to try to hold this through the high of the day? It doesn't. You're double topping on Roku at this point, and one of the reasons, and again, it's not just necessarily all about the headlines where I want to get out of it. So it's giving you the range, that 73 into 75.5. If we show strength and we break out the high, there's always a long off of the high break. Maybe just holding on to it. If it can hold 76, then grabbing a bit of a buy on a breakout, or just catching the dip if we can get it again at 73. That's what we'll try to do. We're going to hang on to pins and Uber. There's always a chance that if you look at it from certain perspectives, that Intel could end up being a little bit of a sign of strength if we do get the worst of it, right? Getting defensive. Production at home, that's what the chips bill was about. Big coincidence there. So I'll play this one off at 36 and continue it, but I want to be a little bit risk off on some of these longs.
I didn't want to interrupt you because that was good talk, but Bed Bath & Beyond, I know it's a name that a lot of our traders like to look at. It just rocketed up, Brendan, 30% there. Probably just one of those names that's come and gone. This is, again, I don't know. I think the only thing left for this is like an activist or something to step in, like we've sort of been seeing there on some of the other names, like a Pinterest or something. But Bed Bath & Beyond has been pretty much, woodshedded down here to $4 or $5. The reason why I'm looking at it right now is I'm looking at it for reasons of volume and what we look at, but it's also at not a bad level. Like you could break this 650 here on Bed Bath & Beyond and then start to get going. So this is a possibility here for anybody looking for, for some trades to get into a Bed Bath & Beyond on a 650 break. So I put the order out, unlike Revlon, which didn't work out. Revlon was a small loss. It was good that we did get that bottom pick there on Revlon, so that was good. But there goes Bed Bath & Beyond to the upside. It's probably nothing, obviously, as it comes back down.
It's been moving, though.
You're going to get a lot of movement on stocks like this, especially when we just had our social sentiment board there, and I think that's what moves a lot of these names, so we'll watch out to see if that goes. But yes, this is what, honestly, guys, it's a chicken dinner winner. This is what happens when you believe in your trades, and sometimes you will get railroaded, right? But when you're on one, like we were on July, I think we posted that out. We were 14-5 or something in July, or 14-4, right, on our days. So we're going to sit here. We're going to put Amazon on the sticky note for you as my number one short idea, and it's been the number one stock for me today without even question what we're doing on Amazon right now. We're in the money 50 cents. We have more shares. It's been a reloaded position on that name. I just thought it went too far too fast, and I know some of you in the chat were maybe thinking that that's not the case. Come on, charts. I can't believe I have to do that. Like, this is what I have to make the chart look like. But look at that big move up to 138 and a couple stops there. So I like that short. We've played it there on Amazon, and now it's like ring the register and let this money drop down a little bit. We just got a good out, though. Down here, I told you we were waiting at the high teens, right? So that's where we were, 17 or 18. Maybe it was 19. We take that fill, and then we'll see if it can retest. I'm interested in that bottom wick, but I'm also interested in just 134.90 here. So let's put a 135 bid. If we can get that, great. Amazon's going to give all of us enough opportunities to reload and to get into this name numerous times. So I like Amazon down here. Let's keep getting out, but I want to hold the core position because I'll be real upset if this thing tanks down and I have like that 10% again. So let's try to hold on to some Amazon, but here it comes back upside. I just think reloads near 136. I don't want to do any more of this, like, let's just get short for the sake of it. Let's try to be patient. The market today, and this is what I mean, remember I said like I thought I didn't have a feel on the market today because I'd missed I took off the last 2 days, but really, I think we were dead on by just saying that we possibly just had a choppy market here. So I think that's exactly what it is, and I feel like we've done a fantastic job. The only names I've lost on today, like Amazon win, Microsoft win, Palantir win, Tilray win, right? The only one we're sitting on as a loser is this AMTD, which I'm still in, by the way. Like, what is this even doing now? Like, I don't know. I'm just waiting for the bottom to fall out, and if it does, then I'm out of that one. But and then Revlon was the only other loser. So two kind of like Mickey Mouse stocks that I lost on, but glad that the big boys are treating me well today.
Three things happening. One, I'm out of pins. I took a trail out on Pinterest. It was filling in that gap, but the reaction to earnings was positive, and you are breaking out from a high. So I did expect that I'm going to terminate that trade, even if I like some shorts in at this point. But a couple more things here. One, that AMC, which I'm still waiting around thinking, oh yeah, you can get 16. Look at it wick right down. I'm sitting on the bid still at 16.03. Looks like it went to 04, so I never got picked up. It'll happen, but this is a pretty clean trend continuation on AMC. Up 7% as the market is kind of wishy-washy and nothing else is really following through that well. You're just cleanly going up. You broke out at about 15.75 at the open, then you had a pretty clean break at 16 even. I'd love that. Now I just want to play VWAP retracements to get a piece of this trend. Where could it be going? On the daily chart, not a heck of a lot till you get to 18 bucks. What you can sort of see here is I think 17 makes some obvious sense to take some profit as it ran away from that price. But on the daily, you are thinking potentially 18 on this move. I'll get back on the bid here in front of VWAP and just see if we can get part of this train to the upside. Rhythm had earnings, RYTM there. This is one that I think Brennan brought to us a little bit earlier. Also breaking out pretty nicely, up 26%, noting it because it just pulled back in off 1650. Here's your previous resistance area at about 15.25. I think that's where you'd be looking for consolidation, maybe a little bit of a dip by there on Rhythm. And if you're still tracking that HKD, which is going to make some sense, it is now trading below 800 a little bit here. 750 still holding on, but the spread is starting to open up. There was just offers at 760. They just got taken out the second I flipped to the stock, but showing some signs of weakness. If this were to put a break of the low of the day, I'd be very careful with that those AMTD longs, which right now it's holding $8. But if you make a fresh low, I think that's what would be the concern.
Someone just said Clover is moving. Okay, we could definitely have a look at Clover at some point. But I did reload Microsoft. Let's see if we could take 30 cents. I'm at 70. Bang! There it is again. Shout out to Al. That hurt my throat. Shout out again to everybody that's out there trading with me, man. There's Microsoft reloaded at 274. I told you I was doing it. I mean, this is part of the show. This is why I feel like you guys love the show. I said I was sitting there at 274, right? That's exactly what I did. I came back from the break. I know Neil hit that level as well. We'll talk about it, 274, so I take the short again on that level, and it's been a good one for us on Softy. We just sit there, we take it, and that's that, man. Wrap it up. Like, I don't even have to look at the charts. I know I like that stock, so we'll take it right there, 274 and change on Softy, and then we'll take it as soon as we could, 30 cents. You know, I mean, this is what I'm saying. Trade your book. But for me, that was a good little quick scalp there. Like, that took 1 minute. Like, in at 274, out at 273.70. So that was literally 30 cents in like 30 seconds. So that was a good little bang there. What's up, Stocks and Alerts NYSE? There it is. As you can hear that, okay, Pelosi's plane is landing now, someone's saying in the chat. So we'll watch out for the futures. Brendan's sort of already given us a heads up on that one to make sure that we're watching out for that. So I think that's a good call out, Brendo, on that one, as he's aware of that move. And just quickly before we go over to Sector Watch, I just want to talk about it again, and we'll go this one for you, Penry. You've been wanting this for a while. Bang, I can't yell it too much with my, look, we were raising a hell of a lot of trophies, so the arms are hurting today, the voice is hurting. I'm so proud of those girls, Little League team, but there it is, nice little upside move for Palantir as we take it out at 1083. So wow, here we go again, guys. What a market, what a day. It's been flat, but there's always names moving around. So without any further ado, let's check out what's moving now with Brendan over at the big screen in Sector Watch.
Yeah, a bit of a iffy kind of a day with these headlines floating around. That's what the board looks like right now. We are negative, as Sean was mentioning there, but only just about 0.3 to the downside. There are individual names offsetting an otherwise pretty weak board here. These are all individual earnings names in the healthcare group that are higher today. AFL over here in the insurance group as well, standing out after earnings. But the banking sector as a whole is negative on the day. Communication stocks, some of the streaming names, Warner Brothers specifically, back to the upside. The market trying to pop right now. Here we go. Software, IT in New York, up 6% off earnings. MPWR, Enphase here, ON as well. After reporting, ZBRA, same thing, earnings name. It's worth noting some of the industrial names, the defensive stocks popping up today on decent volume. There's a few earnings name in this group as well. But overall, pretty choppy session, as we said. Now just 0.2, guys, for the S&P. Back over to you.
So Microsoft just broke that 274 area as Tesla's getting back toward its high of the day. 905 I didn't hold on to very long, but it just got to 909.93. I'm going to go for Tesla at 910 here, just looking at the market come back up. I'll manage that Uber short if it gets to 29. For now, it's looking like it is holding out for it below that 920, so that 29 area. So I think we're still safe in the Uber short for now, but the market looking pretty strong. Intel, which I was still long, just got to VWAP, so I'll take some out of that as well as it bounces off 36. But we're starting to get a bit of a bounce here, pep in the step of the markets. And if you're watching still AMD, which is AMD at VWAP is getting a little bit out of hand here, 96.75. If you're looking for some longs, might have to start thinking about this one. If it gives you the shot at 96.70 to like 97 even, that's got to be a dip buy. Some signs of strength, obviously, in AMD as I'm watching it here. There goes Tesla through that 910 area. Let's see if it can actually sustain this move here on Tesla.
Okay, so as fast as we take a winner on Microsoft, we averaged in right now at that level of 275.50. So we're going to wait to see if it takes down 275. Obviously, Pelosi's plane has now landed. We talked about that. And I'm guessing that is the bump in the market. I mean, it landed. There's no problems, it looks like, which is fantastic. So, hey, if that's going to bump pump the market up, then I don't think that that's a real reason to do that. But we will hold on to the shorts until it breaks through 275, at which point I'm going to reverse this into the long. If it is this strong, let's go long through 275. And then we could be wrong. Like, we could be wrong on the short and wrong on the long. So I don't know. But here comes a nice little averaged out price. We did average back into, new trade alert, Bed Bath & Beyond. That did take 650, but this time I'm not going to be in this like AMTD and just watch the money go, get evaporated on this one. So if we break back down below 630, kind of somewhere around here, then we're just going to get out. I mean, again, this is not a big risk spot for me, but Bed Bath & Beyond did take down that 650. We did talk about, oh yeah, that's right, my daily is very much zoomed in here, so let's zoom back out a little bit. But there it is right there, 650, so taking that out, I thought could be something, but if it's not, then I'm not going to cry over spilled milk right there. But here we go, man. Palantir, a beautiful trade on Palantir today. So hopefully you guys will respect that one there. Here's Palantir right now. We talked about this up, down, and around on PLTR, but there it is, another high take. So I'd hit the bang for you, my man. But honestly, I have bigger bangs to deal with right now because there's Mr. Softy coming back in. I told, I'm trying to get better at this, and like I said, I'm willing to lose if we're going to be wrong. I shouldn't have even gone over to Palantir because Microsoft just ticked way in the money for me down to 274.10. So that should have been a trade that we took out, which is fine. I understand that. I am here to take some out. If this falls back into the 20s now, we want to get something out on Microsoft. Oh man, that was a missed opportunity there looking at Palantir, but hopefully Microsoft will fall back in and we won't have to worry about it. But that's a good one. We'll average in. Oh, I would have loved, I just ran over there and tried to put some bid. Well, I did put some bids out. Hopefully that'll come back in. Amazon on the reload as well, Neil. That's starting to go back up to the upside. So.
I just got a reload on Uber there, but I'll quickly show you what I wanted to have happen at 05s and what happened yesterday at 25s is the case here on Tesla, where I'm just going to take cleanly the 9-10 break and get out the first move, which it's only the dollar. So this time I actually take the buck and hold on to the small piece and can start working the trend, which is what I usually try to do. I try to get on the bid here in front of 905 to think about the trend trade, but we didn't really get down there. We got to 906. Now I'm thinking about the bigger move, like I just said, 9 to 15. 925 is an obvious large level. If it were to ever make that kind of a move or that big of a move, resistance was huge the last couple of days. Yesterday when it got to that price, and then 915 to 920 is your next level in. So I want to dip by 905. I want to hold this to at least 15s or 20s if we can get the rest of this on Tesla. And I did get that Uber short, guys. Reloaded into it. The market just tried to take a fresh high, and Uber made a lower high. So when the market got to the top, Uber still hadn't gotten to its tops. To me, that shows you some signs of not weakness, but that it's not nearly as strong as it was after the gap to the upside. So you do see me getting some more shares into Uber. Still, if it gets to 29, I am out of that one. I do recognize you get to that price, and I'm dead wrong on it.
I still liked that idea about Duber, where you sell those doobies. Maybe that's what they have to do with Tilray, and they can come out with something. Tilray goes all the way up, man. It went up to 80s again, and I didn't have another offer there. I realized Tilray did go down, touch the 50 period, so that's why when it went right back up to another area there, I did like that spot. So yeah, that's coming into play real quick right now, Tilray. Not really moving around, but still a little bit of a problem. We talked on Palantir, Microsoft. Unfortunately, we never got that out that we wanted there on Microsoft. So unfortunately, that didn't come back in. I still think there's a chance for this name to come back in here. So let's see if there is that shot for this play. But for right now, Microsoft upside looks like that's the play. The market's starting to go back up, trying to go green. That's never a good sign when this market turns green for us. So let's see what happens here. But so far, not so great on some of these shorts. But this is a tipsy-turvy market, and we're at the highs right now. So with only 10 minutes to go in the market, we should have an interesting midday show. So definitely stay tuned for that one, as Neil and I will be off in about 10 minutes, and we'll pass it off to Trader Pratt and Luca this afternoon for you, and then we're back at 2 o'clock again. So hopefully that all makes some sense, and we will now, after looking at the market, we talked about our guest of the day, and it's now locked and loaded, so back over to the big desk with Brendan.
Hey, we are really excited, guys, once again to have EV Technology Group back with us. This is a very interesting and exciting product, and thrilled to have Wouter Witbooi back with us, CEO and co-founder of the company, to give us an update on a very exciting development in the form of a brick and mortar retail store that we're going to get to in a second here. Wouter, great to see you once again. EVTG, guys, is the symbol on the NEO exchange here in Toronto. For anyone maybe hearing about this company for the first time, Wouter, give us an update here. Tell us the backstory a little bit on how this got started.
I'm super passionate about cars. I love cars. I love driving them, which for me is, I started all my businesses from something of passion. And as we are making the transition to electric, the thing that has frustrated me is, as someone who loves cars, there's really nothing for me that I would like to buy at the moment. So I started the EV Technology Group with the mission to electrify iconic brands and create cars in a segment that, that is more about the joy of motoring than going from A to B. And I think that narrative is often overheard. And, the recent acquisition that we did of Moog is very much our cornerstone investment that really sets out this strategy.
So the company, let's talk about Moog here. The company recently completed its 100% acquisition of Moog International, which has a great website that just launched as well. Tell us a little bit about Moog.
Yeah, Moog, there's no company or car really as iconic as a Moog. It's been around since 1964. It's been in 6 James Bond movies. Bridget Bardot has one, and it's one of those icons that you may have seen in its gas-powered version on the beaches of Saint-Tropez, the Amalfi Coast, Miami, Florida, etc., that we're now really bringing back. And with our acquisition of Moog, we're now looking forward to rolling the company out globally to beaches and around the world.
So let's talk about this brick and mortar store, the first one popping up in Saint-Tropez. Why that location is my first question. And second, what was the attraction, I guess, to, I mean, everyone loves that area of the world. It's a beautiful area of the world, but tell us about why you chose that specific location.
Yeah, it has somewhat of a personal story as well. Where I first got the idea for EV Technology Group and the strategy it was last year when I was on holiday in Saint-Tropez and saw the tremendous demand that there is for the car here, but really no supply and no one manufacturing the car anymore. So we chose that because there was simply a really big mismatch of demand and supply, which is why we created Casa Moog here in the center of Saint-Tropez, which is the sort of manifestation of a combination of an online direct-to-consumer experience that we have, combined with a real retail experience where people can come to test drive the car, rent the car, and really enjoy the brand.
So the direct-to-consumer approach here through the website, obviously, is making this available to anyone, anywhere, essentially, where these cars can be driven. Tell us a little bit about what do we need to know as a consumer here if we're interested in getting more information on a Moog?
If you're interested in getting one, we started delivering Moogs in June here in France, and they're available in the UK. Later in the year, we'll also be in the United States. So if you're interested in terms of placing an order, people can learn more on mooginternational.com, where we started taking orders last week, and we're looking forward to getting them in the hands of more and more consumers.
So the first store is open. Tell us what, as investors, we can expect going forward here as far as not only Moog International, but EV Technology Group.
Yeah, we started with the first flagship store here, which effectively serves as a template for scaling across other jurisdictions, both in Europe, in different countries, but also later in the year in the United States, both West and East Coast. And what we're looking for at the EV Technology Group is we're looking for iconic brands that have a real brand equity that's been around for a long time, as well as critical manufacturing capabilities. So on those different fronts, I think investors will see some really interesting updates from us in the near future.
Go to mooginternational.com, guys, for more information. Again, listed here on the NEO exchange in Toronto. EVTG is the ticker you want to have a look at. Wouter Witvoet, co-founder and CEO of the company. Great to have you back, sir.
Thanks a lot for having me.
Good luck for the markets. I don't know what is. Fantastic is always coming back on once again. Gorgeous looking little vehicle there, man. Like I love the North Carolina blue. Not although I'm not a Tar Heel fan. I just get that one out of the way. It's just a very nice color. A little bit there, but as our guest was
love
on,
the Tar Heels.
No, I like the color. I don't have to like the Tar Heels, but the market breaking out. ES just went green. The NASDAQ just ticked 13,000 to the upside. So you can guess. I just said, why am I waiting for the long? Why am I waiting for 29 on Uber? I'm just getting out. This market is entirely too strong. Tesla, which we're playing to the long side. Remember I said we take the break and then just look to play the trend? Well, so much for dip buying. It just consolidated and broke the high once again, which was about 912.5. I grabbed that. Now we're already into 920. But you know what? This is 13,000 last I checked.
Yes.
And if you're going to show me resistance there and get to that 920 level, oh, give me a break. The second I'm like sitting there trying to chase the offer downside, and I'm going to calm down and sort of wait in that 918 range. 920 tops. And on top of that, you have the 13,000 level. There we go, actually getting the fill at 18s. I'm now out of Tesla. That does end up working out. Intel, I'm still holding on to this, but it just broke VWAP and is still downward trending, so I think we're probably going to have to think about getting out of this as well on a kind of a trail. Like I'll put a trail in just so it gets below 36, like 30 or so, and I can get out of it. But I just dumped out of Uber while I could. It looked like we were about to jailbreak to the high, and my reload wasn't really that tight. I'm like, you know what? This is holding higher lows at this point. Let's just get out of it. It goes to 29, fair enough. And the one I think if I get into something for the short side up here, like look at Pinterest. Look at the two shorts that I was trading all morning long. One Uber retesting the highs, Pinterest, which broke the lows. I get trailed out of it, and as the market's making a high, what is it doing? It's making fresh lows in Pinterest. So you kind of get out of the wrong one sometimes there. Oh, by the way, HK, it's like by the way.
Yeah,
I'm
like,
saying by the way, HKD halted to the upside. So you're going to see me back in AMTD. It's because HKD halted to the upside at like 880 or so. It just opened back up. HKD didn't even break 9. Like it starts going off this 8 area on a halt up again and does not follow through. Like this stock it just doesn't want to seem to go here. I talked Pinterest, one of the earnings plays, Uber, one of the earnings plays as well. There's a few others out there that report at the end of the day and before tomorrow, and some big ones on that list. I know you guys already know one, but let's see the rest.
Yeah, here we go. For tonight, guys, we'll rearrange the board a little bit here so you understand where they are coming. So aftermarket tonight and before the open tomorrow.
Yeah, I was about to say that because I didn't know if this happened yesterday, but I really like that.
No, this is new. This is good. I like it.
Okay, great. I like this. Yeah, so this makes it a lot easier there. Thanks, Brendan and Maggie or whoever did that. Maybe Branko's in the back. I don't know, but that looks great. Okay, so before the open. Wait a minute. Wait a second. This is the confusing thing. After the close means tonight. After the close, right? So after tonight's close, yeah, maybe it's more confusing now. Okay, Lucid right there, Robinhood. I mean, we really like looking at Lucid. We've been talking a lot about Tesla, obviously lately, and I think, I mean, we just had that guest on there, so I think there's going to be a lot happening there. We'll like to see Robinhood, obviously, with SBF, Sam Bankman-Fried, back into that name as well, looking at that. And then, CVS and Moderna are big names as well. I mean, I don't know. I think that's loaded up. No, that's a great board.
I'm just like, where is AMD, though? AMD reports. What? AMD reports tonight.
Yeah, why is AMD not on there? But,
so,
okay.
That's the one. AMD's kind of like, I'm pretty sure, I could be wrong about that. I thought AMD did report. That's a big one, obviously. But now it's going 1,000 on HKD happened.
That's right.
1,000 on the bid and halting up. I'm adding to AMT. Look, man, I'm telling you, if it can't go now, it's never going to go AMTD. It just broke through 950, 1,000 on HKD. So I got to show you that. Halted to the upside with 1,000 on the bid. The stock is utter and abject and complete nonsense, but momentum is momentum. And finally, this long is back to working on AMTD. It still sucks, right? Like, I mean, we had like multiple longs here, but the last one was absolutely hot garbage. I'm going to try to pay myself out something in front of 10 and then see if we can't hold on. 1,000 HKD just in time for us to give it over to the midday guys so they can get the fun of this. You're still only at $10 on AMTD. The stock hit almost $15 in the pre-market, so a fresh high here. I'm surprised that we're not getting a little bit more buy action, but remember, much larger float. way cheaper shorts. It is far easier for large traders and yada, yada, yada to both be covering hedge longs, but also be shorting this stock and hold on for dear life a little bit more than they could on HKD. It's just it's a lot more liquid here on AMTD. I want to say it's like a 350 million float on this stock, and it's done 100 million. I'll double check that for you though.
Yeah, easy enough to check. Go to floatchecker.com. Yeah. I'm just going to put on my gambling hat and just hold. I'm just going to hold it. I'm not going to get anything out. I'm going to be like the irresponsible trader today and go a little bit outside of what I normally do by holding on to AMTD. I mean, I agree. I think this is probably an out at 10. I mean, how many times have we been here? A lot is the answer. So, yeah, I don't know. This could go more, but again, HKD on the halt. I mean, Neil was just talking about it. We can show it to you here. There it is, halted, tapping 1,000, but that's where it closed. The tap really hasn't been doing anything on these names. So, but rate 975, nice move upside there for AMTD. Okay, we got out of Microsoft when it broke 275 to the upside. So that short was paid off early, didn't work late, in and out there. So 276 was a name to come through. I'm just like a little bit, it's too bad too, because Amazon, we reloaded that one and that one went right into the money and I didn't take that. So it's like I didn't take Microsoft when it went in the money. I didn't take Amazon when it went into the money, and Amazon might burn me, Microsoft did. So I got to sort of start to think a little bit here, because this Nancy Pelosi thing seems like a little bit of a trap to me. Like, I don't know why we're so focused on that, but I get geopolitical tensions obviously moves markets. So, all right, man. Luca is getting ready to come over, so we'll hold it for a little bit longer here. Okay, all right, he's ready. The man, the myth, the legend says, you ain't waiting for Luca, man. He's right.
He's locked and loaded, ready to go.
He's got a nice little sandwich over there. He told me from Tim Hortons. What kind of? I want to find out what drink he has over there.
He had this the other day. It looks tasty.
It's like some sort of a refresher.
Let's just go to Trader Pratt, man.
All
This
right,
market is wild.
Midday show. Let it go.
It's time for Midday Madness. It's time for Trader Pratt right now. Luca's in the trade. He'll be with us in a second. So I told him I got him. I'll let him manage his trade over there. But we got lots of time over here. We got about 3 hours on the show. Let's get some party rolling. Let's get the balls rolling. I mean, you guys already see HKD with 1,000 on the bid. I was absolutely shocked yesterday when I saw HKD in the after hours going to 900 something and then coming back to 1,000, below 1,000, closing around, I believe, 760 or so. I was mind boggled. But something that Luca shared with me on our private chats that we have going is let me actually read this out. This could be a little bit of a fake news on HKD, but still something better than nothing, just to understand what was going on the stock. Let me see if I can open up this picture for us. Here's the tweet. So apparently HKD underwriters issued 16 million shares, sold them to brokers, and then pulled their ADS, never delivered the shares basically. Brokers' clients called in to sell their shares that they were long at, but since the brokers already sold it, there was nothing delivered, resulted in a bunch of people just short. So this is the ultimate short squeeze of short squeezes. You know how people expect the short squeeze to come out and go to thousands and millions of dollars? This is the ultimate short squeeze of the short squeeze. Now going to 1,000, just waiting to see where this one's open at HKD, where all the fun seems to be having today. Let's go over to, oh wait, I don't even have the YouTube chat open. That's how unprepared I am. So let me quickly open that one up. That's my fault. Open up the YouTube chat. Where are you guys? YouTube. This is not my account. Hello? My email's all over there. Okay, well, I'm going to log in over here to open up my YouTube account, the chat, and so on. There we go. Bang. Logged in. I forgot I changed my password yesterday. Now I have to click yes. It is me on my phone. Allow. Please stop taking so much time. In the meantime, over here next, okay, 2FA step verification. We're good to go. In the meantime, let's start off with some of the trades that I'm in at the moment. They're not populating because I have to start taking some profits. So let's take some profits over here so my position board will update. 1,200 for HKD. HKD on NY. Let's go check out HKD over here. 1,200 coming into play. What an absolute disaster of a stock, man. Where does this stop? This could easily keep on squeezing because if that tweet is true, it could go to infinity and beyond. So lots of fear. lots of scare as to what's going on over here on this stock, and I'm sure every one of you watching. I don't know if Kai still has her position on HKD from all the way from, I believe she said $12 or $20. If you're still, yeah, Kai has a long on 12 or 20 or something. So if you're holding on to that right now, congratulations, Kai. Monster move. I'm lost for words. Here we go. We finally got the YouTube chat open. Let's see what you guys were looking at. I was going to show you a couple of my trades. Right, having a little bit of a red day to me. You know, I thought the markets would be staying red after opening up below 4,100. I didn't expect the market to push up the way it did. So a little bit of a red move on trying to short the SPY overall. Couldn't catch the top on SPY. Stopped trying, gave up. I tried to do the same thing on Apple too. Pretty much lost the same thing on Apple and SPY. Not too much worried about it. But currently in a Microsoft short, in a Meta platform short, and the Uber long. Uber with the catalyst of earnings play, coming out with the first time going positive on Uber on their earnings. So we know that finally Uber starting to bring in some money. Looks like me taking Ubers twice a day, finally helping them go cash flow positive from here on out. Maybe even Lyft. Again, obviously Lyft is a little bit more far out from here, but Lyft should start catching some traction off of this Uber catalyst and go to the upside. So here's Lyft up 11.98% today, purely just because of Uber sympathy play, pair trading play coming into play overall. Uber has been supporting VWAP all day. That's why I've only been looking to go long at VWAP and scalp on the way up as long as I keep getting these moves that I'm watching on Uber. We're currently decreasing to the downside a little bit, at least on the S&P 500 and on the NASDAQ. So I'm looking to take some profits over here on Uber just to make sure that we don't go all the way back down. Another stock that I am short, not sure why the position board is not updating, but Fahad's working on that for you guys. Affirm is what I am short right now. You know, it's almost like the WWND play. What would Neil do? What would Neil do play as the market did pop up? I saw Affirm didn't pop up at all. Affirm with almost 3.9 million shares, 4 million shares traded. A little light on the volume and relative volume, only 0.7, but still giving me a good opportunity to short Affirm as the market comes up. He's in a trade. He'll be here in a second. What about AMD earnings report after close? Oh man, you know we love AMD. I personally love AMD. Only a couple dollars away from being positive or being break even on my long-term account. Today we do have a little bit of a chips catalyst. Don't want to get into too much of those chips catalysts. A little bit of a politics conversation in there. So I like to stay away from that convo. Also the chat can get really dirty with that. So let's stay away from the politics convo. Stick straight to the technical analysis. What we like to do. AMD positive today, 1.56, even when the market was completely negative. So we do like the move that AMD and chip stocks have been giving us overall. Pushing towards $100 is AMD. I have been a little bit away from the chip sector today. I don't want to get whipped out by a random catalyst that comes out with everything that's going on. So I'm a little bit patient. I'll be watching the news catalyst. I got Brendo for me at the TV for any time a news drops, so he can update for us on the chips catalyst over there for us to take advantage of. In the meantime, while we're waiting for that, Microsoft 60 cents in the money to the downside. Affirm finally pushing to the downside. Also 9 pennies in the money for Affirm. Meta Platforms, which was out of the money about 50 cents, is now pulling back to us with the help of the market coming back. NASDAQ market rejecting 13K perfectly and staying red still. So down 5% or 0.5% on the NASDAQ, down 0.2% on the S&P 500. Market still red, so I guess me wearing this red shirt does work for now. But for a good period of time today, when I was trying to short the market, it didn't work out because we just kept going launch to the north side. All right. Poor guy trying so hard to hold it down by himself. It's all good, you know. I'm just working, doing my job. I get paid to do this job. I have to do it to the best of my ability and make sure that you guys are having fun doing so. PGY, guys, let's go check out PGY. Look at NASDAQ coming down right now, though, pretty hard. NASDAQ really pulling back, so we're going to take advantage of some of these moves. Meta Platforms now only down 18 cents out of the money for me, so we're loving these moves. PGY, I believe this is one of those monkey monkeypox stocks, if I remember perfectly, still in those high-end ranges for monkeypox. A little low on the volume end. If I can, let me just go make sure of that. You know, I might be wrong on the statement. PGY on the volume end is, yeah, so it is a little bit lighter on the volume end, only 0.71 relative volume. For those of you who are new to trading and don't know what relative volume is, it's basically what relative volume means. It says it in the word right there. It's volume relative today to what it's been doing for the past. It's a very good indicator to show you that the stock is in play or not in play. Usually a stock with more than 2 or more catalysts is in play, a stock that's less than 2 is kind of in play as long as it's above 1, and anything less than 1 is out of play. So PGY over here looks like it's a little bit dead with the volume end, only 2 million shares traded. I'm guessing SIGA has a little bit of the same move over there. No, SIGA actually up 6% on the day and still trying to keep on launching. Monkeypox is still a little bit of a fear. You know, I was on the phone call with my dad yesterday. I have to book tickets to India soon, and these tickets cost like $5,000, bro. To go there and back, $5,000, and I'm like, yo, Dad. I don't think I want to come anymore. This costs too much. He's like, shut up. It's your brother's wedding. You have to show up. So I have to go there. But anyways, I have to pay myself, bro. What do you mean? I gotta bring it out of my pocket. You think my parents are gonna cut a check for that? But no. So on the phone call, my dad was like, "Oh, you know, monkeypox, be scared, blah blah blah." I'm like, "Dad, don't worry. I'm a healthy kid. I got this." So hopefully that fear that my dad has doesn't really start spreading all around the globe, because then we know last time that kind of fear spread, we went into a little bit of a lockdown territories. We don't want to go there again. S&P 500 pulling back, NASDAQ pulling back. Now all my shorts are in the money. Microsoft 90 cents in the money, so basically $1 in the money. We're at VWAP. Take some profits over there. Affirm also pushing down, and Affirm a little bit lighter on the volume end today, so let's take some profits on that one. Meta Platforms now in the money for about 5 pennies, so I don't have nothing to do there just yet. No profits to take in Meta Platform just yet. And Uber coming back down to VWAP will be time for us to reload at some point, as I believe Uber will be holding down VWAP all day. You know, look at the strength all the way from pre-market, from 7 o'clock all the way up till now, which is 11:10, 11:11 Eastern Standard Time. You're telling me that big buyers have been holding the stock up all day, so I'm going to keep on joining their trend. I'm going to buy VWAP every time we go down, and I'm going to pray for the move to the upside. Sadly, that's what we have to do, because we're praying that that big buyer or that algo or the buy program is still there, that kicks in every time the stock goes to VWAP. The reason why VWAP is so used in trading in general is because hedge funds get graded on how far away from VWAP do they buy or sell their positions. That's why a lot of traders have VWAP on their charts, and you see sometimes stocks really magnet to VWAP, and then they keep on bouncing it to the upside, or really magnet to VWAP and keep on bouncing off of it to the downside. So keeping both of these ideas over here. I need to take a fill real quick, so let me see what stock I can take profit in. I can take profits more in Microsoft, guys, so let me do that. And bang, we got the position board up there. Now you guys can see that I am long Uber, short a couple stocks, and a couple stocks that I was, my screenshot button activated. Did not work, thankfully. We're good. BABA being talked about in chat. Let's head over to BABA, BABA, or how one of your friends on the show used to say, BABA. BABA currently 2% to the north side, still holding around, under 100, but above 90. We do know that BABA still has that fear of delisting at some point very soon, but I believe yesterday they did come out with the news that they want to work with the New York regulators and the Chinese regulators more. I personally have never invested in Chinese stocks, and it scares me more and more to invest in Chinese stocks now that they've been going a little bit, whipsaw action based off politics and news and so on. So I'm a little bit hands off because the swings are too nasty. But for a day trade, you gotta love the opportunities as a day trade. Here's a couple setups that I can provide to you that I actually missed out on. If I was here looking at BABA, I would be for sure taking advantage of this stock. BABA with the pre-market breakout of $89, even the 100-period EMA and the 50-period EMA breakout of about $89. Sorry, I said 100. I believe $89, giving you a clean long. You never had to look back on this long, going near close to $95, $94.87 on BABA. If you were to look at the high from yesterday on BABA, it's $94.50. So we broke the high by about 20 cents or so, come back down, and now about to test VWAP and the $90 level for support on BABA. Sean's over here with me. I think Sean wants to kill his throat a little bit more, give his boys some support.
It's good, my man.
I want to say congratulations to your daughter's team on winning not one, but 2 cups. How does that even work? You had 2 separate games?
Yeah, so first of all, someone said I was killing a donut. I had like half of a bagel because I'm trying to like get my throat going. No, so we won. Because we're an all-girls team, there was an all-girls championship. So we took that down. Right? Then we also took down a division which had was basically an all boys division, but we entered the tournament anyways, and we won that division as well. So there was like a major division with the kind of the elite teams, and then we were just in the one division down, but it was the first time an all-girls team ever won that division. That's crazy. So they're already tweeting it out, and High Park is like, getting ready to make a monument of me.
That's sick.
No, that's just a joke. Just playing around. But the girls are amazing. And I know you don't have any kids, Brad, but when you do, I hope you do have a girl.
I have a niece, and man, I don't have to take care of her on all aspects.
See, that's
but the love
it's
for
like a grandparent, right?
Yeah.
Like I can't wait to be a grandparent. Don't have kids too soon, my kids. But I already have the 2 boys, but the girl was a huge blessing in disguise. I'll just sit here. I'm not logged in or anything. I'm short Amazon, as you know. That's going to be my biggest trade. I cleared some out of that Amazon trade, but if you can go to Prad's chart here, you'll see I'm sitting down there near those lines, man, like 135 and change. We were short up there at that 136.50 there. So it's turned out to be really well. I just think it's gone too far too fast. Amazon gets red on the day, and I think there's a lot more pain coming through. So that's going to be my call there on Amazon. And I've never, ever sat on the right side before.
Yeah. Feels weird.
I've never I'm always sitting on the other one there, but there it is. Hey guys, what's up? Yeah, nice little camera shot there. So here's me logged in. You can see I'm not even logged in, but here to talk stock with you guys, and any questions or comments you have, put them in the chat, and we'll try to do our best as we wait for Luca.
Yeah, and here's Meta Platforms coming to the downside, about 80 cents in the money, 70 cents in the money on Meta. It's a time to take some profits on that one. Really loving the fact that Uber does not want to break VWAP any point. I missed out on my reload because I did not have an order out. You got to have your orders out if you want to take the fills, so it doesn't work out for me on this side. But real quick, let me just go over to my second screen and just throw out an order over there to the downside, so every time Uber comes down, I can just take those fills and take advantage of these moves that the hedge funds have been giving us. They like Uber. They like the fact that Uber has gone positive for the first time on revenue, even though I believe they missed out on the EPS. Yeah, they lost out on the EPS by a little bit.
Minus 133 versus minus 23 cents or something. Like, this is the thing, Brad. Like, I know you're taking Ubers, and I know we joke about it, but the thing is like they're not making money. This should not be a good environment for them. So I'm surprised they're still up that 15%.
Yeah, that's what Luca was mentioning yesterday too. They've never gone positive. They're still broke. So this was a pretty surprising move. We were all honestly getting ready to short Uber coming into the day today. But very surprising move for Uber and its partner in crime. Well, it's not its partner in crime because they're competitors, but Lyft taking advantage of that move along with it. NASDAQ now pulling back to pretty much the previous range that we were in. NQ going back to NQU22CM, pulling back to 12,938. Pretty much the range highs over here. Let's see if these range highs, previously resistance, now turn into support, allowing NASDAQ to go back to 13K and break 13K and actually turn positive on the day. But as Sean said, he's bearish on Amazon. He believes that Amazon will turn red. There's more pain to come. I wore the red shirt believing that there's pain in the market today. So we do expect the market to stay red and go a little bit more into the red territories. We'll just have to see if the time will agree with us on those call outs. AMC being talked about in chat. Let's head over to AMC today. AMC trading around $16. Oh, wow. Pretty good trajectory on AMC to the north side, actually, and holding VWAP for the most part, up 7% on the day. Let's see if GME has any sort of a similar move on it or not. It does. I was actually going to throw out a random theory that I think GME and AMC will start to deviate away from being a pair trading kind of stock, but looks like they're still sticking together. That sympathy play, the play that came in in from back in the day, which was the meme stock squeeze rally, still being applied to them together. And it's talking about the meme stock squeeze rally. I guess the father of the meme stock squeeze rally now would be HKD. The stock going to $1,300 today, now coming back to 900 around VWAP 850 and getting back above 900. The spread is $20. Oh my goodness, this stock is insane. Even getting into a single share and getting out might be kind of hard because of the spread. So you just have to throw an order out there into the outer space and just pray that it gets hit, because you don't know where the liquidity is. If I was to filter out the level 2 by 100 size, this is what the level 2 looks like. That's 200. 2 over here means 200 orders. Every time you see one, most likely it's just algos and a bunch of random orders just sitting there. It doesn't really mean that liquidity is there. So we filter out those ones for a better liquidity level 2 book, and this shows you the full picture of HKD, that there are no orders sitting there. It's so hard to even get into a size or get out of your size. That's why traders like myself with only 2 years of experience try to stay away from these. Even traders like Sean and Neil with 30 years of experience together try to stay away from these. But these can really make or break your day, man, or your year.
And I was just saying to Neil, like the only 2 names that I'm down today are actually Revlon and AMTD. And I guess I got taken out of that Microsoft position as well. But I just feel like, you gotta try to play them a little bit, and you gotta have your levels. And I know there's some people in the chat that were saying the same thing. Like, just have your levels, try to go through it, and see what happens. Why am I just hearing someone? It's Tony is in the building right now. Is Tony coming to sit over here? What's Tony doing? Is he going to switch?
I think he might be doing a switcher for Fahad over there, yeah?
Did you see that post I made the other day when Tony was switching?
Yeah. And Tony, man, taking over all jobs.
Hey, next time we go bowling, you're coming.
Yeah.
Can you bowl?
I don't think so, but I'll try. I think I can beat a 53.
53?
I think I can beat a 53, right?
Look, Fahad's my guy. So I'm back on I was never off the Fahad train. Like, I'm back on the Fahad train. I think he's going to just absolutely destroy Lucas. I don't even think it's going to be even close, their next rematch. So we're going to wait to see. Obviously, you're going to be coming through. I had about like 10 double whiskey sours in your honor that night, so that was a lot of fun.
I appreciate that.
And I think we can do that again. And Katrine was hitting it as well, and we had a great time on that one. Can you just check up Amazon for me before I have to fly back over to my desk?
Yeah, for sure. Amazon still to the downside, around $135.33 at the moment, and still in the money.
I have some bids around those lines there.
Right here?
Yeah, right around. Are those VWAPs?
Yeah, 50 period EMA, 100 period EMA. VWAP is over here, 135.
So you're using the 50 period also, eh? What chart is that?
This is a 5-minute chart.
5-minute, okay. All
right.
5-minute chart.
5-minute
Look at this look. I like this look here. This is good, but Fahad, now everyone can see that I don't have anything on my screens right now.
He's not even trading.
I'm not even logged in. I can't even speak properly.
Yeah, your voice is hurting me, my man.
Neil will probably come over here in a minute, but
hats off to him, man.
Luca must be making a killing back there.
Hopefully.
I don't know. I think he's on HKD a little bit.
Yeah, he's on AMTD with a ton of size over there.
No one wants
to
stop trading AMTD as they go. But I was just about to phone the wife to see what was going on. I was like, my man over here just needs a little bit of a
No, I appreciate
break.
it. I got
you
this.
got this. You got this all on there. And we also, I don't know if you saw something, but we leaked something in the afternoon show there yesterday.
So yesterday I actually went back home and I watched the video back just to see how the chat does it and everything. And
our chat is ridiculous.
Our chat's absolutely
most
ridiculous.
Of the time, but we are going to be excited for a few more of those spots. So
can't wait.
Let's get ready to rock and roll. But okay, I'm just going to slide over and see what my Amazon position is doing, and I will be right back.
Thank you, sir, for coming in and allowing me to get a little rest from my vocal cords. But the time for the Prad Show again. Give Sean some rest, man. Hats off to that guy. He was yelling the whole weekend at the children, but that was his job, yelling at children, yelling them to do better, yelling them to go run around and whatnot, and actually winning the cup in multiple divisions, losing his voice, coming in today. Listen, if that was me, I would have taken that day off and be like, yo, tell Arun to work one more day. I'm not coming in. But my man pulls in with the lost voice and is still putting on a great show for you guys. If that's not worthy of a like smash, I don't know what is. Smash that like button, smash that subscribe button. Let's get the ball rolling as the shorts that we're in are paying us more dividends. Meta platform once again to the downside. Let's take some more profits before it returns back to the upside without capitalizing on that money. Uber also pushing to the north side a little bit more. Let's take some more profits on Uber over here as we push back into the range high of the day. Gotta love every opportunity we get over here. Did start the day a little bit in the red, but now I'm making it all back, and we're about to start looking for all the opportunities to take advantage of on a beautiful day like today. It's not that bad outside either, but we're having fun. And real quick, I just want to give a shout out to Greg's girlfriend. It's his girlfriend's birthday today, so I don't know how old she is, but also I guess I'm not supposed to say that. It's a woman. Shout out to Greg's girlfriend for her birthday. Shout out maybe if Greg can hear me. Arun said nope. No, because Sean just wants to be in the office. Let's be real. Even if Sean lost his voice, he would not take a day off. He needs to come in. Halt to the downside for HKD on New York.
Tell people I'm going to get Tony.
Tony will be coming on the show apparently with me, so you guys will be more excited for some XBI conversations, some LabU. I forget what the opposite of LabU, but more importantly, man, right now HKD being halted to the upside. Neil, downside. Okay, it looked like an upside halt for me on my chart. Upside, yeah, it looked like an upside halt for me, so I'm going to say upside halt. So once again, halting upside HKD. This would be halt number what today? I mean, it doesn't really matter halt number what, but all that matters is we're halting once again, getting ready to launch past the $1,000 marker. HKD, are you not entertained? Actually, I'm not entertained right now because some of my shorts are moving back to the north side. So let's take profits over here on Meta, which was 70 cents in the money, now only 20 cents in the money, and Affirm, which is also getting ready to take some more profits over there. We're just scalping pennies, you know. We're giving that risk to reward ratios. We're making profits in every single areas that we can, and just adding to our P&L, making sure the market doesn't whip right against us. Something that I'm noticing right now at a quick glance by looking at my second screen is NASDAQ is making the previous range high, which was resistance, into a support. That is not something we want to be watching on the market if we're bearish. I'm bearish. I don't want to be seeing that. So it's time to start taking off some size on the shorts so we can minimize the damage that might come from the move that the market's trying to show up, which is the north side right now. Look at the market trying to go up. Market's about VWAP. Market turned previous resistance range high as support areas. So keep that in mind if you are short anything. Let's move away from some of these stocks that I've been trading, and let's go talk about some of the stocks you're trading. Some of the stocks that you're trading, go bullish, man. I mean, yeah, if the opportunity shows up, we could go bullish for sure, my friend. APDN over 2,200%, sorry, in 16 halts. It hits $4 today, APDN. Let's go check out APDN. APDN pushing to the north side with 200% today. Yeah, indeed. And 1 million shares traded so far. Let me just go make sure of that. APDN 45 million shares actually, so that's wrong over there. 45 million shares with around 1,000 relative volumes and still trying to push to the north side. So I guess one of the viewers over here is expecting APDN to push towards the $4 marker. Just got to be a little patient because we've yet to break $3 today. Maybe we break 3 and push towards that 4 as the market over here at the moment getting ready to push right back towards the high days. So not something that's good for me as my shorts are now back to being break even. At least we capitalized a good amount of those profits before they did go back to break even. Now time to start looking for possible long opportunities or possible reloads on our short opportunities. Here's Uber, 65 cents in the money now, going to the north side. Let's go Uber, we gotta love it. You know, I can't help it but take Ubers to get home. I have to take Ubers to get home, but you know, at the end of the day, man, Uber is going to have a tough time with now that Prime Video, or not Prime Video, Amazon Prime in general, Prime membership will give you an opportunity to buy from Grubhub in America and a bunch of other countries too. So that's direct competition to Uber on their food delivery service. We also know DoorDash and a bunch of other companies are also direct competition to Uber. Uber has a lot of problems to deal with on that side. I'm still waiting to see how Uber plans out their taxi service that they rolled out in New York. They rolled it out in, sorry, not in New York. I believe they did it in California or maybe in New York. One of those two cities they rolled out the taxi service in, which actually was looking pretty bullish back in the day. I thought they would do that in Toronto and a bunch of other major cities. They've yet to do that, so we're waiting for that to happen. In the meantime, as Uber turns positive and still has a net miss on their revenue, Uber is trying to make me rich on the day, and Microsoft being bearish on Microsoft is still making me rich on the day. My only two shorts that are not working for me are Meta Platforms and Affirm. I don't have my earpiece on me because every time I try to connect, it goes to my phone, so I can see you putting your thumbs up. Let's send it to Big B for sentiment.
Hey guys, interesting names on this board. Once again, if you missed it early on this morning, AMTD, the one everyone seems to be talking about so far today, obviously in a positive fashion as well. They've kind of caught up with the SPY here. Typically, the overall market is being mentioned the most. So this box typically the biggest on this board, but not today. AMTD, there's HKD, AMC in the race here as well for the most mentioned so far today. Revlon back on the board after what happened late in the day yesterday on that $1.4 billion bankruptcy deal. Tesla with a nice day as well, back to the upside. Wanted to mention, there it is. Uber, the guys were just talking about there, AMD and SIGA. A lot to the downside as well, including GOVX and SIGA as well, back higher. AMD, obviously, earnings to come. GME and NIO, an interesting looking chart so far today, guys. That is what is being discussed on social media. Back to you.
Yeah, it looks like most of those chatters are about, but the board is pretty green though, but I'm looking at that big box on the bottom right corner of that screen. It's AMTD. Right to left of that is AMC. AMC has a pretty big box, and right above that box was HKD. Looks like those are the conversations at the Twitter Spaces, the 4chans, and I don't know where else the conversations, I guess Reddit Spaces. Yeah, Reddit Spaces are having. It's for the most part. I'm trying to see if Uber's up there today. I actually can't see Uber having a pretty big box by themselves, which is surprising because Uber has a big move in it by them in them today, and the sector itself, even Lyft having a pretty big move off of the sympathy catalyst. But whoa, okay, a little bit of a selling coming in. Look at that tape just turning red for me. I do enjoy seeing a little bit of a red tape because we're still holding our Meta Platform short. We're still holding our Microsoft short, which both of them instantly dropping down. 80 cents in the money on Microsoft, 30 cents in the money on Meta, and my shorts are looking good again. So no complaints on that side for me. We have Luca back in. Luca is now ready. I know we said Tony would be here, but Luca's ready, so let's get the ball rolling. It's going to be the Luca and Prad show now.
What's going on, everyone? And I want to start off by saying huge shout out to Prad for covering right now. Absolute legend. I want to just give a quick clap, show your appreciation there, because this man right here is a legend. And I heard him talking for the last who knows how long. And I'm in the back, and these trades are going absolutely wild, and I was super locked in the back there. I'll share a couple quick trades for you, but definitely when you get days like today and things are going wild, you definitely got to lock in and make sure you're kind of paying attention. Things are going insane. All eyes on AMTD today, and I'm actually kind of surprised that this thing has the range that it has. It's kind of rejecting that $10 area. But this thing is doing just insane amounts of volume, like 120 million volume traded today. So obviously everybody's trading this. A really good short opportunity off the open. This was a delayed open. It did not open right away. I was kind of waiting and obviously paid for a bunch of shorts, but didn't have the fall off that I thought that it could. And I'm actually surprised that this initial down halt printed flat before actually flushing. Now in kind of this range here. I'm definitely going to keep my eyes on this for the rest of today. But understand that, like, with names like this, when it does this much volume, like, obviously the algo's involved. They're going up, they're going down, they're stopping everybody out. So things are wild. I had a couple good trades. So obviously watching, we had a kind of GovX from yesterday watching this, like, whole monkeypox play. They have earnings Wednesday, so they have earnings tomorrow. And, it's exciting, right? Like, everybody's kind of waiting, like, first red day on GovX, what's going to happen. Yesterday provided ample opportunity. And, because of AMTD, fumbling my words here, because of AMTD and the amount of volume and the amount of eyes that went into that, I think that's reason for the initial just flush right off the open on GovX. You know, they just knew that they wouldn't have the volume, and so it was just kind of like an exit right off the bat. And so I missed the short initially. Like the first flush down, I missed that because it was happening so quickly. My priority was AMTD, and then I caught it at the last second. And this is something that I've been working on, trying to manage a little bit more and more every single day. And it's kind of wild because, like, you know, this was on like the back burner in terms of like my screen. It's like all the way to the left, and I see this thing. I'm like, oh my god, this thing's about to halt here. So I quickly jump in because I said, look, this candle, this is a death candle, right? They don't have the volume. Who knows where this thing prints? This thing is done. So I'm willing to chase it down here. Obviously, it's a bad price. I would have rather gotten short on the 350 break, call it, because, you know, low of day from yesterday. But yeah, you know, took that short there, and the open here was actually like just in front of 3. So this was a banger trade. Don't mind this fill over here. This was a banger trade. The open was at 3. Absolutely insane. The mistake that I made here, and maybe you guys can learn from me, the mistake I made is the short was good. I know the short was good, and I did not reload the short when it popped back up here. We had that 350 rejection. So it literally came all the way back to 350, popped 351, and then it was good for another 50-cent drop here. And, you know, like this is the prior low of yesterday, right? So it's like just quickly pulling it up to kind of show you guys the overall ideology of like what I'm seeing here. You know, we saw yesterday it was definitely an inside day. Like you have to be a sniper. And the low from yesterday, or kind of like a give or take, was around that 350, right? You had the 350 bounce. So like we flushed through. We halted, we opened at 3, we popped back, we rejected 350. So that was a short that I missed, kind of upset about it, let it go, and then I tried it again, but I got myself out, and then we obviously kind of popped a little bit higher, is what it is. And yeah, let's also talk APDN here. I got to double check the tickers. APDN, this is another one kind of going nuts, halt to the upside. Normally when I look at these halt plays, like it's like the trades are good for like one or two, like you don't necessarily see these like big gaps in the halts, right? And I kind of chased the top. It just kind of felt right. And, you know, like whatever is what it is. And I took this trade here. But yeah, you know, the halts here, and then obviously first down halt was 6. So, you know, had a really good trade on this one here, just kind of short, like in front of VWAP, covered on the halt there. And, you know, at this point now, I feel like I've seen this setup before. It's probably going to stay in this range for the next little while. It's going to jump up, it's going to jump down, and we might see more halts on this thing. It might just continue to halt over and over and over again. And you know, just in general, like obviously you see what I'm doing here. Again, don't mind this fill over here, but you know, taking the long here, getting myself out on the halt over here. You know, this is definitely something where, you know, it's like maybe you have a little bit of edge in the spread of these halts because somebody is stuck short. Everything is halting today, so the halts are good. But as they halt more and more, the kind of the edge diminishes, right? So it is the market. It's a function of the market. You know, like as you find edge, there's no free lunch, and you know the edge will just disappear as it continues to do the same setup here. So this was interesting. Pretty happy with this short over here. That was pretty sick there. And then I missed the last one. I missed the short over there. Whatever is what it is. See, on days like today, you cannot hit everything, right? You cannot hit everything. So if you guys did not hit everything, don't beat yourself up. I'm over here telling myself, damn, I missed this, I missed that. I think Rev, it's kind of funny because me and Neil were talking this morning, and we're talking how Rev topped out at 989 and then 990 yesterday. I was like, okay, if this thing breaks 10, like this is gonna go. This is gonna be a clean break to the upside. And go figure, look at this. I have no fills on this on Rev today. I wanted the 10 break. I was looking at it. I was looking at other things. I look back at it. It's at 1060. I was like, man, that was good for 50 cents. Like that was pretty clean. Like that's just an easy trade, right? It's like a clean level. It never broke. It tested twice. Then it breaks. Then it goes. And the flash down on this move was actually pretty nasty. So, you know, and then I had to tell myself, like, do I really want to like kind of smash the shorts here? Am I going to pay for even more shorts? So it kind of like pick your trade, pick the stress-free trade. For me, GovX was a no-brainer in terms of like liquidity, you know, just kind of ease of trade. It was not SSR to open. Now it is SSR. You know, when these names SSR, or when the spread opens up, or when the volume's kind of a little bit light, you know, it definitely makes the trade a little bit more difficult, right? But kind of overall perspective on this Rev trade here, and I'm going to drag this up very quickly so everyone can see. Look at the volume, right? The volume in the morning, obviously insane because everything's going nuts. They're obviously using this volume. 10 is a significant level, so you know the exit is coming. So if you're a type of trader that you're scaling into your short, you want to look for these tells, right? The volume is there. It's very telling. It's over a $10 level. It cannot get to 11 on the first kind of sign of weakness. It's done. And now look at the volume. Like the volume has just been dead, right? So the volume has been dead, but it dropped throughout this whole period of time. So it's like once you see that kind of flush down and you see like, oh, it doesn't look like they have the volume there, that's how you know the short is good, in my opinion. Because it's like, look, listen, at the end of the day, we had the bankruptcy news yesterday. It was very strong. A lot of people tried shorting that 758 level. People got squeezed, pushed it towards 10, rejected 10 yesterday, broke 10 today, but it's not super bullish in my eyes. It's just not super bullish. And I'm trying to tell myself, or not tell myself, but I'm asking myself, who's really buying this aggressively over 10? Unless people are getting squeezed. And people got squeezed yesterday, so, you know, kind of feels like we had so many things. It was like an all-you-can-eat buffet this morning. So, you know, obviously the names that are generally weaker are using the volume to get out, and then they kind of flush. And, you know, if I had to guess, Rev is dead. Rev is dead now. It's dead for the rest of the day. Volume really fell off here, and, you know, volume fell off a lot of these names. But, yeah, you know, it's a crazy morning. You know, you don't always get mornings like this. Kind of wild, but, you know, definitely lots of fun. Lots of fun to be a trader at times like this.
Right on, man. Great trading today, and looks like you're transitioning over to be the low flow god once again. So let's go. What's up? What you laughing at?
Who?
You.
Just that statement.
Oh, the low flow god
Yeah,
statement.
yeah.
I thought you read something in the chat. I was like, well, what is someone trolling me again?
No. I'm just laughing. Yeah, because you're like the low flow. I'm like,
flow
oh, take
god.
it easy. Like 1 or 2 days trading low flows.
Low flow god.
I need a couple more weeks for sure.
Nah, just take the compliment, my man. Take the compliment. Yeah, good day today. And lots of trades to be had for the rest of the day for us. Couple stocks over here to mention is actually RCL. RCL had earnings not too long ago on the 28th of July. Positive earnings for RCL. But last night after market, I believe it was at least after market, they announced a $1 billion offering. That catalyst pushing RCL to 4 or 5% to the north side. A stock that's actually taking more advantage of that catalyst is actually CCL. Someone in the chat said CCL cruising all the way to Bahamas today. I guess you're not wrong about that, but CCL just sympathy play catalysting off of RCL's back, piggybacking off of RCL's trade. Real quick, as a position alert, not a position alert, but a position update, I saw the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ really push down, and Microsoft pushed down to being $1 in the money for me. But after pushing down to those levels, they still bounced from the same pre-market, or not pre-market, the previous levels over here. So noticing that, I punched myself out on my Microsoft short, on my Meta platform short, but now I'm gonna try to punch back into those positions over here at a higher price. I'm gonna wait for Meta platforms a little bit more pump up on Meta, closer to 161 is something that I'm looking for. But MSFT, a stock that's been a lot more weaker in the tech basket compared to your Apples, your AMDs, your Nvidias, and so on. We know how much weaker Microsoft has been. The market, NASDAQ is positive. S&P 500 could go positive very soon, but Microsoft down about 1 full percent. Apple on the other side of that trade, Apple not really going too far to the red today, only hanging out at 0.23 to the downside, while the market, NASDAQ, is in the positive. So I did try to show short Apple. I got burnt on that. I stepped away from it, so I moved over to Microsoft instead, which was a way cleaner short, still under pre-market levels, still under the 50 period, still under the 100 period EMA, all of those factors coming into play. I said forget trying to short Apple, stick to Microsoft, and Microsoft right now coming back into those reload opportunities for me. So let's try to see if we can take advantage of said position. I'm still holding my firm short though, currently out of the money by 9 pennies, and we did scalp some of that size out already, so we're not worried too much about that trade. Uber at the moment pushing to the north side still, 55 cents in the money. No reload on Uber just yet, so not too happy about that. Let's see if Uber can push on the downside, allowing us to reload. HKD. Buy the dip on HKD. I mean, I'm gonna stay away from that one. I will wish you luck to you on that trade. If you like the long at VWAP, or if you like the long at 700, which happens to be around the 100 period EMA, or anywhere close to 700, which is like 695, which I think is the low a day today. Let me go confirm what the low a day today is. Actually, HKD low a day is 668. So around 700. If you're able to give it 40 cents of $40 worth of a drop for your risk to reward ratios, because that's how much the spread opens up at. If you're willing to lose 40 bucks a share, then yeah, go for it. I'm not willing to lose 40 bucks a share. My shutdown won't allow me to lose 40 bucks a share, so I'm not doing that.
This is, HKD is absolutely wild. And I actually read like some tweet yesterday where they were talking about, the underwriters sold shares to the brokers.
Yeah, I showed a picture about that. So yeah, explain that.
Yeah, so obviously I don't really know, and this is just kind of like I read this from Twitter, and this is kind of what they're saying there, but it's kind of funny because they're saying that the underwriters sold shares to the brokers that they didn't necessarily have because the company didn't issue those shares yet. So there's a lot of naked shorts out there, and it's just shorts who are stuck, and now they're paying the overnight fees, and those overnight fees to hold those short positions are insane. They're insanely priced, right? So it's depending the type of account, depending the liquidity in your account, it's like draw down, draw down, draw down, liquidate, draw down, draw down, draw down, liquidate. So it's like perpetual covering that just never ends because of the naked short positions that are outstanding. And the only solution that I could think of off the top of my head, again, it's not really my place to say this, but does the company do an offering? If there's all these naked shorts and they have to cover, like the company can do an offering at any price because they have to cover. But at the same time, it's like everybody's going to be involved in this. Like the regulators are going to be involved. Like, do the brokers lose? Do the clients lose? Like it's a whole situation on our hands here. On their hands, obviously, and for me, just watching this, and again, guys, I've been saying this over and over again. This is pure entertainment for me. I did not take one trade on HKD, and I'm just watching it play itself out, and I'm just like, this is insane. This is insane the way that it's playing itself out. And it blows my mind every time. I'm definitely a curious individual, and seeing how these things kind of play themselves out, I just feel bad if anybody, like somebody's like, oh yeah, I'm going to short this, and they don't really understand the back end and the process, and now they can't cover. There's just no liquidity, and that's why we're seeing these down halts that are printing up and the up halts that continue to happen. It's just it's just max pain for anybody who short this thing. So I think Neil made a good point. If you're with our platform, ban the name. Do not short the name. And I was actually going to ask him today, and I was going to say, just can you ban the name in general from me? Like, I don't even want to punch in. Yeah, like I'm literally ban the name because he's like, oh, on the show, like we're cycling through things and I don't want to like jump into a trade. And he's like, I'm going to actually put the default size to 0 for this. And then I heard that and I'm like, that's genius. This man's a genius. And then I'm like, yeah, but on my level 2, I keep it a default size. So like just on the level 2, I keep it like 100, 1,000, 10,000, whatever. And I'm just like, oh man, I can't like ban myself from trading this. I was like, you know what? Let me remove it from all watch lists. Let me just remove it completely from level 2s. I'll keep a chart in like the corner just to see, because obviously like if you guys are trading AMTD, you want to be trading, if you're trading AMTD, you want to keep an eye on HKD as well, because obviously, the 90% ownership there. So they are going to move in tandem. But yeah, I'm pretty surprised that AMTD is holding right now. It's kind of like I'm waiting for a breakdown. I'm waiting for something to show me that this is going to, be exciting and kind of like put the odds in my favor. But, it's for me, I'm definitely not stepping in front of a freight train. Located for a bunch of shorts this morning, and then Greg's like, oh damn, it's SSR, and I was like, oh damn, it is SSR. I was like, oh man, that changes everything. So it kind of completely changes the trade for me, makes it a more difficult trade to the short side because obviously you cannot hit the bids. So it's one of those things that like you got to pick your spots with this. Definitely be a sniper, but understand everybody's watching this name today, and that's why the name looks like this, right? It's like everybody thinks it's going to be a good short. That's why the halt did not print lower. Everybody thinks it's going to be a good short. That's why the break of lows instantly rips your face off and then runs to highs. It's just a very difficult trade. When there's this much volume, there's a lot of algos involved, and they just play over unders. They punch lows, they trigger, they use liquidity, they dump, they reverse, they rinse and repeat. They see order flow in real time. So it is a dangerous mover, and there's not that much liquidity on the book, even though I'm assuming if you punch in at any level, you're getting the fill. It just kind of looks scary when you kind of glance at it. So yeah, kind of crazy. And oh yeah, somebody was mentioning OST. So OST with the float of 5 to 6 million. And whoever mentioned that saying, oh, we're OST going nuts and we're not talking about it. Here you go. We are talking about it. OST going crazy, up 76%, had a very, very nice run. And, we are now in the era, and era is not the right word, but we are now in the days of what is the next one to go. And I see people in the chat. They're literally saying, this is going to be the next one. That's going to be the next one. I just want to say, newsflash, none of these are going to be the next one. There's no way, because every single time we see this black swan event where things go nuts, things run crazy, things move from like $20 to $1,000. The next one, yes, you could see moves, right? You could see things start to move. Let's pull up this other random one. CZOO. This is another mover. It broke through $1, looked really strong. Is this going to be the next one? Probably not. Like I'll be surprised if by the end of the week this thing's at $50. Like I'll just be very surprised because you got to understand different structure to the trade, right? Going back to the whole kind of broker underwriter process of the HKD situation, is like this is a structural issue for that specific scenario. This is why it's a kind of perpetual buying that takes place nonstop. It's like CZOO. I'm not really sure what this company does, but I would argue that like there is not the same structural issue. So it's like shorts, when they do get involved, they're not going to get super squeezed the way that you would think. So just keep in mind, if you are somebody who is like, I am looking for the next one, I want to buy here, sell here, just understand that the game of trading is all about risk management. It's only about risk management. Trade things that have edge and react to the trades that are in front of you. For myself, everything's moving today. I told myself I just need one good trade, maybe two, maybe three, whatever, sometimes four. But I need one good trade, and that's my day, and I make my day. I don't need to be flabbergasted with all these different movers, try to hit everything at once, fumble everything, and lose. Then it's just a bad day, and I'm just upset at myself.
Yes, a couple of the stocks over here that we're watching from the chat, especially. I guess Nvidia being called out for a short opportunity. I don't hate the trade, nor do I love the trade, and the main reason for it is obviously the catalyst behind it. I don't want to get whipped out by a random news drop coming in, so I'd rather just stay patient. There's a reason why I haven't touched AMD or Nvidia or any chip stocks today. I'd rather wait for the catalyst to play out completely. Let's see how the news wires disseminate the information. Let's see how the market perceives the information, and then I'll be more than happy to be not the first one in the game, but at least I'll be somewhere in the game to take part of that move and capitalize on that move. I don't want to be the one guessing the game and then get whipped out by that random catalyst. So a little bit of hands off for me. Nothing wrong with the trade though. If you want to trade your catalyst, if you want to trade your levels still and have your stops out in case that catalyst comes out in the other way of where you are, then your stop allows you to take a little bit of a damage, not too much damage, but I don't even want to go through that risk. I have a shutdown over here. I have to deal with how much money I can allot to a certain trade, and I have to be very calculated. I can allot so much percentage to this, so much percentage to this. If I'm giving NVIDIA a good 10 to 30% of my shutdown just to try to short this, and that catalyst comes out and I do lose that 10 to 30% of my shutdown, that's a waste of my trade that I could have put into shorting Microsoft at the pops or loading Uber into the drop. So being very calculated on when to take your trade will actually help you minimize the amount of losses you can take. Something that Neil has mentioned to me not too long ago back in the day was, the part of the game is actually learning how to protect the money you've made. It's not about how much money you can keep on making. It's about making that money and then learning how to protect that dollar. And Luca was saying that something around the same realm too. It's like, I don't need to hunt 100 million trades. There's so many opportunities out there. But if I can be a sniper, be patient, look for that one trade. He said he had a 5-second window for that trade. In that 5-second window, he punched in, he pushed in his whole day, and then that's it. That's all you need to do. Even Brendo, back when I officially started 2 years ago, Brendo used to say, that's all you need to do, Brad. Just find that 1 or 2 opening drive trade and just sit on your hands for the rest of the day. You don't need to be trading all day and give back your money during lunchtime. You don't need to be doing this. You don't need to be doing that. Find your setup. Find that makes you money. Work on that trade. And then besides that, you don't need to do much in this market. You don't got to be the person who trades all day just to be like, oh, I'm the real trader. I traded all day. Look at me go. For me, NVIDIA, I'm going to be hands off on it, but I don't hate the trade. I just don't like it either. A stock with a catalyst. Some of you do like a buyout catalyst. I know you guys like to trade that in the chat over there. COWN, $39 getting bought out by TD Bank. So that's a COWN stock today, getting pumped up to about, 50% to the north side? I forget what the premium was on this stock. 8% to the upside. I thought 50. Why did I think 50? Pushing towards closer to 39. I tried to go long in the bottom ranges over here. Honestly, I wasn't aggressive enough on the long, so I didn't get the fills. I said forget this trade, moved away from it. Looks like the long was the direction as we keep on pushing closer to that $39. And remember that conversation I told you not too long ago about how Canadian banks have been buying out American banks more and more. Here's another bank, Cohen Group, getting bought out. I believe Cohen Group is American. If it's not, I'm sorry on being wrong. I've been wrong multiple times. Here's another time. But if I'm not wrong, then hey, another American bank getting bought out by another Canadian bank.
Yeah, something I wanted to comment on, just that Brad said very quickly, is window of edge. And it's not going to show it here because, as soon as we take fills, it removes our fills from yesterday. But essentially, going back to GovX, anybody that was watching yesterday knows that I had the kind of one trade on it. And this was the day of yesterday, right? This is yesterday's day. So, like, in terms of, like, window of edge, like, I had the short right here. I had the short right here at, like, the kind of over 4 breakdown through VWAP, and I covered, like, right over there. And it's like, so I tried the long here, and this was basically the flat trade, and then I took the short, and then I didn't trade it for the rest of the day. But here's the thing, like window of edge. It's like the whole morning I waited. I did not take real good size. I was just kind of waiting, being very patient, waiting for the short to set up. Then I hit the short from here to here. It was like a 30-cent win on that. It was pretty clean. It was pretty good. But I waited 1 hour. I went through so much chop. And if I expand this for you guys just to kind of show you like kind of the overall logic, it's like, look at this. I literally waited through all this. It was just doing nothing, doing nothing, doing nothing. Then it goes boom, boom, and then done, back to doing nothing. And so this trade was like a 5-second trade, like a 1-second trade. And literally I waited for 1 hour for a 1-second trade. So like in terms of like window of edge, like understand that like the window of edge sometimes will be very, very narrow, and you have to be very, very patient. You have to be a sniper, right? But I just wanted to comment on that because, it's like even like I thought like maybe we could get the continuation sell-off, but this thing just held all of yesterday and could not get above that 410 area. It continued to push forward the 410 area, but just rejected. So, today was obviously eyeing that 410 area for a potential, if we get through 410, the long will be good. But then understood that, like overall, all eyes on AMTD. So, they're not going to have the volume. And this kind of initial sell-off confirmed it. So, obviously, like the edge is like here. This is the meat of the move. And now it's like even though I'm telling myself, even though I think like this can just bleed and trend down for the rest of the day, it's like it's going to be a very slow trade. Now it's SSR, less people are interested, volume is just kind of dead. So like this is the meat of the move. This is your window of edge, and don't get chopped up in the process over here. So I just wanted to cover that. Also looking at AMD for a push towards 100. Overall AMD chips in general being very strong. Just looking at the daily, just multi-day runner. I think it's been green days since July 27th, so that's what, like 5 days, today being the 5th day. So 5th day, green day in a row. Like we're most likely testing 100. It's up 2.3%. I've seen this name up 6% sometimes. The overall market kind of flat on the day, so easily could run for high a day. Overall, but I got to imagine also that like maybe there's some sellers that come in around 100 here, but definitely on my radar, definitely interesting. Just kind of the, staying away from it today, like in the morning, just seeing this kind of chop, kind of had the very strong move up, then really choppy, then strong move up, now very choppy. Maybe we get a dip down towards 98 and then a nice strong move up towards 100, if the end of the day wants to continue to rally. So yeah, AMD definitely strong, something I'm interested in. Tesla, very surprised that we didn't get a breakdown. In the pre-market, we did break down through 880, and then we kind of popped back, and there was really no continuation there. And I thought like if we do break, and something that I'm looking at here is just to quickly bring up the daily. Everybody sees the doji from yesterday, the hammer candle from yesterday, the weakness, the reject off the 200 period at 910 area, and the close below 900, right? Very key. All the shorts are like, this looks good. We're moving down towards 850. This is what I thought. This was probably a lot of other shorts thought. And this is the thing, right? Tesla is not always going to be an easy trade. It's going to dance around. There's a lot of algos involved. They're always pushing people off of their positions. So it's one of those things where, it starts the day, it looks weak, it feels like the short is going to be good, and go figure the thing is back up today. So, it's one of those things that if from a swing trade perspective, you're like, I like the short here, I like where it is, I want to hold this and see how it acts up, just understand that like if this does move against you, it can be nasty and it can just continue, and there's no real reason for it from my experience. It just kind of moves wherever it wants to move, and it continues to push people off their positions. So, something that I was watching today, but kind of stepped away from it after seeing it have that breakthrough 880 in the pre-market, then the pop back through 900. To me, it's a dead trade. Maybe we get a couple sideways days before it makes up its mind and kind of chooses a decision.
I'm looking at Pinterest over here. Pinterest popped up in pre-market for about 15 some odd percent, if I remember correctly. 18.6% in pre-market off of the Elliott being, activist investor, Elliott being the #1 size. I thought Neil was talking to me for a second, but most #1 size holder, larger shareholder, that's the word I'm looking for. Elliott coming in, so 18%, but then obviously the move, which I was expecting, was to the downside off of that catalyst, 18% off of just the activist investor. Like, come on, that's ridiculous. They also did report a lower than expected earnings, so earnings report coming in and also revenue doing better than expected. So all of those catalysts helping out at Pinterest to jump up about 18%. I think the real move off the earnings catalyst was maybe probably 5 to 10%, but the added percentage just came on there for the activist investor. Now coming down a good chunk of that pre-market move over here to $22. It looks like the low of day is around $21 and 88 cents or 89 cents or so, low a day. A weak break of 22 to the downside, now getting back above 22 is Pinterest, playing around the 100-period EMA on the 5-minute chart. Let's see if we can get back to VWAP around $23 for Pinterest at some point later on in the day as the NASDAQ pushes towards 13K right now. NASDAQ pushing towards 13K. We're expecting a possible breakout of 13K to the north side, keeping the market green, or a possible secondary rejection off a double top off 13K, especially after how the market played out yesterday. Market was pretty much in the red yesterday, was it not? Yeah, market was in the red yesterday with a high of 13,104 or 13,100, let's just leave it at that, on the NASDAQ, and a high of, what was it on the ES yesterday? ES/U22CM, oops, sorry, ESU22CM, with a high of around 4,150. So I think both of these levels might come into play at some point today if NASDAQ manages to actually clear 13K and stay above 13K. But so far, we're seeing a double top rejection coming into play around that significant level. Also the very same level that Neil mentioned on the morning show before being pushed over to the midday show. Uber now 58 cents in the money. So we're loving the fact that Uber just can't stop, won't stop, can't stop, won't stop. Keeps on pushing to the north side for me. As long as we keep on getting these long fills at VWAP and allow the stock to keep on popping up and take our exits like this, we can't be complaining about these moves, right? You gotta love those moves. And same move on Microsoft. I like to move it, move it. I like to move it, move it.
We got a question here, Prad, and I love this question. I'm also curious, Prad, look at your crystal ball and tell us, will the NASDAQ reject the 13K? I mean, it kind of like, it got there a little and rejected, but like overall.
Move on.
You missed the smile.
Next comment. Lunch hour incoming. Keep your guards up. That is true. It is about to be 30 seconds away from lunch hour, so volume should be retreating away from the market, and the volume and the market is when the volume is running away from the market because of lunchtime. You know, Luca's already made enough money to go pay lunch for all of us at the office.
I got enough money for a couple beers for myself, so I'm a happy camper.
So people like him will be looking to get out of their desk, go get the hibachi girls. You know, we had some bomb sushi yesterday.
Oh, yesterday, so, shout out to Maggie for whoever bought the sushi. Shout out. Absolutely amazing. Haven't had sushi in a while, and it was really good. It was really
people
good.
like him are getting ready to go eat that sushis while you guys are getting ready to go look at Brandon's beautiful face at the big screen. Let's go to Brendo.
Hey guys, yeah, a quick update for you as we head into lunch hour. A very headline kind of macro driven market so far today. We are basically flat on the S&P, a little bit higher at the moment, but holding on to this 4120 area, which is obviously key overall on the upside. The Dow negative 0.4 to the downside. The Russell just holding on to positive territory. The NASDAQ trying to lead us back to the upside, 0.2, 0.3 for the composite and the 100, but overall again, headline driven, I guess is a good way to put it so far today. I got to watch these chip makers with everything that's happening as far as the Pelosi trip to Taiwan is concerned. Intel here did bottom out at 36, trying to make its way back to the upside. Volume across the board, though, pretty low, indicating a wait and see kind of approach. Prad, back over to you.
Back to me, yeah. Very patiently waiting for the chip news over here. I would like for AMD to get above 100 just so I could say now I have 2 stocks in the positive in my long-term account. But so far, Apple, the #1 leader, the only positive stock in my account, and we're loving the fact that Apple's doing that for us. Apparently, Apple got price targeted by Citibank or maybe a different bank to $180. That's something that the viewers in the chat mentioned to me yesterday, so we'll just have to wait and see if that plays out. HKD HKD being talked about in the chat. I mean, why wouldn't it be talked in the chat? This stock is up another 38% today. The ultimate short squeeze of all short squeezes, closing to the north side every single day. 1,300 the high a day today. I think some of the viewers in chat are expecting 2,000 or even 1,500. Why not? Like, why not? Let's just throw out all the numbers out there. Clearly, the stock has no ceiling, no roof, no limit as to how high it can squeeze to. And if whatever Luca found the catalyst for the stock, if that catalyst is true, then this stock really has no limit. People are just constantly paying daily for the short fees and probably reloading on the shorts to get a better average price. So every day you're watching new shorts load up, and you're watching new shorts pay those fees all over to the next day and over to the next day. Some of them might be getting liquidated because they're already so far out of the money because the squeeze is happening. So it's just a complete SHIT show over here on the stock if that statements are true. If those statements are true, HKD might actually hit 100K before Bitcoin does. So you never know what will happen. Speaking of Bitcoin, though, let's head over to see how our cryptocurrency market is doing on a day like today. Bitcoin down 1 full %. Ethereum on the other side of it. Cardano also down. Dogecoin down. Shiba down. Solana, though, up on the positive side, barely flat. It's up by only 0.17. Cryptocurrency, I'm guessing, is overall as a basket in the red. So cryptocurrency struggling over there. Wow, NASDAQ actually took out 13K. So I'm watching Microsoft push up over here. Give me more reloads on the short. Microsoft just launched towards 265.50. Gave me fills over there as NASDAQ takes out 13K. We did not expect this, but we were ready for this move. That's the name of the game, right? Ian always says that. You always participate, don't anticipate. We had a theory out for the 13K break, and we had a theory out for the possible rejection of 13K. We're watching 13K break right now. The next level on NASDAQ that we're going to be watching is going to be 13,100. Most likely we reject 13,100 based on how the market traded yesterday. And most likely we also reject off of 4,150 on the S&P 500, the same way we rejected off of those yesterday's and on Friday, I believe. Yeah, on Friday. So if that doesn't happen and the market clears out both of these levels to the north side, ooh, the shorts are getting squeezed today, boy.
Yeah, kind of feels like the case.
Mike.
Sorry about that. I was going to say, yeah, feels like the case. And, just quickly looking over at PGY here, which another one that, had a down halt in the morning. Everything kind of moved together. But, so PGY has not seen a day that has not been SSR. And everybody kind of knows the story on this name. It's like the amount of warrants that they have outstanding is insane amount of shares that kind of that translates into an insane amount of shares. So it's like everybody's like, okay, this kind of like, when is this thing going to fall off? Like, like this kind of valuation in this type of market. But this thing has just continued to be SSR. It's continued to be a very, very difficult trade. And if I quickly slide my daily chart over here, look at this thing. It's just like green, 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 green. Anybody who is shorting this name is just feeling the pain. Definitely not shorting that name, definitely not looking at it. And it continues to go higher, right? It's now making a new high. I think it's at high a day. It's making a new all-time high. Like, where's the top on this thing? This thing could continue to go. But just the one thing I will say with PGY is just understand that, like, with this one, the amount of warrants, if fully exercised, it's like insanely high. It's insanely high. So it would be devastating to the stock if they kind of exercise all of those. So that's like something that's got to be in the back of the head of anybody who's long this name, especially carrying longs overnight. Like that kind of news comes out. Who knows what happens. And that reminds me of GovX overall. You got to imagine that. Like I want to say that there's a lot of traders thinking that these guys are going to do an offering and use this volume, right? Use this volume. It makes sense, and they do have earnings tomorrow, so you do have that catalyst. But I want to say that it's probably unfortunate for them if they were going to do that because, today being it that all the volume kind of draw to a few names, overall kind of people stop looking at this name and you got to kind of flush right off the open. So not really sure kind of what happens next, but got to imagine that, overall with earnings coming, that's some type of catalyst. you know, this will definitely continue to be on my radar, especially if we are near that 450 area. I love a move to 5. I still do love it, but at the same time, it kind of feels like this move killed it, and now volume's dead. Now it's SSR. So I mean, you know, it's one thing where, like, you know, shorts pile in, maybe you get that secondary squeeze up. Like obviously today, like first red day, just in general, looking at the daily chart, that was a very nice first red day. But if this kind of stops out around 3, holds that $3 level, then makes a move towards highs, you know, it'll be kind of funny because it's SSR. It's SSR. They get more volume because shorts might be stuck. Then they do the offering. So that would be super savage in my opinion. But it wouldn't be the first time that I've seen things like that play themselves out. So it's definitely on my radar as well. And Kai, one thing I want to say, I saw in the chat, you mentioned you will eat your hand if HKD goes to 1,500. That's kind of that's pretty intense. But just keep in mind that like this could go to 1,500. So like this could go to 1,500. So like I you know, like we'll give you a chance to retract that statement because you know it is very possible that this goes to 1,500. I mean it's like where's the top at this point? Like who knows? I initially sat down today and I was like, that's it. We're going to 5,000. We're going to 5,000. I'm like, where else are we going to stop? We're going to 5,000 makes sense, but obviously, I you know, kind of joking, but not really, because you know this thing is just printing ones. I have not seen a print over 100 shares on this thing. Everything dark pool, everything printing ones, always SSR. So yeah, kind of interesting, kind of fun to watch, but again, pure entertainment.
Man, Palantir is a stock of the day for me, well, mainly because it's in my portfolio. So anytime Palantir launches to the north side, and it's been doing so for the past 5 days in a row, from $9 all the way up to $11 on Palantir. I actually was looking at Palantir when it was taking out the day's high. I for some reason, I guess the reason is because I was bearish on the market, so I didn't believe that the market was going to allow Palantir to go to 11 without coming down to VWAP and test it first. So I had orders sitting out 1070, 1060 to go long, but the market did not, I mean, Palantir did not care about what the market was doing. It actually just kept on going to the north side, so I pulled my orders, did not get my fills on the Palantir long. I think Sean's long around, what did you say you were long at? 971. How did you even get that? Oh, 1071. I was like, how did you even get 971 today? 1071, he's long over here. Yeah, basically the same idea. I was waiting for the stock to come down and go long. Missed out on that opportunity. Beautiful fill on that, Sean. He's now in the money. Multiple pennies to the north side goes Palantir. But sadly, I'm still down about 39% on my long-term account, much better than being 70%, which was a number I do remember seeing. I'm actually looking at this account right now. These numbers are looking way better, man. SoFi only down 50%, PayPal only down 25%, the rest of the account down 90%. But you know, we're loving it. We're loving it. McDonald's, don't sue me for that. Even my crypto account bleeding. Why did I even choose to open this account today? I haven't opened this account in like God knows how long, and I'm opening it live on stream just to cry about it. But man, we gotta love the long action coming into the market today. NASDAQ clearly breaking 13,000 and putting itself up about 0.3% on the day. S&P 500 also turning positive, and now only positive though by 0.08, so pretty much flat on that trade. Microsoft at my average price, I'm short 275.46. I keep on reloading at the same levels I get the chance to. Microsoft being the weaker stock in the tech basket today compared to Apple's and so on. I'm taking the advantage on Microsoft over here. But if you were to focus on the trend, Microsoft is bouncing off of VWAP every time to the upside. So there is a chance that if the market does push to that 13,100 level on NASDAQ, I could be wrong on the shorts over here for Microsoft as it wants to clear the pre-market high with the help of NASDAQ.
Yeah, and somebody in the chat saying today feels like Friday. It does. It does.
Why,
it does
though?
feel like
it does.
I feel like, you know, yesterday was good, and it was obviously like a long weekend in Canada and like pretty chill. And like today was just insane. I'm like, all right, that's the week there. See you guys next week. But yeah, no, definitely not. Definitely Tuesday. And I just want to quickly talk about Uber today. So I sat down going into today, going into earnings. Obviously, like, you know, as a trader, participate, don't anticipate. But you know, it's fun to anticipate, right? And especially when you're not putting money on the line. So you know, I was looking at Uber, and I'm just like, this company doesn't make money. All they do is lose money.
Stop hating.
Now we're in an environment where like it just doesn't even make sense. I'm like, Uber is going to the ground. And I said this yesterday. I said Uber is going, I didn't say it's going to zero, but in my mind, I'm like, it's going to zero. And I'm looking at Uber, I'm like, This company is not even worth $30, let alone $25. This thing is going lower. They're going to nuke off of earnings. I said this. You could watch the video from yesterday, and I just want to, I want to bring that back to. I want to say today I was wrong. I was dead wrong. They came out. They're free cash flow positive. It's up 17%. They moved straight through that 25 level. Like, look at the daily here. Look at this. And obviously, looking at that channel range, I thought we're nuking. We're going back to 20. We're breaking 20. We're going lower. That was kind of my overall thoughts on it. And go figure, absolutely wrong. So it's like, I'm having such a great day. I'm in such a good mood, but I was so wrong. And I want to remind everybody, this is the business of you will be wrong all the time, but don't worry about that. Just make money. At the end of the day, that's the only thing that matters. That 25 level, definitely interesting. And I'm wondering if this overall move holds on Uber. I guess that's kind of huge, right? Overall cash flow positive, definitely interesting. But yeah, I just wanted to bring that up very quickly. Everybody will be wrong all the time. But the most important thing is it doesn't matter about that. Just try to make money and manage risk. And Ben, I want to say welcome to the Trader TV family. We welcome you with open arms. Hopefully you're having a great day, enjoying the day that is not Friday. It's absolutely Tuesday today. And the digital entrepreneurs, like that name, by the way, got an option. Uber yesterday, 28 up. Nice. Well done there. Well done. And, just quickly glancing over at everything here, I want to talk about Apple because that moving average, the 200-period moving average, sitting at 159, just above that level right now. Off the open, didn't have any trades on Apple because obviously prioritizing what's moving. But right off the open, we kind of had that, that little dip down, which touched 159.75. Then we had the pop. Then we kind of dipped again. And I think the low looks like 159.61. But, overall, I was looking for that 159 bounce just because, 200-period moving average kind of feels like just like a very robotic trade. Obviously, you maybe get some programs running it too. So, looking for that bounce trade and just not getting it, We cannot even get close. We do not even get within a 20 to 30 cent range, which normally you would see that, right? So overall, I mean, not to go as far and say that, like that makes Apple one of the strongest names that I'm seeing. Just in general, it's kind of unfortunate. You have all these trade ideas and not all of them are going to come out, right? Like sometimes you just got to let them go. Obviously, trade what's moving, trade what you're doing well. And somebody quickly saying APDN halted now. Yes, APDN is now halted again to the upside, showing an indicated open of $2.24. So where it did halt at, and let's just quickly see the time of where it halted, 2:11:18. So the open on this will be 2:16:18 if it's a 5-minute halt. So in the next couple minutes, we'll see where it opens. One of the things that I kind of look at in general, and again, guys, this is kind of what I mentioned. It's like once it kind of runs all the way up and runs all the way down, and then just kind of dances around, halt down, halt up, all these things. It's like, in my opinion, the edge is dead. And for anybody who was around trading CEI from back in the day, CEI, it had a very similar setup. It was a low price stock. It was like a $1 or $2. It had the same up halts and then it had the same down halts. And the down halts were actually very similar in the sense that the first one was like A++, and the following ones are really good, and then the up halts were actually good as well. And when I say good, I mean like it's just printing at different prices, not printing at the same price. Because obviously printing at a different price gives lots of opportunities for both people, trading the halt, but also trading after the halt. Just kind of like, nobody really knows what to expect. Where's it going? And, the overall thing that I look at from these things is like from the CEI trade, it's like you had really good opportunities, then the opportunities kind of diminished. So that's kind of what we're seeing right now. Even though this thing is halting to the upside, it's showing that it's probably going to open at the same price that it closed at. And then, if I had to guess, obviously it's SSR. There's not really that much volume in comparison to where it was before. So it's probably going to dance around. So, overall, just kind of watching it. But one of the things I look for is, from the short side, like as kind of a short bias trader on this name today, really liking the short. It's like if the up halt is going to open flat, then where is the down halt going to open, right? This down halt opened a little bit down, even though, wasn't really good. You're not really like smashing this for like, the last thing you want to see is like a 5-cent win, right? You'll take it. But at the same time, if the up halts are not good, if this thing decides to fall off somehow for the rest of the day, I mean, this is a very strong move. It's up 230% today. If this thing breaks VWAP, breaks the lows, and then kind of collapses there, it gets really interesting. It definitely has my attention. And the reason it does is because the up halts are just not good anymore. So it's like, is this thing really going to run towards high a day? Obviously, anything's possible, but we'll have to stay tuned and see what happens.
Did you get trapped in the halt?
No, this is just a, yeah, no, don't worry about that.
I was like, whoa, that looks a little scary on that side. What's scary for me, though, is Microsoft over here launching to the north side with the help of NASDAQ and S&P 500, clearing the high day, and NASDAQ clearly wants to push towards that 13,100 area. If that's the case, let's just get out of this Microsoft short. Make sure we capitalize on the profits that we have. Yeah, we are up on Microsoft. Keep that profits and not let it return back to being down on the day for us. Uber heading towards $29, now 80 cents in the money on the long on Uber, upsetting me a little bit more, the fact that I did not get any reloads on this opportunity. We've been talking about how strong Uber has been all day on the VWAP area. VWAP comes down, reload, go long, capitalize on the moves. Uber, my #1 stock on the day so far. Unity apparently with the big pop. Let's head over to Unity, the #1. Well, at least this is the advertisement that they were talking about on Twitter. I see Twitter advertisements about Unity, the chosen game dev software apparently, but I know some of you in the chat, you have different opinions about Unity. Some of my game dev friends who actually make video games and so on at Ubisoft have complaints about Unity, and they like Unreal Engine better. At the end of the day, I don't really game dev, so I don't know which one's good or which one's bad. I like both of them because I have games that I play that both of them use. But Unity coming in with the big pop when a volume like this is higher than the pre-market, or not pre-market, the opening candle volume high, that means something big is going on. There's a catalyst behind it. And there's the catalyst that Brendo put in our work chat for us. U.S. game software developer Unity to spin off China unit to fuel expansion. So we already know that they took over the Israeli game dev company not too long ago. I believe that stock was ISP.
For which one?
What the company that Unity took over, the Israeli game dev?
IS, yeah.
IS
on the New York, I think.
I thought it was ISP for a second. So game dev company IS acquisition from Unity, and now they plan on spinning off their Chinese unit to fuel more expansion, fuel more money coming into their stock markets and into their equity over there overall. I like that call out. Let's see Unity pump to the north side. We know big boy over there, Unity. You still holding Unity on your account? You dumped your Unity, no problem. But yeah, I know Sean likes Unity still at the end of the day. We still like Unity over here. I don't have any Unity shares in my own account, but I'm always happy to see a game dev company launch to the north side the way this stock is. Another stock launching to the north side is Uber for us, man. Uber now $1 in the money. Let's capitalize some more profits on the stock before it returns back to VWAP. Getting $1 in the money is always a good thing for stocks such as Uber, as they only move around in pennies for the most part. Today up $4 though, compared to I believe yesterday's close. S&P 500 now up 0.2527 on the day, heading towards that 4150 level that I was talking about, and NASDAQ only 50 points away from that 13,100 level I was talking about. NASDAQ up 0.68%. Looks like I need to go change my shirt from red to green, boys.
So we had AMD just broke 100 there for anybody looking at it. And I wanted to quickly talk about, I was actually looking at something. Oh my God, what was it now? I don't remember actually. Yeah, AMD's at 100. No, there was something else that I wanted to mention, and it was on the tip of my tongue, but now I actually forgot. Oh, Mullen, that's right, Mullen. Yeah, people in the chat talking about Mullen. Is there a catalyst? So I think there was actually something yesterday, but I can't remember off the top of my head what it was. If somebody remembers, feel free to let me know. But approaching that $1 level gets interesting. Approaching that $1 level definitely gets interesting. Hasn't been above $1 since it kind of fell off. And, just quickly, if we just quickly glance at the daily here to kind of show you guys what I'm looking at from a technical perspective. I mean, I'm not really sure, but obviously, like the volume's there. The volume seems like it's picking up. The last kind of move up, which was just now in the last 30 minutes, seems to have the most volume relative to the last push and yesterday, right? So if we can get through this this kind of 95 to 1 area and break 1 to the upside, like maybe this has room to run and kind of
bring the chart up a little
run
bit.
10 cents here. And I see what you're saying. So just in general, kind of what I'm looking at here, it's like if we break this 95 to 1 area, then maybe we have room to run 5-10 cents. And even though not being a lot, understand that this thing, when it trades below $1, trades in fractions of a cent, and then obviously once over $1, trades in pennies, right? So very interesting setup here. If we do get over 1, maybe it has that kind of room to move, maybe 105, 110, and then if we break over this kind of level here of 110, 112 area, kind of feels like we really could get going, and who knows, right? It's obviously shown that it has moves before. So it'll be interesting to see if we can get there today. I mean, if we don't get there, it's not something that I'm saying like, oh, I'm getting long now into that level. Just overall, it's something that I'm keeping on my radar and people talking about it. But yeah, I just can't remember the catalyst off the top of my head. Somebody's saying HKD 1230. Oh my goodness, 1236. Yeah. 1230, 1500 coming real quick. 1500 coming real quick.
MULN CEO apparently supposed to be on Benzinga, so that might be a catalyst for MULN being talked about in chat or overall popping up right now. Did you see MULN pop up over there when you were talking about it? I wasn't watching your charts. You were talking about MULN. Was it popping up? It was? Yeah. So that could be the catalyst behind the CEO on Benzinga. We have a couple people in the chat over here who absolutely love MULN. We did say MULN very much a possibility to get back above $1, even push towards the $3, $4 levels. But the real question is, how long can it stay above $1? How much interest can it bring into its stock market? A couple of the stocks that I'm very happy punching myself out of on the short side before they turn sour for me is Microsoft and Meta too. Microsoft, Meta, and Affirm, man. Very, very happy getting out of these positions, as we did give you the call out for the NASDAQ market, and the S&P 5 market has quite a bit of a room to the north side over here. So very happy on that call out. Hopefully some of you who are short took advantage of that and minimized your losses on the short side and maybe flipped long and took advantage of the long moves that the market is presenting us over here with. NVIDIA breaking out, apparently. I'm guessing breaking out means to the north side, and that just makes me happy, because earlier a viewer was asking us to go short, I believe somewhere over here around 1150. It is now 12:30 Eastern Standard Time. Well, 12:23 Eastern Standard Time. Still got another 7 minutes for 12:30. But the idea is, a catalyst could come in randomly that could wipe you out on the short. You want to be careful. The catalyst has yet to come out or anything to really make NVIDIA do what it's doing. I think NVIDIA is just following the overall market at the moment to the north side. Most tech stocks should be doing the exact same thing. As Luca mentioned not too long ago, AMD breaking 100. We are now profit on 2 stocks in our long-term account. Let's go. We're balling over here. We're cashing out on this long-term account, baby. Only thing we're waiting for is the crypto basket, which has most of my money in.
And you know what? I want to comment there. That's why price matters. Price matters because, if you get in and it moves against you, if you're in at a good price, you'll always have a chance to be back in the money very quickly. So obviously that $100 level on AMD, definitely a level of interest. We'll see how it holds up. We're 30 to 40 cents higher now.
I might just liquidate here, get back in at 70, honestly.
Well, yeah, I mean, do you? Who knows what happens next? But overall, obviously, chips are very, very strong. And maybe this is the last time we see AMD below 100. No, that's kind of a bold statement there. But, somebody, who was a Gamer O'Malley, thank you for the super chat. Please take a look at Plug Power.
Gamer O'Malley, I like that.
Please take a look at Plug Power here. So overall, it kind of feels like we're getting that, just that breakout. Very strong today, up 8.3%. Really never looked back. Had that kind of consolidation, that run through VWAP, then very, very strong, and just who knows where this thing is going to stop. One thing I like to do, obviously, is continue to zoom out. When in doubt, zoom out. Who knows what happens next? And, overall, looking at the daily here.
12,000?
Not really like a super clean stock. Like, obviously, you had the kind of downtrends here, which moving with the overall market. And everything's sort of giving that feel like it has the same setup, right? We looked at Uber. It has the same setup, and then now it has the breakout, right? So Plug had the breakout, had a couple days of consolidation. Now you're getting that continuation. And, from a daily, from a kind of multi-day run perspective, I have no idea. Like, you got to understand, like, these names have sold off so much that, like, the bounce back, it's like if it comes this down this quickly, then you got to imagine that it can go up at just as quick on nothing, right? On nothing. And I'm not sure if there's a catalyst, but overall, obviously up 8.4%, kind of strong in general, everything's strong. And if we do get through that, like, 23 to 24 area, we could definitely get a 25 test. And I want to say that, maybe you get some resistance at, like, just kind of, just looking at it. Like, it feels like resistance will be over here, right? Like, just based on the fact that this is where we bounced, then we finally came through that, and then we kind of used that as resistance, right? So I want to use that level of, like, 2350 area as a potential resistance gauge. And the fact that we're up we're so strong today from intraday perspective. So, I would imagine that, you got some profit takers at the 2350 to 24 area. So, when a name is strong, I tell myself that I don't want to short it. So it's not something that I'm going to be like, oh yeah, I'm going to short this at 23.50. But you know, like if I was long this name and kind of looking at it from a technical perspective, you know, maybe you get that resistance. And if we just go, like if tomorrow, as an example, it closes at the highs today, and if we just go through like 24 tomorrow with like a lot of strength, like it's, you know, it's, I mean, who knows where it goes from there. Like it could definitely get a test of like 25, 26, 28. But overall, you know, that 23.50 area to 24 kind of feels like a short-term resistance.
So I just tried to throw an order out for our minimum lot size at 1,300 for HKD, and I said, nope, forget that. I'm going to remove my order right away. As I remove the order, it drops down $40. So I'm going to stay away from this stock for sure. But it looks like if I did take that fill, I would have... I don't even know what to do. I mean, here we go. It wants to go to the north side. This stock is insane. A new all-time high coming into play, 1,400 on HKD. Looks like it's going to halt. No, it's not going to halt. It's still moving around quite a bit. Look at the size on the tape. 1 share, 2 shares, 20 shares, 3 shares. There is no liquidity on this in this market, or not market, in this stock at all. It is like, who's taking size and where are they taking size and how are they getting out of said size? Apparently there's some size on the 14,061 level, 200 orders. Let's see if that order is even real. If there's any real orders on this stock, it has to go hit that book, right? That's the most logical sense I can think of. So if that's legit size, we're going to 1461. We have to go to 1461 over here. Let's get that 14K break. There we go. Looks like that 1461 order gets pulled and now puts on 1567 instead. We're going to 17K today. We're going to 2K today. Who's actually long in the chat on this stock? And if you are, you're my hero. You're my hero from here on out. Kai, I know you're long somewhere. If you're still holding on, there we go. I said 1465 has to come into play. It's coming into play right now. Oh, some size on the bids? Size on the bids for about 10 lots on 12,337. That's a short trying to get out, maybe. That can't be a long trying to get in. I just can't see that being a long trying to enter into a position. I mean, if that is a long trying to enter into a position, I'm very, very surprised at the moment. This stock is launching, 15K coming into play. Luca, do you have anything that makes sense over here?
I don't think we're in a world that makes sense anymore, Prad. I just don't think we are. But one thing, you know, I'm seeing everybody long from 336.
It's a $100 spread.
Yeah, it's crazy. Sometimes too. People saying long from 336, long from 460. You know, hats off to you for take that.
1,500 eating as a Kai. Kai said she's eating her hand if it goes to 1,500. Well, Kai, hopefully you are not eating your hands because your hands are very important tools to make you money on these trades. But 1,500, Kai, there we go. A new day's high coming into play.
It printed 1,500. Send us the video. You know, I feel bad. But...
Yeah, hopefully you're not chopping off your arm there, but you know, you promised us a deal. Now a deal's a deal. You got to stick to that promise. Otherwise, you're not a girl of your words, you know? You got to be 1530 coming into play now. Did it even print 1530? I see one share at 1519. I don't really see any 1530 prints coming into play.
Is it crazy to say that this is going to 5,000?
No.
Like, it's going to 5,000. That's my call.
It's not crazy at all.
That's my call of the day.
But you know what, Luca, actually yesterday or Friday, you asked me where HKD would close at. I said 420, it closed at what, 422? Yesterday you asked me where would the other stock close at, and I said 42 and it closed at 48.
Yeah, yeah.
What was that stock? LT,
oh,
Lieutenant
the
Peanut Butter,
yeah,
LTRPB.
Yeah.
LTRPB. So let's go check what LTRPB is doing today. Lieutenant Peanut Butter. LTRPB, not really doing what HKD is doing, but still around those pretty same levels that we were yesterday. 40% to the north side for this one. But if I was to guess where HKD closes today, I'm going to say above 1,300.
Yeah, somebody said 2,500. That just feels like that's accurate. But yeah, I don't know obviously what's gonna happen. See, the thing with this is, like, I already gave the explanation, so I don't really want to give it again. But in general, you know, it feels like perpetual shorts that have to just continuously cover nonstop. And it's like the higher it goes, the more pain it is, the more that broker liquidates, the more it just kind of hits the offer. There's no one really on the offer, so it just goes higher and higher and higher. Like eventually it reaches a point where people who are long, so anybody, like if you're long at like whoever said like I'm long from 400, I'm long from 300, anybody who's long this name, like where are you selling? Like when is enough, when is enough is enough? When enough is enough? Like, or I'm butchering how I'm saying this, but essentially.
When is it enough?
When is it enough? Like what is the number for you that you're like, I'm done, like I want out. I'm gonna offer
million,
over here.
300 million,
So it's like,
what
are
is
you
it?
just like no, I understand that they're continuously getting squeezed. I understand that they have to buy at any price. Therefore, I am only selling if it hits 10 million. Like I'm putting my offer at 10 million. Like that is just max pain. This is like a bro. So yeah, King Beaver 13,075. I don't know if that's your price, but see, this is the whole point, right? It's like where everybody who is long, who owns these shares, where are they selling them, right? That's the main question, because if they are not selling, this thing feels like it's going to go higher and higher and higher nonstop. And if this actually is a break in the system, if this is actually accurate from whoever posted this on Twitter, like, the more that news gets out, like you guys know how it is, like you're watching the show, it gets out on Reddit, somebody tweets it, everybody talks, and, people are seeing it happen over and over and over again. And now it's just like a break in the system. It's like, what is the process for them to stop this from taking place? It's obviously free market capitalism. Markets are going to do what markets do. So that's why my call is 5,000. My call is 5,000. And, this is the funny situation, because in the GME situation, when everyone's like, we are squeezing the hedge funds.
Yeah, no,
they have
this is
to
where
cover.
they actually have them.
This is like they actually have them. And the other side of your bet is not like a hedge fund with billions of dollars who understands how to understands the game very well.
It's a market maker who doesn't know what he's doing.
Well, not even like a market maker. This is like an inefficiency in the system that it's like now that it's happening, like they can't stop it. So it's just going to continue to go higher and higher and higher. So again, I don't know if that's the case. It could be completely wrong. Like I'm not buying this. Like you guys see, I'm not trading this. I don't own this. I'm never buying this. Like 0% chance. But obviously, I say hats off to you guys who bought this. But this is insane. This is insane. We're getting one print. It's going higher and higher. And the other thing I'm looking at is obviously looking at the MTD trade, AMTD trade. It's like as HKD goes higher, I'm quickly glancing over at AMTD, and I'm like, okay, this looks like it's going to go higher. But are they really going to be able to realize the value? Are they going to be able to realize the value of this move in HKD? Right? They have 90% ownership. Are they going to realize the value? I have no idea. But maybe it's priced in at this price. Who knows? But yeah, you definitely got to be cautious for sure.
Let's send it over to Brendo at the big screen.
As you look at the S&P 500 as we head through lunchtime here, much better than the last time we had a look at this board. 0.4 now back to the upside. A lot of individual names with either some sort of news catalyst or earnings reports today popping off the board to the upside. Front and center here is the tech group. This is the semiconductor sector of the tech group, but it's not the names we're used to seeing at the top of the list here. MPWR, Enphase, and ON, 5 through 9% coming off earnings. AMD is here, yes. SEDG, so some of the clean energy related names having a pretty good afternoon so far. But tech stocks back to the upside. IT and Payc earnings names, but otherwise a mixed software group today outside of those two that are having a pretty good afternoon. Far corner over there, Warner Brothers, some positive news surrounding WBD today. Matches on here as well. Paramount back to the upside today as well, 2.8%. They had a pretty rough day yesterday. Mosaic, I just saw in the materials group as well. Earnings coming for MOS. It's healthcare stocks, though, that are leading right now, outside of a few here that are negative after earnings. Pretty positive afternoon so far. Consumer discretionary names. These are all the travel names in this group. So CCL, NCLH, Caesars here, RCL, Penn National, Wynn, just to name a few, all offsetting some consumer durables and retail weakness so far today, but otherwise pretty positive afternoon right now. 0.42 for the S&P. Back over to you guys.
Back over to us. So it looks like I was trying to get into at least 10 shares of long over here into the halt, but didn't get a fill. We're not going to be able to take advantage of this halt. And even if I did, I was going to get out right away on the opening number of the halt using our keys that we have accessible at Day Trade the World. For those of you who don't know what Day Trade the World is, it's actually remember yesterday a lot of you were saying, what's the point of the computers behind us? Well, notice how we got people sitting at the computers today. Yesterday was a long weekend for the Canadians. A lot of people got to take their day off. Now they're back in their chair. They're rocked and rolled. We got a brand new row of new traders. So you'll see Brankos walking back and forth, training people all day. So, brand new traders, new faces for us to see, and new faces for you guys to meet too, eventually at one point. HKD though, man, halting at $15,095. Am I saying that right? $1,595. 15,000. I'm high out of my mind right now. $1,595 is where it's halting at. What does the indicated price say, Luca?
Same price as
it's indicating to open at the exact same price for HKD, so just got to be a little patient, see whenever the stock opens up. Most likely, we're going to the downside off that halt. NASDAQ and S&P 500. NASDAQ moved up to 13,800 and is 13,080 and is now pushing to the downside. And S&P 500 also pushed to 14,000. I keep saying 14,000. 41,040 and is rejecting off of those levels. Looks like we're pretty close to that number that I threw out. 4150 was I said on the S&P 500. On NASDAQ I said 13,100, and we're just shy off both of those levels on the markets over here. Let's see if the market will now start pulling back to the downside, at which point I want to be back in the short on my Microsoft shorts over here. Microsoft pushing to 277 and slightly above 277. Let's see if we can give the stock 50 cents of risk above 277 to take advantage of the short move that the market might present us with. If the market breaks the high again and pushes towards those actual levels that I threw out not too long ago, 13,100, 4,150, at that point we'll just instantly walk away from Microsoft over here. HKD, man, you know what I'm surprised about? When AMC and GME were going crazy, what did Robinhood and Interactive Brokers and all the Fidelities do?
Yeah, I remember.
What did they do?
I remember.
Why aren't they doing that on HKD?
Yeah, well, yeah.
We
could sit here and talk about that for hours, but perhaps better to chat about that over a beer.
That's very true. So, if you want to complain to somebody, call up Ken Griffin over there. We can't help you on this side. The buy button indeed was demolished not too long ago. I believe it was 2 years ago, 3 years ago. But HKD, they just don't care about HKD, right? So that's the nature of the game. I think it's actually a very good quote from one of the traders who used to be on the floor. Yushi mentioned, this is a casino in some terms, right? The house always wins. And if the house starts losing, they start changing rules. So you got to be careful on that side. The house started losing a little bit. They changed rules. The house is probably not losing here. The house is cashing out on these shorts who are just getting bent over. So they don't need to change the rules on this.
Yeah, kind of insane to see it. At this point, it just keeps going, right? It keeps going. And, just to kind of give perspective, because even though I'm watching this every day go higher and higher, I quickly glance at the daily, and I'm like, oh, my God, look at that. It's just like this is the best part. It's like, oh, wow, it moved from 14 to 30. And like, oh, wow, that was a very strong day too. And then, oh, okay, now it's at 75. That's kind of insane. And I'm just doing this to give perspective, right? Dragging it over. Oh, now it made a new high. Okay, sick. Oh, now it's at 200. Oh, where's the top going to be? Now it's at 500. 1,000. And obviously you have today pushing 1,500. So it's like tomorrow, are we getting a red day, or is this going to be at 5,000, 10,000? You got to imagine people are watching this. Regulators are probably watching this. They're trying to decide what to do. And I'm just here having a good time watching. Not my job. So, for me, pure entertainment. Always a lot of fun. And, people talking about FCEL. So let's quickly pull that up. Somebody was mentioning it from before. Fuel cell from before. Book very liquid, extra strong, up 10%. I think this has to go, the overall sector is strong, if I want to say. Fuel cell and power plug, it's kind of same sector if I had to guess just off the top of my head. So very strong, and just quickly glancing at
EV cells, right?
Yeah, and just glancing at the daily. Nice day, very nice day. You had this day, lots of volume, got over 4 and rejected. So, from a long perspective, just technically speaking, if we get over that 410 area, then we have room to really go. just kind of from a volume profile perspective, being that so much volume has traded over here and it finished lower. If we clear now those levels, everybody trading here, short, long, whatever, is kind of disregarded. And then, where's the top? Maybe we get some resistance 450 to 5. If we break 5, then, it's obviously confirmed the reversal and we are now heading higher. So definitely interesting from a swing trade perspective. From a day trade perspective, obviously very high on the day. Tough to predict that this move is going to happen, this move is going to come. But if you had that kind of a 350 level breakout after it kind of topped out, held view up and went long, you're sitting pretty there. Congratulations. I did not trade this today. I didn't even see this today with everything else moving.
Tilray up 15% today. What's up with Tilray over here? I know I know the marijuana ETF, or not ETF, the marijuana bill is still under. Ooh, a nice little weed emoji. You hit that one? Can we get these working again, man? These work one day and they don't. But the nice little weed emoji over there playing out. Thank you, Sean, for hitting that. Not sure what's going on with the marijuana sector still. Was it Randy hitting it maybe? Randy over there blowing smoke in my face. Yeah, Tilray, man, the weed sector, we're just waiting to see what the final catalyst. Does the bill go through, not go through? Does the president finish signing it? And when it does finish signing it, how does legalization actually play out in the United States of America?
1,700.
1,700?
1,700. Yeah. Guys,
no
I'm astonished. I know it's going to go higher and higher at this point. It's not going to stop. But every time it goes higher, I'm going to announce it because I'm just like, what the heck is going on? It printed 1768 is the high, 1768. Laugh out loud, HK, I'm just reading a message here. HKD should be illegal. I'm staying away from that stock. Yes. You know what? Listen, I do not provide financial advice, but I think it's a no-brainer to stay away from this stock. I shouldn't have to tell you that. Trade your own book, do whatever you want, but it's a no trade for me. For entertainment, and every time it goes $100, $200 higher, I'm gonna be like, wow, look at this. Just kind of like nature of the game. That's why I love trading, because every single day I come here, I sit down and I'm just blown away at what's happening. Sometimes it's a little bit slower, like obviously yesterday was a little bit slower. You had a couple good trades, and today it's absolutely insane. And you had tons of trades, tons of opportunities. So it's like some days are good, some days are bad. You never know what you're gonna get. That's why you have to be in the chair. Be in the chair and be ready for these opportunities.
That's right. You just got to be ready to rumble in the jungle at any moment. And it's like you guys get those sniping, hunting, deer analogies all the time. Sit in your little camel tent all day, wait for 12 hours, just wait for that perfect deer to come by, and then hold your breath. You have 5 seconds to take the shot before that deer runs away. You take that shot like Luca did today, and you get to take Bambi home and kill it and eat it. Obviously not Bambi, because Bambi's still a baby. You can only kill grown deers, not does. That's right, does. But here we go, man. Futures. I did mention that the 13,100 level. So I'm short the NASDAQ futures right now. I'm going to give it all the way up to that 13,100. And also the S&P 500 futures, I'm sure. I'm going to give it up to that 4,050 level. Both of them trying to push towards that. That's why I jumped out of my Microsoft short. We're just going to let Microsoft hang out a little bit, let Microsoft push up a little bit more with the help of NASDAQ and NASDAQ and S&P 500 trying to go north side towards those resistance areas. I don't believe we're going to take out those resistance areas that we formed yesterday based on yesterday's move. But if we do take out those highs from yesterday based on yesterday's move, that means we have a bullish run most likely coming in all the way up to tomorrow, so all the way up to the end of the week. So that's something that I'm prepared for to start flipping into a bullish Prad in case the market wants to start going green for the rest of the week. But right now, let's trade the setups that we are used to, trade the way we know that we like to trade in general. Snap going again. Let's go check out Snapchat. Snapchat with the earnings report, we know the whole story on that side, right? So I'm not really sure who's trying to buy Snapchat for investment side. Maybe you're thinking about Snapchat getting bought out soon. That's what I would be thinking if I'm buying Snapchat. I do believe Snapchat has a pretty good software component inside of them that Google could take advantage of using their augmented reality and so on. But until that catalyst comes in, I think Snapchat is a pretty much useless company in my book. Only people who are in relationships or trying to get into relationships, I know, use Snapchat for the most part, or if you're in high school or some sort, right? So I don't really see much people using Snapchat. Besides that, man, just got to be very careful. I'm patiently waiting for the stock to get bought out. When it does come out with the buying out news, I'm for sure going long because I don't see regulators coming in and blocking Snapchat from getting bought out. easily going through with that deal if I was to throw some theories out there. But not as easy of a deal it is for Activision. Activision came out with their earnings report yesterday. Guess what? Actually, I found out Activision paid about $5.9 billion to buy Candy Crush from the Swedish game developer.
Really?
So in another way, Microsoft is basically paying $70 billion to buy Candy Crush.
Wow.
Great deal for Activision. Great deal for Activision. Microsoft now gets to put an app that was already on their phones, again on their phones for an extra $70 billion. So let's go, Microsoft. Future short working for me right now. Which one is? It's the NASDAQ future short working for me slightly. 5 points in the money on the NASDAQ future short. S&P 500 not moving at all for me.
Yeah, kind of wild. I'm quickly looking over here at AMTD. That $10 level is interesting. Every single time it got above $10, it slammed down. It slammed down. We slammed down over here. We slammed down over here. Are we going to get that slam down again? This thing's moving wild. Like, this is very tough to trade if you're 100% focused on it. So, from my perspective here, like kind of 50% focused. Not sure if I want to get involved, but definitely an interesting level for anybody looking at it. That $10 level. Just kind of feels like it continuously slams down. If this gets above, if we now break like 1050, it really does feel like it's the Wild West and anything happens. It might happen right now. Maybe we get that kind of move. But at the same time, like we could easily like wick back down. The moves are sharp, and here we are. We're already at 1060. This thing is wild. I don't know if you're looking at anything else, Brad.
Not really. I'm just looking at the chat. Patrick says no positions showing. That's because I'm on the futures. Futures positions don't show up for some reason. But I will be getting into a Microsoft short right now as my futures positions are working. Wow. So let's dive right back into hello. Give me my shares. There we go. We finally got the shares that we needed. They were running away from me. I'm throwing out orders, and I'm actually crossing down to get the fills, but they were running away from me on that side. But NASDAQ now 10 points in the money on the NASDAQ short, and 1 point in the money, I guess, on the S&P 500 short. So let's start piling into some of these other trades that we want to be part of. A trade I want to really be part of is Affirm. Affirm now 3% in the positive direction. So thankful that I got out of the short on Affirm on the break of VWAP because I would have given back all of the profits that I made on this stock today. Got out of this one. Let's get back into Affirm at the higher days as we believe the market is now getting ready to pull back. I do not see the NASDAQ above 1,300 today. 13,100, that is, sorry. And I do not see the NASDAQ above 4,150. But if I do see that, most likely that's because I'm getting shut down.
This is insane. That move on AMTD was actually wild. And like we saw bids chasing it up. People, everybody's kind of trading the same thing, right? That $10 level, the rejection, everybody's doing it. All the algos are doing it. And as soon as we break, people panic and the move is real. And that move went from like $10 to like $11.20 in the flash of a second. And now we stall. So it's like, are we going back lower or are we going higher? I'm watching HKD at the same time. It's at 1847 and it is halted again. So obviously things moving together, and it's kind of funny because this thing has been going up and AMTD has not been going up with it. But if this thing goes like 2,000, 3,000, 5,000, 7,000, like is AMTD going to continue to move up? Like it obviously at some point has to have some type of correlation. Now that we broke this range here, the question becomes like, are people continuously getting squeezed? Are we going to continue to push higher? Or are there people that are long enough over here with a lot of size that any size that comes on the bid is just going to get slammed right away? And I'm quickly glancing at the tape, and this is something that when I say a Wild West, I mean like if you guys are watching this, you're obviously seeing how quickly it's moving. Tape teleportation is real. There's really no tape reading.
Broke 2K,
Did it? Yeah, it's like insane. It's like the high was 1847, like at the whole price right now, and it's like tape teleportation. It's like you're not really like tape reading over here. Like this thing is moving around. It's like the spread opens up, the thing is going wild. Like there's no tape read to be had. I don't care what you say, But if that $10 area holds, then things get interesting, and we maybe bounce and continue to go higher. And again, it's like, I'm not going to say the sky is the limit, but, you know, when things set up like this, where things are wild, anything's possible, yeah, the sky is definitely the limit.
Anything is possible. And we open and we go to 13.
There's 2,000.
2K, let's get the
HKD.
2K break. Come on, let's see it. It wants to. We didn't come this far to come this far, right? Come on, let's go. 2K printed on the book right there, and that's actually 36 shares. I think that's the most size I've seen the stock print. 90 shares. Okay, 500 shares, and holy, we're seeing some actual size come on now. That's the most size I've seen on the stock. 300 shares. I think 500 shares is what we just saw. That's the largest book that I've seen get printed for existence on HKD, and we're seeing nothing but greens right now. A little bit of a blue, a little bit of a white. White is basically a mid-print, but mid-print is useless because the spread itself is about $100 itself. So most of these trades, you expect them to go into the mid-print, but man, 2,000 breaking on HKD. Wowza, absolutely wowza. I hope Pratt accidentally buys some of HKD. I wish so too. I prayed that I took that. I wish I took that 1,300 long. Even if I took that 1,300 long, I'd look like the greatest trader on the floor today. So, well, man, it just sucks. A little bit of a fear causing me to stay away from this trade. But you know what? Sometimes fear is good. Fear tells you what the limits are. Fear tells you where not to jump off of. And this is a stock that can easily make you want to jump off of something. This is way too scary, man. 69 cents a spread right now. 2,000 holding on the bid? No, actually, that's just messed up for me over here. But look at how we keep printing slightly under 2,000, and then we start printing 2,000 again. Look at the level 2. 199837. That's a reserve of some sort because it just kept printing 199737. And it wouldn't go below that. 199837 is a barrier to the downside. We're not breaking 1998. Wow. You have to go long. You have to go long. You're talking about not having a tape read? That was a tape read. Look at all the times we go to 199837 and we don't break it. We don't break it. We go back above 2K. 199837 again, back above 2K. That was your long entry, and as soon as it breaks 199837, you get out. We're halting over here. We're halted at 2,306.09. I'm losing my words. I'm
over here and I'm just like, wow, look at this, 2,300. I'm watching AMTD. I wanted a long. It dipped through 10. I tried to take a long. I missed it. Now we're at 10:30. Not really moving, but like it kind of feels like look, this 10. This is what I'm looking at, right? It broke 10. It obviously had the steam to move all the way up to 11. Now we dipped below 10. And guys, this is obviously this is not for the faint of heart. And this is not for new traders. If you are a new trader, do not trade this. I will repeat that. If you are new to trading, do not trade AMTD. You will get smoked. And if you win money, it'll be lucky. I'm just going to say that one time because obviously, you know, things are dangerous. Things move very quickly. But anyways, we had that dip through 10 and reclaim. Dip through 10 again. I was like, okay, if we pop again, I want the long. I just missed it. Now we're not back through 10. I don't want to take the long here because the odds are against me. I'm not going to open up my risk for no reason. But, you know, kind of feels like depending where this thing opens, depending if the follow through is there, you know, we could continue higher. We could. But again, obviously, there's a lot of volume. There's a lot of if-then scenarios here. And, you know, at the first sign that HKD goes down, and I will emphasize this, at the first sign that HKD goes down, you got to imagine that AMTD is going to, like, have a dollar flush. And there will be no liquidity. Liquidity will evaporate. There's huge liquidity vacuums on this name. So, you know, it's tape teleportation. Understand that your risk on this name is at least $1. It's at least $1. If you're getting involved, you know, your stop is not your risk. Your size is your risk, and your risk is at least $1. This thing can move very, very quickly against you, and you may get caught in a halt on either side. So these are the things that I'm telling myself, and that's why I'm like, I need to be a sniper if I hit this.
I just want to show you guys that 1998.37. You know, now that HKD is halted well above it, that level is going to for sure come into play on the downside when we open back up. So I'm just trying to find that level 199837 right here. You'll see a little bit of a change in characteristics on the volume profile. Also notice where actually the shorts were loading up and the longs were getting blown out. Everything that says 0 times something, that's the shorts getting blown out because that's just the longs. There's no real short entries all the way in this period. So this is the shorts getting blown out for the most most part. And then over you see some entry of shorts. About 300 shares entered short and 200 shares entered short in this area, and they got taken out. They're squeezed on the upside over here as we take out multiple levels. They're running for their exits. People are losing hands over fist. This is why Luca is trying to warn you. You know, we sit here with about 2 years of experience between each of us, so 4 years in total, and we've seen in that 4 years of time span how this could be really drastically bad if you're trying to short it. So don't try to short stocks like this. Stay away from it. Even paying for shorts for stock like this is a little painful. I mean, look at the volume profile. Apparently, most of the size was transacted at around $85 or even $400 if you zoom in a little bit. That's where most of the actual volume is transacted, and really there is no volume on this stock. Let's be real. It barely does any volume.
Thank you for the super chat, Orange Foolius. And I see you're saying, I hope I pronounced that correctly. I just glanced at it. I missed 150 on HKD the other day, and it's just like one of these emojis, like, damn it. And you know what? I'm going to say this. You missed 150. You saw it move, and you said, whatever. Doesn't matter. Like, this thing's probably going lower eventually anyways. You know, who thought this was going to 2,300? Not me, but, you know, I called it 5,000. This is going to 5,000. That's kind of my high. Somebody in the chat mentioned 4,269 cents.
I would really watch this level. This level is going to be important.
Which one?
This 199,837 where it reserved and it kept going back above 2K every time it dumped back under 2K. This was the level it kept bouncing off of. I think after we halt, we have a good swing down to that same 2K barrier once again to see if that reserve is there. If that reserve's not there, we're most likely coming back down. If that reserve's there, get ready for another nasty candle to the north side. Since it's halted, Luca, what does the tap say?
It's 2,300 exactly.
2,300, so yeah.
Also, someone in the chat making me laugh over here. Who was it? Dar. Luca's warning me about capital. Nothing. Diamond hands, baby. Congratulations. If you're long and strong, holding for the win, you know, obviously everybody has their price targets. Listen, I'm just sitting back. Obviously, you see me, guys. I'm chilling, like, you know, all the power to you guys. You know, I want to see everybody. I think, you know, there's enough money to go around. Everybody can be successful. You know, just have to make sure it makes sense to you, and you got to have conviction in your trades.
Open.
So we just opened, and we're now printing 2,300. 2,400 being the high. So yeah, I think that level that you mentioned, which was like the just below 2,000 level, is interesting. If we break below that, maybe iceberg gone, maybe we go lower. But I mean, this thing, I mean, does it even, is saying like the hold of trend, is that like accurate to say that? Like, yes, this thing is holding trend, like just halting its way up. Like, so I mean, if we break trend, that, yeah, it's like it's I mean, technically speaking, it's holding trend, even though it's kind of, you know, like whatever. But I mean, sometimes it's like you say that, you know, it's dancing around. It's like there's all types of dance moves, but you're still dancing, right? But yeah, this thing super interesting. But yeah, if we get below that 2,000 level and then kind of break 1,850, who knows? But now, we're actually seeing like super aggressive punches.
They moved the order up, yeah.
This is yeah, this is super interesting and kind of confirming my overall bias, not bias, but my overall thesis of like this is just sad for anybody who's getting destroyed on this. Really, that's what it is.
I don't even know what's going on, and honestly, be thankful that you are at a desk right now. You're watching the show or you're watching your own screen and you're able to learn from these moves. I'll be honest, I don't know what I'm learning, but you know what I'm thankful for? That this show is recorded and put on YouTube for the rest of eternity, as long as YouTube doesn't go down. That gives me the opportunity to always come back to these videos, you know, rewatch the tape over here, learn from it, and I'm sure that Greg or one of the traders on the floor is actually recording some of these moves too. That's something that a lot of the traders on the floor do, record their screens. That way they can rewatch their trades, rewatch their setups, and learn from their mistakes or learn from their winning trades. Not only do you learn from your losing trades as what not to do, you also learn from your winning trades. So you might as well record all of them at all times and put them to use. As NASDAQ right now, woo-wee, baby, talk that smack. Tell me I'm wrong on my shorts. NASDAQ now 15 points in the money. S&P 500 pushing down too. Someone said I'm about to get squoze on my Microsoft shorts. Microsoft pushing down for me. Talk that smack, Chad. Tell me I'm getting squoze on my shorts. I'm not HKD today, baby. HKD is the one squeezing.
Yeah, all eyes on HKD. I can't take my like, like as a day trader who's like relatively new to the world of day trading, like this is a black swan event that you will remember for the rest of time. Like there will not be another HKD. And what I mean by that is not from a price perspective. Like if on the back end what's actually happening is what I think is happening, like there will not be another one of these, because you got to imagine that regulators will step in, everybody's stepping in, everybody's watching this, everybody's wondering like what's happening here, like what is going on with the inefficiencies. It's kind of wild. It's wild, right? And this thing is just continually moving higher. Oh, we actually have size now offered at 2,400 exactly, 1,800 lots there. And I'm wondering to see, like, is this actually going to get taken right away? Or is it kind of going to reject off that order? Because, you know, when's the last time we saw 2,000 lots here? You guys see it on my screen here. It's kind of blacked out, but 1,800 lots at 24 even, and we rejected that. We rejected that, and we moved $400.
It's going to hold downside?
We moved a casual $400 away from that, you know, like nothing too crazy.
Halting downside right now.
Yeah. Yeah, it's probably gonna halt to the downside here.
Yeah, it's halting downside right now. Get ready for a halt coming into play. 21.21 is the halt level. There you go. We're halted at the moment, and that level that I was talking about earlier, slightly under 2K. We'll see if that level comes into play. Where does the indication price by option? Not like it matters.
2,200.
2,200, and we're halted at 2,100. So it wants to open higher. Obviously, we don't know what's gonna happen over here. Just gotta let it do. It might just whipsaw back and forth. Futures are pulling down for us, so 20 points in the money on the NASDAQ short and 3 points in the money on the S&P 500 short. That means Microsoft shorts must be pushing down also for me, so just enjoying those shorts at the moment. I did get out of my Uber long. Uber breaking 29 and then struggling to stay above 29 was enough of a catalyst for me for my long over there. I was long slightly under 28 on Uber, and a move above 29 gives me $1 per share long on that position. Very happy with my trade on Uber today. My number one long position or number one trade on the day is Uber. But if you ignore that and look at the futures at the moment, 20 points on the futures, one contract on the NASDAQ, you do the math on that numbers over there. So big numbers coming in on the future short. I gave you that level, 13,100. I had very strong conviction that we were going to reject off that 13,100 level. NASDAQ rejecting shy off of that level, maybe by 10 or 5 points. S&P 500, I told you the exact same thing. 4,150 rejection is something that I do expect based off of yesterday's move. Friday, we have the 4,150 high. Yesterday, we have the 4,150 high, and then we reject off of that. What am I going to do today? I'm going to capitalize on that short. I'm going to give it that wiggle room all the way up to 4,150, and we're going to take advantage of the short as the market pulls back right now. Here comes NASDAQ now 30 points in the money. Here comes Microsoft now 30 cents in the money, and here comes a firm 12 cents, 20 cents in the money. Short Prad making that bag.
Wow, so APDN also halted to the downside. The last print price was $2.28, showing an indicated open of $2.27. So it's not actually like it's now you get the down moves, but there's just not that much volume. There's not that much follow through. There's not a lot of people bagged on either side. So it's like these prints are going to open flat, and they're going to open, and they're probably not going to really do anything special. So kind of interesting to note there. You know, I was kind of hoping that this thing would fall off, but it's obviously holding VWAP. You know, like I'm not going to go as far and say that it's strong per se, but it's holding above VWAP. And, you know, are we going to get a kind of death candle? Going back to window of edge, this thing might hold all day. And then at like 336, like it might just like flash down and nuke and then print $1. So like it's like your window of edge is like a 5 seconds, and you got a 6 hour or whatever, 6-7 hour trading day. So just understand that, you know, like if you are a sniper, you know, snipers wait a long time. They do wait a long time. They probably wait longer than I do. You know, they probably wait days, weeks, whereas, you know, I only have to wait 6 hours, so it's not too bad. But yeah, AMTD was looking for that down halt. Thought we might get it with HKD rolling around. Indicated open now on HKD is 2,000. People in the chat asking, should I sell? Should I buy? I don't know. Do whatever. Do whatever you want. Trade your own book. Do not follow what I do. Do not trade what I do. You know, different trader, different style. Trade your own book. You want to be self-sufficient. So what that means is you want to learn how to trade. You know, what's the saying? Like, give a man a fish, feed him for a day. Teach a man to fish, feed them for a lifetime. So, you know, we're over here doing our thing. Hopefully everybody learns from everybody else. I learn from you guys. You know, I love when you guys shout out things in the chat and I'm watching and I'm like, oh, that's cool. This is moving. That's moving. I didn't even know OST was a name of the day. I didn't even have that on my radar. And whoever mentioned that out saying, oh, they're not looking at OST, I was like, oh, thank you. Like, I wasn't actually looking at this. Like, is there going to be some crazy opportunities on this one? Like, I don't know. And I just kind of like had it on the back burner. So like, I appreciate that. But, you know, keep in mind, like, obviously, like, trade what works for you guys. Do what works well for you. You know, in life, nobody is going to tell you what to do, right? So you have to do what and live with the consequences of your decisions. That's kind of the best way to approach life, in my opinion. But, yeah, you know, AMTD was looking for that down halt. It was very vicious to the downside, but just know, we're just not getting any down halts. You know, the sell-offs are short-lived. Then they stop moving. But, you know, this is something that, remember I was talking about the long at 10. Are we going to bounce and go higher? Like, obviously, in hindsight now, it looks really dumb that I even mentioned that. But keep in mind that, like, what did I say? The $10 to $9 move was, like, in the blink of an eye, right? So it's like, understand the tape teleportation, right? Like, you want to factor that into your risk management. If you guys are, you know, like, trading a lot, you know, like when you're trading like an Apple, you're like, oh, okay, if it gets here, I'm going to get out, and I have whatever amount of size. You got 5,000 shares, you got 1,000 shares, 500. The slippage, give or take, will be the same. You know, AMTD will not be the same. So understand that. Understand what you're trading. Understand what orders you are using. And HKD now open, printing 1985, 1935. You know, maybe this thing now kind of cools off and goes back towards 1,000 and below.
You know, I like what Lucas said over there. Teach a man to fish and he eats for a longer time than giving him a fish, right? But it sucks that you can't give the man a boat, a fishing pole, and all the other necessary tools required. And those tools are basically your own. You have to go do that. That's what I'm trying to get down to. You have to go buy the boat at the end of the day. You have to go buy the fishing pole, the bait, the tackle, the Bass Pro hat. You still have to put in the work. My man's teaching you how to fish, but you know, he can't give you the tools along with it. And hopefully you guys are applying some of that in there. At the end of the day, what I'm trying to get down to, it's your blame for that trade that you're making money on or losing money on. It's your book at the end of the day. He's teaching you to the best of his ability. Now, if I'm the wrong teacher, if I'm the right teacher, that's up to you to decide, because if you're not understanding what I teach you, then that's a part of it's on me, part of that's on you. But at the end of the day, we're trying to teach you the right ways to go about in this market, and then you have to take your own tools at the end of the day, apply those tools to make you the biggest, what do you call what do you call a basket of fish? When you go fishing and you have a whole big basket, a load? A haul, yeah. So hopefully you get to get a big haul out of it. Hopefully you get a big haul out of your fishing over there with your said tools. And speaking about hauls, let's go take a look at the sexy unit of a man over here. Look at this guy. Looks like he stole Luca's shirt and he went fishing. And he also got the jorts on, Crocs. Mexican work boots. Okay, not sure what that means, but look at that fish over there. Look at that fish, man, coming in. That's a big fish, and I'll be honest, I'm scared to touch that. I'm actually scared to touch that.
Somebody in the chat was saying, what's Luca promoting? Absolutely nothing. I have no idea. But yeah, you know, just keep in mind, obviously, like my point of the whole kind of like what I was saying is like manage risk, right? Manage risk, understand what you're saying, what you're trading.
Oh no. Give me a second, Luca, continue.
Yeah, sure, no problem. You know, like guys, somebody's saying MHUA is halted. MHUA halted. When you look at 100,000 symbols in a day, you have to, yeah, this one I looked at it. When I initially saw whoever put that in the chat, I thought you were like, ha ha ha. I was like, what are you laughing at? What did I say? What was funny? But I was like, oh, halted. Ah, okay, it makes sense. And yeah, guys, I'm promoting Bass Pro. Bass Pro, if you are watching this, send all the hats my way. I got the blue one. Send me the black one. Send me the beige one. Send me the red one. Send me all those types of hats. Will be pretty awesome. You know, we get hats for everybody around here. And, you know, we will send you Trader TV hats. We'll do a nice little swap there. Actually, I can't confirm that. I don't make those types of decisions. But, yeah. And, you know, as I say that, teach Pratt to fish and he'll eat super chicken. Yeah. Yeah, and going back to give a man a fish and the kind of fish reference, you know, definitely a happy camper if, you know, like with the fish kind of statement there, but definitely more of a chicken person myself. You know, definitely love chicken. MHUA showing a 990 open. This thing didn't really trade though. Like this is not really like vault. Like look at this chart. Like look at this. There's nothing here. This is like literally there's nothing here. There's like no man's land. So it is halted, but understand that 60,000 shares traded. This is something that like the spread is going to be disgusting when it opens. I have no idea why it's halted. Probably kind of moving in tandem with everything else. Maybe algo driven, but overall, not interesting, but not something I'm looking at. But thanks for the heads up on that one. Appreciate it. And quickly going back, just quickly to AMTD. Is this thing going to halt to the downside? I don't know. We'll stay tuned to find out. Halt bands are 10%, right? So you're going to need a 10% move in one direction without printing the other side for it to halt. So, obviously things tend to halt to the downside more often when they're not SSR because you have shorts who can hit the bid that are getting involved. Only people who are long can hit the bids here. So, when it does flash down, you got a lot of people that you got to imagine that they are hitting the offer to get out, because you only got like one kind of logic on the people who can hit the bids. But yeah, 10% move, so that would require from this point like an 85-cent move to the downside. So if this thing went from $8.50 down to call it $1, down to like $7.60 or 70 cents area without hitting the offer, without hitting the offer, then that's where like the halt kind of takes place, right? So it's kind of interesting that it didn't halt. It's obviously there's a lot of volume, there's a lot of people involved, so like all types of prints are firing off. So yeah, definitely interesting. Ravi in the chat saying, what company is MGAM? So I believe that is a recent IPO. It's a gaming stock. It kind of went wild yesterday, fell off today with everything else. I'm going to say this one doesn't have enough volume to be of interest. It's dead, but to quickly show you the daily on this, IPO'd, then had the kind of green day yesterday. Now it's back down at $8. Like, it's dead. If I had to say, like, the volume is just not there, this thing is going to do nothing for the rest of the next couple weeks at least, if I had to guess.
I'm guessing they just IPO'd to piggyback on the hype of the FaZe IPO. But at the end of the day, all these esports companies should be to the ground. And, no doubt, FaZe especially. I'm a big hater of FaZe. That's because they do a lot of shady stuff. At the end of the day, we'll see what FaZe comes out to do and moves around in. I mean, if you guys want to know what real esports companies are, look at what Shaquille O'Neal invested in. Look at what Drake invested in. Look at other companies. That being said, though, FaZe has some decent investors now in it. It's got some bunch of rappers in it and a bunch of other basketball players in it too. Maybe FaZe can turn their basket around over here and not run the company like absolute degenerate children and officially start doing good things for the esports organization side and start hiring good players over there. That's enough hatred about FaZe being spewed. But at the end of the day, most of these esports companies do run red. They don't make money. They just survive. They survive barely also. So be very careful. If you are investing on them, go do your own research as to how much money an esports company has on their books, how many championships they've won, and how many other types of things they've done in the world. For example, FaZe Clan is known to just rug pull cryptocurrency coins. Don't be the person that gets rug pulled on the stock market by them. Thankfully, cryptocurrency laws and stock market laws are way different. They have to wait for the IPO to become ripe and actually grow into what's that thing called again? The IPO barrier block. When they remove the IPO barrier where you can sell the stocks.
The lockup
period. Yeah. So when the lockup period for a FaZe goes, I'm most likely expecting FaZe banks and all those other rug pullers to exit out of their position. We'll see if it ends up playing that way. Maybe they actually are smart this time and they hold on to the stock market shares because it might just launch lots of theories to be thrown out there for the esports world. But man, we're loving the shorts right now on MSFT. MSFT #1 stock of the day, taking over Uber for me with the 54 cents short to the downside. NASDAQ short 34 points in the money now. S&P 500 6 points in the money. So we're absolutely loving the short opportunities at the levels that I told you. Very, very obvious levels, very clean levels to trade off of. Hopefully some of you are taking advantage of it. And last but not least, someone in the chat said this show is not financial advice. They're entertainment and for education. That's exactly right. Thank you for throwing that out there. We're just doing our best to keep you entertained through this lonely times in the market. Market trading could be very lonely, especially if you're sitting at home. Thankfully, we have this wonderful office over here where we get to interact with traders such as Neil, Sean, Brendan on a day-to-day basis. So for you guys get to keep some company with this amazing community that you guys have been helping us grow. So for those of you who do enjoy the time on Trader TV Live on a day-to-day basis, make sure you smash that like button. Only at 1.8K likes today with 4,000 people still watching us, 4,666 people still watching us. Make sure we smash that like button, please and thank you. We would like it to be to at least 2K. It would be nice to have a 2K number over here. About 40% of you, I think that number is actually going down now, which is a good thing. So about 40% of you are not subscribed still. So go smash that subscribe button, ring that notification bell so you know that every time we post a new video or go live, you get the notification about that. Couple ways you can support us are super chats. A lot of people do super chats. That's just a simple donation. But the other way is joining the green side, which is the member side. Notice how a lot of people loan always on cue loan, always on cue. It's like you know my script now. You just know my script. So always on cue loan. Anyone who wants to become a member on the YouTube side, you can do so by giving us $5 a month. You get custom badges. You get custom emojis over here to spam in the chat the same way Loan does, and you know, have some fun with the other members in the chat who are also green side. Last but not least, it's the merchandise store. I keep saying that I will work on this merchandise store for you guys, make it better. I do promise you I will do it. I will make this merchandise store better. I just need to you know, figure out some things more. But for now, for those of you who do want to you know, support Trader TV Live by wearing some of our merchandise, you can buy our hat from our YouTube store directly. And for anyone who have purchased it, some of you did post that picture on Twitter and Instagram and tagged Sean, so we've seen that. For anyone who hasn't, share your pictures. Let's see what you look like.
So people talking about ADPN or APDN, fumbling all the letters here. APDN is halting. It halted to the upside. Now it's halted to the downside. This is the thing with this, right? It's like, and again, I'm not saying I called this like in any way. That has nothing to do with this. But it's like, this is like my expectations. I'm like, it's gonna go sideways, and now the halts are gonna be like pretty nasty, and like there's gonna be no real like kind of overall direction. And kind of my logic on this is like, this up halt over here was pretty flat. This down halt, what is this? This is like maybe a down halt over here, and then it opens over here. Okay, so that's like whatever, but that's kind of weird how it went over here. Then we had like the down halt over here that opened up, not by much. Then we ran into an up halt, which opened flat, went higher. Now we're back in a down halt. So the last print being $2.43, but now it's showing that it might open at $2.55. So like it might open like up here. So it's like the down halts are opening up, the up halts are opening down. It's kind of wild. Like it's definitely, things are just going nuts here. Just understand, like for me, this was like a nail and bail. I really loved it. I hit it. It was good, and then it was done. I'm like, I'm in, I'm out, nail and bail, in and out, take my money and leave. And now I'm just waiting. Now I'm waiting for like some type of other setup, something to be obvious. I want it to scream at me saying, this is obvious, take the trade. And if it's not, then I'm not going to take it. I'm not really sure why you know, position board is not updating my SPY trade. So I took a small trade here on the overall market. Nothing too crazy, not really a big trader of SPY. Just kind of feels like my logic for this trade is like yesterday we had a very similar setup. We topped out, then we started to go, and then we reversed the whole move. Oh, yeah, and then we started to go like the whole move, right? So kind of my logic on this one is like, I'm taking the short here. I think we could go, and this is kind of like a position. This is a position where like I want to hold this position. So I'm not going to, like, if we flush, I'm not going to cover. Like I'm giving it up to like 412.60 area, because I think if we get here, like it's kind of showing that we're going to go higher. Maybe I get wicked out and it is what it is, but just on the overall market, you know, we had a very similar setup where yesterday we ran up and then ran back down, right? And I had the Amazon long yesterday and it didn't work and we sold off. And somebody in the chat was saying, Amazon, somebody reloading the offer. And I quickly brought it up. Thanks for the heads up on that one, which kind of gave me the idea like, yeah, you know what, actually, I kind of like a broad market short here because, I mean, we have a long ways to go back to VWAP and we have very defined out. So I kind of like it, but it's one of those things that, like, especially on the SPY, like you got to give it a lot of breathing room. You know, like it's not something that I'm like super sized up on, not really too worried about, but it's something that I'm willing to hold for the move. So, you know, if this gives me like a 2.5 point move, like that'll be pretty awesome. I'm quickly glancing over. So APDN is now open, and it opened, yeah. So it down halts and then it opens at like 255. So, you know, where's this going? Your guess is as good as mine. At this point, you got to imagine that, like, with the type of volume, 63 million shares traded, like, algos are involved. They're doing their thing. It gets more difficult as time goes on. So I'm going to stay away from that one for now, unless we you know, I would love for this to make new highs or to make new lows, like from this level, like break VWAP. If we don't, it's not something I'm trading from, like in between $3 and $2. It's a no trade for me. So definitely keeping that on my radar. Glancing back again, AMTD kind of in that range, not really moving. HKD halted 290 again, showing a 290 open, so nothing really special there. Somebody mentioned GovX really falling off. I think they were talking about this down move over here. But here's the thing, right? It's like you get the down move, then you get the sideways action, then you get the down move again. Now it's kind of retracing the move. It's like this was the meat of the move, and the longer that I see it do its thing like this, the happier that I get, because I'm not really missing anything. I just did miss that reload there, but whatever is what it is. But here's the thing, right? Even if I wanted the short around like that 350 area, I'm not really the type of trader in like the fact that it's not moving. It's not moving. It's very slow. Like, it's very tough for me to. I'm not sure I would be sitting in this. I'm not sure I'd be sitting in this all this time to really capitalize on the move. So yeah, I understand the type of trader you are, and you know, like lean in towards your strengths for sure.
Yeah, so people were asking, Luca, are you in any positions? Yeah, he's actually short a SPY short shares. But he doesn't show up on the board over there because I guess Amos doesn't show up. I tried it too. I tried to do SPY shorts just to see if it will show up on the board, and my board didn't populate. So most likely because it's an Amex stock, it doesn't show up. But yeah, he's in a trade for someone saying, yeah, all talk, no trade, no trade. Hey man, buddy has been making tons of money today. Here's some trades too. Don't worry, my guy. Take some rest. Don't listen to these chats. Sometimes they're a little mean like that. But you know, Microsoft, 70 cents in the money coming into profit, 70 cents coming into profit for Microsoft. Let's take some money out of that trade. Affirm, sadly, going to the high side. What's wrong with you, Affirm? Affirm making a new high a day, so let's walk away from that trade. Now turning Affirm slightly negative for me, so that sucks to be me, but at least we're making tons of money on the NASDAQ short. I want to throw a point out there that one of our long-term supporter, I believe, let me go make sure if he is, he's got a 3-month badge on, so maybe not a long-term supporter, but a decent enough of a supporter. King Beaver coming in the chat and saying the NASDAQ needs to not hold 13,060 for my shorts to be a little bit more fruitful, and I 100% agree on that. Right now, we're actually 10 points or at least 8 points under 1360. So King Beaver, looks like you and I are on the right side of the shorts. That's if you're holding on to the shorts, that is. And Microsoft now 80 cents in the money, and we have 70% of our size still on Microsoft. So let's take up some more size over there for another 10-cent move. But 38 points in the money on the NASDAQ futures. I gave you guys this trade with a lot of confidence, and hence I'm in that trade. And same with the S&P 500 futures. Gave you guys that trade with a lot of confidence, and Microsoft too. Here we go. My 3 best trades of the day are actually taking place right now, as we might be going into the end of our show very soon. It's 1:22 Eastern Standard Time. There's about another 60 minutes. There's another 40 minutes left on the show for us over here. So make sure that you're throwing out whatever stocks you're looking at. While Luca is here, while I'm here, we're going to do our best to cover those stocks and hopefully not just talk, and hopefully trade too, right?
Absolutely, guys. And, you know, like going back to this overall SPY short that I took, I didn't really know. I'm like, I don't have a name today. Like, I wasn't like looking at any names. I know like the chips are relatively strong. I was looking at Amazon, but the thing with Amazon, it was over here, and I'm like, see, it's already too close to VWAP. If it was still at that 137 level, that was a solid level to take the short for sure. But I'm like, I'm not really sure what name I want to take. So like, let me just take the broad market because whatever, just to be safe. Like, it doesn't matter. Could have been the Qs, could have been SPY, kind of the same thing, same logic there. You know, it's you know, if we break down from here, like I'm probably good. If we break down from here, it kind of feels like I'll be good. Like, look at the NASDAQ here. You had the flash, not a flash down, but like you had the kind of the move down, now consolidating, holding trend. Maybe we get another move down, and if we do, I feel like we are going to reverse that move, and it's the same thing on kind of the market here. So it's 25 cents in the money, nothing crazy. You know, the market dances around like that all the time. For anybody that trades SPY, you know that. But yeah, if we do get a break here and no reclaim and kind of like selling continues, then it kind of feels good, and we're going to VWAP, and I would love a 410 test. Like if I get I'm holding this for like at least 2.5 points, like 2.5 points. So it'll be a solid win for me. It'll be like a very nice patient trade. You know, throw that one up on the board, see what happens next. But yeah, I just couldn't find a name. Like I didn't want to. I mean, like Nvidia's, you know, chips are strong. You know, I was looking at Meta, but like Meta already had the bounce back, and I'm not really sure if it's going to continue lower. Just doesn't have like the feel that I want to get involved here. Whereas looking at the overall market, like I like this setup. I like how it's doing these over-unders. Now we get a little bit of confirmation. So, I mean, yeah, if we continue lower, then the overall market will continue to sell off. And, you know, keep in mind that we have like a lot of kind of geopolitical risk. So it's like, you know, at any moment, we could fall. And I think this probably lines up with like one of Arun's numbers. But like, let me just quickly like increase this to show you guys just broadly what I'm talking about. Make sure you can see it here. So we popped. This is yesterday, right? We popped and we dropped. We had a parabola, right? So my logic for the overall broad market short right now is we popped, and I think we're going to drop again. And that's simply because things tend to repeat themselves, and then when they don't, you just get out. I have a defined out on the trade anyway, so it just makes sense from a risk to return perspective. So I take the trade, and that's kind of like, so I appreciate, I think somebody mentioned the Amazon thing, size following it down or something, and that made me think of the short here. So again, I appreciate you, like, you know, much love. Would not be in this short right now, 72 cents in the money if it wasn't for that. So really, really do appreciate it, and we'll see how low we can go from here.
You appreciate me giving you the call out?
Somebody, I don't know who did it, but I was just saying I appreciate the chat because, you know, obviously I can't watch everything. We can't watch everything. You know, I'm watching my watch list, but I quickly glance over and I see people like saying names and I quickly bring them up. You know, like, so I just bring them up and I'm like, oh, cool.
Oh, you know what, though? I'll take that thank you anyways, because it was my trade that I called out at the beginning of the day. I said 4150 rejection. I said 13,100 rejection.
I appreciate
I'm
everyone.
the one who gave out the trade to the chat.
Okay.
Me.
I appreciate everyone. And guys, HKD is going for all-time highs again. Just halted 2,555.30. Guys, today I've said so many different names, tickers, and numbers that my brain is all over the place. So now when I'm like, okay, what's moving? It's AMTD. So I apologize for the kind of slow, the way that I'm pronouncing it very slowly. But, you know, I'm watching all these things. I'm seeing all these prices. I'm very, very, very tired. You know, so obviously, like, understand kind of what you're doing. And this is why, like, I'm not really in that many trades today. It's because I'm so exhausted. So I'm like, you know what? Like, it's so easy for me to fumble right now. So I really got to pick my spots.
You look at the fees
for OST, longer, short, Prad, Luca. See, the thing with OSTD, like, I brought it up very quickly. The thing with OSTD is that, like, it had the strong move up, but this is not a name like, so like on a day like today where everything is moving, like some names will have follow through, but some names will do this. Like it'll move and then that's it. For the rest of the day, it's just dead. And if somebody's involved and like they want to squeeze people and they think people are actually short this name, what they'll do is they'll try to break VWAP, break that 270 level, then reclaim, then it goes for the high a day push, breaks high a day, and that's where they dump, that's where they exit, and then they're done with the stock. I just don't feel like this is what's happening on this name because it's kind of like, it's probably way at the bottom of everyone's list. I mean, the spread is 7 cents. It's a $2 stock, right? So it's a kind of like low volume in general. There's a lot of volume done over here, but then kind of not really. So overall, OST is something that I would probably stay away from. There's probably other names that, you know, are going to provide really good opportunities. You know, definitely that AMTD, you know, even though it's bouncing around, I do feel like at any moment, if these things go, you know, it's our job as day traders to like have the right direction. And take good fills, right? And going back to the window of edge thing, you know, it's like if I'm sitting here all day, I want to be able to capitalize when that 5-second move comes because I'm sitting here all day. So it's like that's why I'm glancing back at the same stocks. That's kind of the ideology over there.
Eve in the chat says, I don't negotiate with electrical engineers. So that's actually a hilarious one. I'm going to use that with my brother next time. Next time he's trying to negotiate with me, I'm like, I don't negotiate with electrical engineers. And I'm going to walk out the door storming, and I'll probably get something thrown at me, probably a shoe or something. So I got to be careful on that side. I actually jumped out of my NASDAQ short and my S&P 500 short. I think that was the dumbest thing I could have done today. Honestly, I thought, you know, I anticipated this time and I didn't participate. So I covered. That's a big mistake on my part. For any of you who's still holding the shorts, hold on to it. I thought 13K would hold. We're breaking 13K. We're going below 13K. Does it actually get back above is a question that everyone has. I anticipated. I am now paying. I am now paying for my anticipation, and I'm watching this money go deeper in the money for me, and I have zero opportunity to capitalize on it, unless obviously I can get back in it, but I don't want to get back in it right now. And look at it, it just keeps on crashing.
This
so
market is wild.
don't be Prad. If you had a Prad entry, just don't have a Prad exit. Please don't have a Prad exit.
I'm like, I'll take a market
coming
short
off right now,
and
big
maybe
time.
we'll get there by the end.
Microsoft, $2 in the money. Ka-chinga, let's go. Bring in the cash register, $2 in the money. Microsoft coming down to VWAP. And for those of you who's asking me what the price of shorting HKD per share is, I think Neil said 44 some odd dollars. $46 to short per share. That is $46 per share. And you have to pay for 100 shares at a time, at least with our broker, I believe. Is that with all brokers? You have to pay 100 shares at a time, just us? So we have to pay for 100 shares at a time, and if you do 40 ticks times 100, I don't know if I'm ever paying that.
We get awesome rates. Like I look at the rates that we get compared to other people, and like our rates are top. Like show me somebody else who gets better rates. But obviously, you know, if it's an HKD, it doesn't matter where you are. The rates are just going to be unaffordable. Guys, look at this market short. I kid you not. I short here. I'm like, yeah, you know, maybe we go $2, $3 in the money by the end of the day. What is this, like 1, 2, 3? This is like 10 minutes, not even. I'm like $1.60 in the money. Like, look at this. This is incredible. And originally, I was going to cover if we touch VWAP. Maybe that's a cover area. But at this point, like, it's like, do I hold for like a low of day test? Like, we obviously have like reasons to hold the short. It makes sense to hold the short. So I don't really know what I'm going to do now. I really don't know. Like I'm $2 in the money now. Man. This is like, what is this? Like 5-10 minutes? This is wild.
I feel like crying. Like I spent all day for the short and then I just got out at the most stupid exit. It's like anticipation over participation, right? So this is what we're talking about all day. You want to learn from my mistakes, learn from everyone's mistakes, and then also learn from the good trades overall. Now Microsoft, since we did jump out of the futures trade way too early, something that we can take advantage of is Microsoft over here hanging out at VWAP for Microsoft, 60 cents, so you know, $2.30 of the money on this trade now, pushing back down. That future short apparently might have had an extra catalyst behind it because I'm seeing someone in chat saying Fed Mester or Mester, M-E-S-T-R. Fed Mester apparently said that there's no signs of inflation leveling out, which is obviously a bad catalyst. If that is true, it's just something that the chat's saying. If that is true that the Fed caused this move, then I had the right short, but I just got out before actually hearing that catalyst, so I'm paying for those for that mistakes now. But man, $2.50 on Microsoft. S&P 500 now back in the red territory for the day, down 1.18%. NASDAQ about to turn red on the day too. 13,100 short makes me feel like Prostradamus, baby.
Guys, okay, I didn't know that, but I covered my short. This is the thing. Originally, I had planned for this move, and I'm like, if we get to VWAP, like it's a cover area just because VWAP, and like obviously we could continue to sell off, and if it's like a catalyst-driven sell-off, like obviously the tape got very aggressive. But you know, like, and maybe right now we break VWAP and we keep going, and I look so dumb for covering over here.
You do?
Well, I'm saying like
you do.
Okay, but you had the top short, you had the top pick short. But yeah, you kind of covered right before it started to sell off there. But yeah, guys, you gotta like, this is like, you know, I did not think this was gonna happen. I thought it was gonna happen maybe, but this is gonna look so dumb in hindsight because we're going to 408. We're probably going to low a day there. You know, whoever had that short, like, congratulations, that was a banger. Not every second do I take trades, but when I do, you know, when I do, it's 2 points in the money in 15 minutes. Not too bad there. But obviously, this thing is heating up. We're now below VWAP. There was no VWAP bounce. You know, obviously the volume coming in there. But overall, like I think like, you know, like it's just from a general perspective, it doesn't hurt to cover at VWAP. You know, it is the average. I did not diddle in the middle. I was at high a day short. It flushed down faster than I thought it could. I'll take that. I'll take the win. I'll take the win. And if we go to 408, well, we go to 408. But if we bounce and we go to 411, you know, I probably would be like, oh, man, are we going to now reverse the whole move? Should I get out over here? So I'll take the win. I'll take the base hit. You know, maybe not the best cover from a cent basis. Maybe I could have got 10 cents more, 20 cents more. But whatever, you know, it's the overall market. It's going to, you know, give or take 20 cents, can't complain.
Yeah, Brendo's at his desk now, so maybe Brendo can actually confirm if that news drop is real or not. And if that news drop is real, obviously market turning all the way back to the downside. We're expecting the market to now break the support around VWAP and extend the red nature of the market today that we started off at. So it looks like wearing the red shirt once again has come clutch, has never failed me. It looks like the track record of a red shirt has been 100% so far. And also the green shirt track record has been 100%. So it's pretty surprising that I don't even think about what colors I'm wearing. It just happens to play out in that nature. Look at a firm pushing to the top side, stopping me out at the high of day, and now coming back to the downside. We're at free fall. Is that what you said?
No, APDN is now over 3. It halted again over 3.
Over 3. That's what
so
you said.
yeah, APDN is over 3. APDN is it printed 305, halted again. Now it's at 306. This is wild, man. This is wild. People talking about Tesla. Let's quickly look at Tesla. It's gonna test 900. I want to hit this short so bad because I just think like Tesla's going to 0. But like the thing is you can't chase. You can't chase.
We're gonna go to Brendo real quick here.
Yeah, sure.
We're gonna go to Brendo.
All right, here's why, guys. Both Tesla and Apple should be on watch. China's CATL, which is a battery supplier, is said to be delaying a decision to supply both Tesla and Ford, as well as in part Apple, with parts going forward. So a few people are reporting that this could be in retaliation to Pelosi's trip to Taiwan. So some measures coming through already, guys.
Ooh, yeah, market getting a little spicy, and this is the catalyst that we were scared of in the market in general. I was too scared to touch the chip stocks today, and it looks like that fear is now bleeding into other markets and other sectors too a little bit. Tesla crashing from the high of 920 all the way below 900, and obviously Tesla being, I think, 5th in the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 basket. Apple being number 1 in the NASDAQ and the S&P 500 basket. If that catalyst is going to put trouble for 2 of the best stocks in the company in the world, obviously the market's going to be reacting negative to it. So the plot thickens, as Bears versus Bulls says. Yeah, you put a little bit too much of the gravy powder in there. Now you need to add a little bit more water before the pot completely thickens and it gets too mucky and yucky, right? So that's what we're looking at right now. Sadly, some of the longs who were getting long all day got wiped out by a single catalyst like this. This is why stop saves lives. We have a thing in League of Legends that says ward saves lives, but in market, stops save lives. So you got to use those stops. Make sure you don't get whipped out by a random move, random catalyst that could come out of nowhere and blindside you. So don't be Sandra Bullock and get blindsided. Just be on the right side or use stops. Either way, use stops, even if you're on the right side. Market completely turning around over here. NASDAQ now officially in the red side, and S&P 500 also in the red.
So I'm laughing because I loosely say, I'm like, it's going to 0. Like, I obviously don't believe that. But, like, it just in general from, like, I'm kind of short bias on Tesla. And, like, if it holds below that 900 level, I just feel like the short is good. But obviously, not going to 0. Like, they are a company. They are producing, but it's kind of funny because you guys in the chat are making me laugh like, wow, this guy hates Tesla. And like somebody, where was it? Oh man, did I just miss it? Somebody said, wow, Tesla. Oh, this guy just said Tesla to 0. Wow, a real Tesla Q in the flesh. For anybody that doesn't know, TSLQ is it's an ETF. It's an inverse Tesla ETF. It's a single name ETF, so it will trade inversely to Tesla. So we had that Tesla sell-off. And this is why TSLQ, the inverse, is moving higher. But, the volume on this it's 1.2 million shares. Not really crazy. But, at the same time, it's like, Tesla, not exactly the easiest trade. TSLQ, probably not the easiest trade. But, yeah, guys, that 900 level that I'm talking about, this is what I was referring to. I'm like, man, Tesla falling off. I want to hit this short. But I'm like, where am I going to short this? I'm not going to short this through 900 because it's going to bounce over here. So, yeah, I'm kind of happy I stayed away from that. Maybe it provides a nice opportunity into the close. Maybe we get some kind of sideways action, then follow through to the downside, and this thing could definitely heat up, That's kind of like the overall concern. It's like when I loosely say like these geopolitical kind of things that influence prices, it's like at any moment something comes out of nowhere, and boom, you get these sell-offs. So overall market sell-off, obviously I wasn't anticipating that. But, as a trader, you got to imagine that, like, look, the headline risk is to the downside right now. just kind of where we are overall. And there it is. There's that move in Tesla. There's that move in Apple. And, you know, that is the reason why we had the kind of SPY sell-off. And, oh, man, my cover looks terrible right now. So I'm going to show that, yeah, like, you know, there's where I covered. And we're not going to talk about that for the rest of the show. You know, let's just move on to something else. AMTD still holding up over here. You know, just does not want to sell off. HKD just continuously halting. 2,298 is the last print, 1 share print. Maybe we're getting an overall market hold at VWAP. Just looking quickly at the ES, holding that 4,100, 4,108 area. You know, if we get through 4,800 to the downside, maybe we break that 4,080 level and continue. You know, we're getting that parabola action. It's happening. You know, that was pretty sick call. I'm surprised because I didn't expect that, and then it happened. I was like, wow. Like, I'm like, wow, Brad, you see this? I'm like, wow, Neil, you see this? Like, this is insane. But yeah, no, that was kind of cool there. But you know. Nice trade overall. AMD back below 100. Did you sell?
Only thing I see is how trash I am, man. That's it. How garbage I am at exiting good trades. Like, how do I have top tick entries on the shorts almost every single day, but then I just have these garbage entries where I just... It makes me want to cry every single day, man, every single day. Maybe one day we actually get better or we die trying, right? Get rich or die trying. That's the name of the album. That's the name of the goal. That's going to be the name of my first album, too, when I drop it.
That's the name of our first trading floor.
First trading floor, get rich or die trying.
But, you know, I want to, let me just quickly comment on this. So I think, you know, I was talking with other traders yesterday, and you know, there's obviously like a lot of veterans around me here. There's a lot of legends. And, you know, they say the same things over and over again. One thing is words matter. The way that you phrase words matter. And one of the things that I want to say here is, you know, like instead of saying, man, I suck at trading, I'm trash, say, what could I have done differently? Because if you say, I'm trash, I suck, our brains are wired to answer these questions.
That's a good
and
point.
when you go and answer that question, I suck, you go, oh, well, why do I suck? Well, I suck because I covered here, and I covered here because I suck. And it's just perpetual negativity, kind of like shorts getting squeezed on HKD. But if you ask yourself, what could I have done differently? Now our brains are wired to answer that question. So you start saying, oh, well, what could I have done differently? Oh, well, I could have maybe covered a little bit less size. I could have taken like odd lot covers and held a little piece to work on the strategy. I could have waited for my profit target. I could have walked away, went to grab lunch, came back, put a stop in, whatever kind of works for you. But, you know, make sure you're asking yourself the right questions. Don't be hard on yourself. You know, you're going to have good days, you're going to have bad days. But I'm telling you right now, if you do not stay positive in this game, if you're negative, you are your worst enemy. We are battling ourselves. We're mental athletes. And you will kill yourself, right? Treat yourself the way that you would treat other people, assuming you're a good person. Because a lot of times we are bad. We are like I am my own worst enemy. I treat myself the hardest because I demand so much from myself. But I would never treat Prad the way that I treat myself. So let me do myself a favor and treat myself the way that I would treat others, and then kind of life gets easier. So just something I wanted to comment on over there. You know, trading, it's a hard game. It's a hard game to stay profitable, and you know, I have mad respect for anybody that's been in this game for longer than 5 years, because it's such a tough game to last that long. Like, you are a legend. You have things to say. You have only good things to say. So, you know, if people are around you that have all these good things to say, make sure you ask a lot of questions, because it's easier to just learn from other people's kind of battles and, you know, they got a lot of wisdom, as opposed to go through it yourself, unless you're, you know, hard-headed like myself. Like, I'm just like, I hear you, but I still got to try this. I got to see how it goes. So, you know, sometimes you got to see it, get the reps in, is what it is. But overall, words matter. Make sure you are saying the correct words.
Yeah, look, I gotta give props to that, because I actually heard that not too long ago, like probably a year or two ago, from Dr. Steenbarger.
Oh, really?
Steenbarger says something very similar in a video where he talks about, you know, why would you treat yourself the way somebody else treats, how you would like to, well, you put it perfectly. Why would you treat yourself the way that you wouldn't treat me? Like, you would give me respect, you treat me as a friend, as a brother, but then when you go back to yourself, why would you do that? Those are like exact same words that Dr. Steenbarger said, and I forgot about those words, and very well, you know, installing those into my head once again, and giving me a refresher about that mentality. You're 100% right, man. Words do have a big impact on your day-to-day life. You're using that every single day. Whatever you say, whatever you think, most of the time will end up happening, because that's just the way, you know, I'm not trying to bring law of attraction or anything into this, but that's just, you're thinking about it so much that you're just going to end up going into that route eventually. So let's start introducing some positive mindset into this little bit of a pessimistic mind that I have over here. Always thinking about bears, always thinking about what can go wrong instead of what can go right. So let's start to revamp our mindset over here. But man, look at Microsoft though, $3 in the money on Microsoft, still holding a good trade over here. Let's actually take out some more. Now I only have 20% on Microsoft instead of having all of our size at 100%. And instead of trading the stock poorly like we did earlier with the S&P 500 futures and with the NASDAQ futures, we're actually able to hold this move for stock for a little bit longer for a bigger move. $3.20 now in the money on the Microsoft short. Number one stock of the day is Microsoft. Number one trade of the day is the NASDAQ futures. I honestly, I'm very happy with the call out of the NASDAQ futures trade, but once again, not as happy with the exit, but always ways to improve, always ways to get better, and that's the job, man. Always get better by even 1%. As long as you can focus on getting 1% today than you were yesterday, you're on the step to being a better trader.
Absolutely, you know, and I remind myself every single day, as a day trader, you're taking fills, you're not evaluating investments, right? You're taking fills, so take good fills. What does that mean? One good trade every single day, that's how you make your day. One good trade, take good trades, and your job is to come in tomorrow and be better than you were today. That's it, right? So, you know, if you suck today, guess what? Your life's easy, because it's going to be pretty easy to come in tomorrow and do better than you did today. So I tell myself that I have a bad day, I did absolute trash, and I'm like, well, it's going to be very hard to outdo that on the downside. So I guess the only place I got to go from here is up. And speaking of up, APDN halted again to the upside. Okay, guys, this is what I'm talking about. So the halts to the upside are not good, right? They're not good. They're just not really doing anything. But now you got to imagine any short involved in this name is really feeling the pain. And this thing is showing 345 open. So last print was $3.22. And the indicated open right now is showing $3.43. This thing is wild. This thing is SSR. This thing is, I mean, where's the daily? Because now I really got to zoom out on this thing. And I'll do this.
Look at this guy.
I'll do this live here if you guys want to watch the process, but I don't know if it's going to load. But it looks like maybe you get resistance at 5. This thing's going to 5. I wouldn't be surprised if this goes to 5. It kind of feels like maybe you get, because now that $3 level is resistance. And, you know, maybe 4. Yeah, you want to say like 354, 455. Like, those are my levels.
Sean just wanted to share his bad trade too, you know, on Apple. You know, he just wanted to show me that, Brad, don't be upset. He's got headphones in. Put Sean on for a second. He's like vibing over there, look at him vibing, listening to music, singing. I was trying to make a joke over here, but since he has headphones in, there's no point in making this joke. It's actually not a bad trade. He got in, he got out, and then he held it for the whole move. He comes back and look at him in the money deep, exiting all the way near the low of day. Apple now once again in the red territory. NASDAQ looks like it wants to extend its losses on the day with a little bit more negative catalyst coming into play. If that Fed news that somebody in chat said is true, along with that Fed news coupled with the Tesla and the Apple news that Brando just announced not too long ago, market clearly will not accept that catalyst and get pushed back right to the downside. NASDAQ yesterday and the S&P 500 yesterday already was in the red territories. Today looked like we were going to turn green, but rejecting at the same price at the 13,100 area tells me that we are in for a lot of pain for the week coming forward. For the rest of the week, that is, you know, we have 3 more days here: Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. Let's see how that plays out. For a little bit though, it's a Tuesday and the club did go up, but the club's shut down now. It's time for everybody to go home. Time to close down your bars and you know, catch that Uber ride home.
Yeah, you know, I'm laughing here at something else. But you know, the chat, you guys are making me laugh. Like somebody's like, Luca is this, Luca is that guy, Luca is this guy. Guys, I'm Luca. Like, I am me, and you are you, right? Be yourself, be genuine. APDN showing $3.45 indicated open here. When did it? So the last print was 13. Okay, so now we're open. Okay, so that saves me trouble there. Where do we go from here? I have no idea, but yeah, $4, $4.50, $5. $5 gets interesting as like a resistance level. And this thing is now halting down. Is this halting down? Oh, it is halting down. Maybe I'll get here. You know what? I missed it. Too late. Honestly, that was too quickly to make a decision there. That was almost max size too. That would have been probably a sick one. Oh well, whatever. Let it go. I think this thing has room to go for sure.
AMD is something that I wanted to quickly come over to see if AMD crushed down below 100. It did get slightly below 100. We're looking at 99 as a support area for this move down, and now pushing back up is AMD, or trying to push back up. Let's see if AMD closes above 100. Most likely it's not going to. I'm expecting AMD to close below 100 without a doubt, but let's just see how the market will play out for the rest of the day. We have about 12 minutes over here for the closing show, or not the closing show, sorry, the midday show. The closing show comes on in about 12 minutes, so make sure that when you head over to the closing show with Neil, Sean, and Brendo, you smash that like button too. I see over at Luca's screen, we have about 2.1K likes right now. So for those of you who haven't hit it already, just quickly head over to the like button, smash that like button, and we appreciate everyone who has already. Oh, looks like the view count went up to 4,700. I'm guessing that's because the closing show is coming on very soon. Make sure you smash that button, because the show is going to be a completely new show. The button's going to refresh and everything's going to be brand new. I want to head to Uber to see what Uber is doing today after my successful long on that trade. Looks like Uber is really struggling to get back above 29, so that exit does look good on this stock. And right now Uber is just under 29 and still above VWAP though, so we're happy about that. Microsoft, $3.64 in the money, still trying to push down with the overall market, so I'm going to hold down to my last 25-30% of my shares over here to see if we can get a break of lower day on Microsoft, which is around 270, 245. Let's get the break of lower day and extend the losses a little bit more.
Yeah, guys, I think so. There's a name CZOO. I think they announced an offering. That's so savage, man. That's pretty savage. But, that's what these guys do. The stock goes wild. They announce an offering. They're raising money at good prices. That's a good company for you. Doesn't mean it's a good investment. But, obviously do your own research there. APDN, missed that halt. I don't know why I have the daily up here. Let me quickly pull up the minute here. Missed the halt to the downside. I really see... It's like we opened up here, we quickly opened into a halt again. It's like I'll take my shot because it's like now we're high, like we have room to go to the downside, but it's showing that it wants to open 334. So 1 cent, it's like it's not really too good. And yeah, AMTD dead not. AMTD in my books is gonna fall off. At the end of the day, if they're gonna nuke this when they don't SSR it.
I keystroked my full order out. I was just trying to capture some more on Microsoft. Keystroked the full order out. Oh, well, I guess it doesn't matter that much as I'm about to take a break in about 10 minutes anyway, so better being flat than holding any size of it anyways. So we're done with the trade for the most part. Microsoft pushed down. If the market pushes down even more and takes Microsoft with it, a keystroke is the problem for that trade. So we'll learn from that keystroke next time. Tesla bulls to get wrecked any minute. I guess the market's to get wrecked any minute, right? Based off that catalyst, the market did fall off quite a bit. Now we're just waiting to see if the market can push towards the lower day, or does the market just diddle in the middle and fiddle with those prices around 4,100 and 13K or so. If the market just hangs out here and trades sideways, that's very much another trade that we could see playing out, which will take Microsoft back into the same ranges that we were in earlier, and most likely taking Apple back into the same ranges from pre-market that we were earlier. I don't expect Apple to go back to positive today.
Yeah, no, after that sell-off there, especially with the negative news, I'll be surprised if we make highs. Obviously anything's possible, but maybe we're going to get that 159 test, right? That 159 test on Apple will be interesting. A lot of the times, it's like, look, you have these kind of levels mapped out. You want to see something specific happen. And for me, it was like a morning bounce play. I wanted to see that 159 bounce because the thing is I wanted to see the 159 bounce so that it could do this move to the upside. So you have a $2 win or whatever it is what it is. But now with the negative news, it's like maybe there still could be a bounce at 159, but it's like, is it really going to bounce and then move the way that it could have moved in the morning? So it's like the return is a little gone. It's still the same risk, but in terms of risk to return ratio, it's just not there, right? So it's like, just understand, this is kind of me telling myself, it's like me telling myself, I'm like, yes, do not take the same size that you were initially planning to take. It's just not the same trade. Do not do it. Holding myself accountable, telling you guys, if I come in tomorrow and you see that arrow on the bounce play with max size and I'm in a bad mood, yeah, it just hold me to it. So yeah, obviously, completely different trade now just, but yeah, still definitely watching that 159 area for a potential bounce, but just size accordingly on that.
Yeah, I gotta know when to put the size on and when to not put risk on, right? It's like you're counting cards in a way. So you gotta know when to size up and when you're not sizing up on those trades. More down on ND. ND, I'm guessing you mean by NASDAQ. Could be possible. I don't know the future. There could be more news catalysts coming on later down the road over here. You guys know what's going on. I don't want to talk about it too much and dive too much into the politics side of it, but those catalysts could come out at any point. So I'm just waiting patiently. My trades for the day have already worked out. I've had a successful day on Microsoft, successful day on the futures. So I'm just going to hold on to those profits over here and just to wait for more catalysts to come into play later on that we can take advantage of. AMD tanking. I don't know if I would use that terminology specifically because it's not really tanking. I would say that what the market did about 30-40 minutes ago, was it 30 minutes ago? Maybe less than 30 minutes ago, would be constituted as tanking. This, maybe not, but at the end of the day, it's just a word. Call it what you want, but realize what the move is. It's only dropped about 20 cents from those range highs over here for AMD. We're still holding 99. AMD and other chip makers do have another catalyst that could come out for the positive side or the negative side. So anything could happen for the chip stocks. That's part of the reason why most of us have stayed away from trading chip stocks today and have stuck to our other basket of stocks with catalysts behind it, such as Uber, which is your earnings catalyst, Pinterest, which is another earnings catalyst. You have the Microsoft, which is not really an earnings catalyst for the trade today, but overall it was down on the day. The market was down, so every time the market popped up, I just waited for the market to finish having said pop to load into my short side. So just gotta focus on where you're putting your money, where you're putting your trades, and what type of strategy you want to apply to what trade. So I stayed away from the longs for the most part, and I stayed away from the AMDs and their chip makers for the most part. That's because I thought the market is bearish today, and I guess I was a little bit right because the market is still in the red territories after the original pump up to the north side, which took the market to the north and put NASDAQ to I believe at one point was up 0.98 to 1%, and S&P 500, I believe if I remember correctly, was up around 0.6%. Now only down, I guess, now only down 0.3 for S&P 500 and NASDAQ down 0.2. Both of these markets are trying to get back above the VWAP areas though. So let me just pull up the charts here. Hello, there we go, NQ/U22CM. Still under VWAP for both of these markets, but trying to see if they can get back above them. Let's go see if some of these other markets, the IWM Russell 2000, turned bearish or not. My guess would be yes. My guess is yes, that we turned back into red for IWM, and I'm actually wrong. IWM Russell above VWAP, and in the positive direction for the day. And last but not least, your Dow Jones, your diamonds, DIA on Amex, currently up. Also, that's not diamonds. There we go. Currently down, negative 0.8 for the Dow, down more than the S&P 500 and the NASDAQ for the Dow. Luca, you need help?
Yeah, no, I'm just kind of chilling now. We got about like 3-4 minutes left. Hopefully you guys are having a great day. Hopefully you guys are enjoying the show. Hit that like button. I know Prad was mentioning it before. I think we're at like 2.2K. Maybe we get that to 2.5K. I know you guys are enjoying the show. I'm enjoying the show. Like HKD going wild. Not every day do you have like halters, ANPD, CZOO, AMTD, HKD, TBLT, which is a sleeper. Somebody was talking about it, saying it's a sleeper. A little bit less volume for me today. Didn't want to get involved, obviously prioritizing. We had Rev hit $10 over under, then flush down. Extra exciting. We had the GovX flush. Things are moving today. Things are super exciting. I'm excited. Hopefully you guys are enjoying. Like I said before, I'm definitely enjoying myself here. And, see what we get going into the close. I know we got like 3 minutes left. We'll see what happens. Will AMD reclaim 100? And what I said is like, did you sell? Like I was referring to like, you're like, I'm broken even, AMD. And then I was like, because I was like, I know you didn't because you're here. I see you. No. But I'm like, you hit that break even. And they're like, wait a second. Prad is broken even? No. Dump it all. Broken even for one moment. I've been there before in my own account. Kind of funny the way that things play out, but you know, if you have the right side, you have the right side. Keep,
All
you know,
jokes
definitely
aside,
gotta,
though, I might have to dump some shares of stocks around the board just so I can facilitate the stupid air ticket that I have to go to India for.
Oh, yeah, you're saying, yeah.
So might
Man,
just
prices
have to,
are wild.
Might just
That's
have
insane.
to pull out a little bit. Dude, it's $5,000 just to go there and come back for 2 weeks. Like, what?
That's pretty wild.
And that's just the flight ticket. That's not even the cost to like stay in hotel rooms. That's not even the cost to like pay for dosas and all the other amazing food that I'm gonna have. Dude, I'm just getting ready to go broke for my brother's wedding. It's not even my wedding. I'm going broke for my brother's wedding. What is this? Sorry? $5,000 just for me. Just to go there and come back, and the flights are like there's at least one stop in the flights, and then the stop is like a 2-hour stop in itself. It's ridiculous. These flights are like
why only flies first class?
No, this is economy, no joke. No, this is not first class. This is economy, dude. First class is like $10,000. First class is like $10,000 Air Canada. That's why I'm asking our buddy over here who has a girl working in Air Canada to see if he can hook me up with the code or something. Cause man, $5K, sheesh. Anyways, we have about 1 minute over here. Let's just get ready to wrap it up. Since we're talking about it, you guys know in December that I will be on my vacation. Apparently that was the one on APDN or something, but Luca's about
I'm waiting. I'm like, when is it gonna be the one? Like the one where it's like it nukes and that's it. And I'm like, this looks like the one. It feels like the one. And I didn't take it. Halted 348. We got 30 seconds left on the show here, but halted 338. 348 showing indicated open 330. So you know that's the spread you're looking for. So this is not a science, guys. This is an art, and I did not go to art school, clearly. So live and learn. Live and learn.
Tell your brother to get married in the metaverse. Now that's an idea that something needs to be pitched. You know what? Maybe I'm gonna pitch it myself and tell him to like, yo, I'm gonna strap in an Oculus Rift headset and show up. But you know what? You guys don't have to do. You guys don't have to strap in no Oculus Rift headset as we go into the next closing show. The closing show with Neil, Sean, and Brendan. Go have a great time. We'll see you tomorrow at 11. Ciao.
Ciao.
Hey guys, welcome back. The only closing show you will need today. An exciting day, overall pretty choppy on the market itself, but a lot of headline catalysts coming throughout the midday on individual stocks on the overall market itself. Back to the downside we go. 0.87 there for the Dow leading the way, 0.3 for the NASDAQ, 0.3 as well for the S&P. If you missed it again, China's CATL, who is a battery